I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rockstar?
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a
win.
rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar. Yeah.
Rockstar.
Ay. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push. Naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini
Assalamualaikum kepada semua dan I'm a rockstar, kita rockstar, anda semua rockstar. Selamat datang kepada MPL Malaysia musim ke-9 yang dikuasai oleh Munton, dipersembahkan oleh McDelivery, Samsung, kita punya telefon pintar rasmi dan raikan bersama Nescafe. Anda bersama saya Lafel selaku host anda untuk hari ini dan bersama dengan saya adalah Gideon, kita punya English caster dan juga Arta, analis kita. Arta, apa perasaan anda?
Excited sebab MPL season yang ke-9 dah bermula. Hari yang kedua, minggu yang pertama.
It feels good, honestly. Second day already of the very first week, and we already saw some really good games on day 1. I'm excited to see how day 2 is going to start rolling out.
Okay, sebab Gideon dah cerita about day 1 and kepada semua penonton kat rumah, saya faham. Season kali ni saya akan cuba 100% cakap bahasa Melayu, okay? I akan cuba yang terbaik. Jadi, mari kita recap balik. Kita akan cerita balik apa yang terjadi pada hari semalam. And Gideon, antara kedua game, mana game yang you rasa yang kita perlu highlightkan?
Honestly, I think out of all the games that we should be highlighting here, we should be thinking about how RSG was playing against TODAK. Even though TODAK wasn't playing at their very best because they are sick, and I'm seeing a lot of comments bashing them, which I think is a little too harsh. However, we need to keep in mind that RSG is looking in a very good position, the way that they're playing together, the chemistry between the team, especially with some of the newer members.
Ya, new member pun memain peranan yang sangat penting. Tetapi untuk hari ini, saya lebih gemar kepada pasukan Orange. Kita dah tengok prestasi pasukan Orange pada semalam. Mungkin agak kurang sedikit power spike ditunjukkan pada minggu yang pertama ini. Mungkin hari yang kedua ini adalah penentu. Sama ada dia bounce balik, dia boost balik momentum dia.
Ya, kita boleh tengok di mana pasukan TODAK again. Kita kena ingat yang diorang tengah sakit, so mungkin performance kurang. Tapi kita akan tengok schedule pada hari ini untuk tengok apa match yang kita kena pentingkan. Dan Artas ni dia cerita yang dia nak tengok adalah perlawanan Orange Esports melawan dengan MLBB. Tetapi kita akan mulakan game kita dengan HOMEBOIS menentang dengan SUHAZ Esports. Dan seperti kita cerita tadi, Orange Esports menentang dengan MLBB. Dan kita punya penutup Red Esports melawan dengan pasukan TODAK. Gideon, semua match kat sini, mana yang you nak highlightkan?
Honestly, the one that I'm really interested to watch is the Orange Esports versus MAB. Again, we are seeing a lot of the newer members come into the MPL and seeing where we kind of stand. How are the tier 2 competitors looking up against the MPL, and maybe they can make that breakthrough.
Ya, untuk saya pula, saya lebih nak tengok kepada SUHAZ Esports. Sebab dalam TikTok, sebenarnya Captain Shah, dia ada bawa Johnson punya kereta tau, warna merah. You guys kena tengok. Dia bawa Johnson kereta warna merah. Adakah dia akan bermain ataupun tidak, Afel?
Okey, menarik. Saya rasa macam tidak, tapi macam mana pun. Baik, kita tengok kita punya roster untuk pasukan HOMEBOIS. Tengok siapa yang akan bermain dekat sini. Dan dekat sini saya nak bagi peringatan kepada semua dan juga kita punya guest, di mana dalam kita punya match up kita nampak tak ada Ijat dan juga tak ada Ava sebab again lepas investigation nampak gayanya mereka bersalah, tapi kita akan fokus kepada line up sekarang di mana kita berbual backstage. Chibi performance yang sangat kuat pada season yang lepas, adakah Chibi masih boleh bawa dia punya impact dekat dalam season kali ni?
Untuk saya lah dulu Gideon. Untuk saya apa yang saya nampak, Chibi memang MVP regular pada season yang lepas. Untuk kali ni mungkin saya dapat rasakan dengan kemasukan Bank mungkin ada impact yang baru.
Adakah diorang punya emotional state ada terganggu sedikit dengan benda yang terjadi sebelum start regular season ni?
Honestly, I do think that it bothers them a little bit, but as soon as the game starts, I think, all eyes are on the game. They are just focused on winning that game. And I'm curious to know whether All is actually going to play this time round. Everybody's been waiting for him since last season, so maybe, possibly.
Yeah, speaking of player yang mungkin tak akan main, Captain Shah juga ada dekat situ. Tapi ini yang kita juga discuss di mana pasukan SUHAZ Esports kali ini mereka bermain dengan line up yang sama masa season 7 yang mereka nampak sangat-sangat kuat. Yang tak ada dekat sini juga adalah player yang saya nak highlightkan, which is Rex Vim, mereka punya coach. Tetapi kita akan cerita tu selepas ini. AJ dan juga DAs, dua orang ni yang saya nak tengok step up, because DAs pada pendapat saya dia punya mechanical skill memang sangat-sangat hebat, especially sebagai seorang roamer. Tetapi AJ dia start dengan satu style, pakai mage yang mobility kurang tapi burst damage yang tinggi. Saya nak tengok sama ada AJ boleh lebih more flexible, and DAs boleh ke tak ada tolong lagi sekali gerakkan map untuk tim dia.
Ya, kita boleh tengok bagaimana line up yang ada untuk pasukan SUHAZ. Mungkin seperti yang Lafel kata tadi, mungkin Capsha mungkin takkan masuk lagi. Mungkin diorang tengah aturkan strategi yang bagus untuk pasukan SUHAZ ini sebenarnya.
Ya, tapi Gideon, I nak tanya you punya pendapat dekat sini. Di mana AJ, bila dia dapat certain kind of heroes, kita masih ingat dia punya Veil, it's very, very strong. Is it good untuk ada satu jenis style yang you memang dah master, ataupun you rasa AJ pun kena branch out sedikit?
I think it depends on what you consider putting all your points in one basket. You know, imagine if it's like an RPG, it's like a stat tree, you're maxing out all on just mage right now. And I think we haven't seen AJ reach to a point where he has capped the level. And I think in terms of his potential, he's got so much potential to actually work out. But last season wasn't exactly his best performance. He was not feeling well throughout a large majority of that time. The question I think that should be asked right now is whether AJ can evolve, can play more for the team, or more importantly, have that aggressive control in the mid lane.
Ya, saya setuju di mana kita nak tengok dia punya evolve. Tetapi kita akan tarik balik dan berbual pasal HOMEBOIS. Sebab dekat sini kita akan ambil masa untuk serius sedikit, sebab ini adalah persoalan integrity. Ini integrity kita. So dekat sini kita nak acknowledge di mana pada bahagian qualifier ada insiden yang berlaku di mana pihak daripada Munton mereka dah buat investigation dan mereka dah berjaya untuk tahu siapa bersalah dan hukuman telah diberikan. Seperti kita nampak, Ijat dan juga Ava telah di-ban keluar. Kemudian HOMEBOIS mulakan season dengan negatif 8 points. Kita akan cerita tu juga pasal negatif 8 sebab benda tu sangat-sangat penting. Tapi ini juga kita nak cerita macam mana integrity MPL kita memang akan upgrade. Selepas ni Munton dan juga event organizer akan ambil benda ni dengan sangat-sangat berat, di mana kita akan tegaskan lagi qualifiers, kita punya whole regular season, playoff dan sebagainya, sebab kita punya impian yang besar adalah untuk menjadi franchise league, dan dengan itu kita perlu naikkan kita punya integrity, pastikan semua player, semua organisation dilayan dengan sama rata, dengan cara yang fair.
Yeah, I think it's great that Muntun is taking the initiative to actually put their foot down on these things, especially since we're looking to become a bigger league, and more importantly, as you mentioned, becoming more franchised as well. And hopefully, these are the right steps moving towards that direction.
Bagi saya, kita buang yang keruh, ambil yang jenis pada isu yang berlaku sekarang ini.
Tapi bila cerita pasal tu, ini juga yang kita kena cerita pasal HOMEBOIS. Ini adalah peluang juga kepada mereka, sebab mereka yang salah, tetapi it's not the end, it's not over yet. Inilah peluang untuk pasukan HOMEBOIS untuk mereka dah terima mereka punya hukuman. Sekarang apa yang mereka nak lakukan selepas ini? Macam mana mereka nak dapat balik the trust of diorang punya fans? Yes, I tahu yang tu bahagian English, tapi macam mana diorang dapat balik kepercayaan fans diorang? Diorang kena perform dengan sangat bagus pada regular season, sebab nak masuk ke playoff dengan negatif 8 sangat susah.
I think it's important that they get these 2-0s very early on to kind of break down this 8-point deficit, because every time they get a 2-0, it's going to be 3 points. With that being said, 3 games could be all they need to actually break even.
Ya, kita boleh lihat sendiri seperti yang Gideon kata tadi, 2-0 adalah mata yang sangat diperlukan oleh pasukan HOMEBOIS, kerana dengan adanya 2-0 ni, 3 mata point itu mampu untuk mengurangkan sedikit dan mampu untuk layak pergi kepada playoff.
Dekat sini saya rasa saya akan cerita bagi pihak semua fans pasukan HOMEBOIS, sebab saya tengok juga dekat bahagian komen, ramai lagi yang percayakan diorang, ramai lagi yang cakap kita nak tengok Chibi perform, kita nak tengok Anik perform, kita nak tengok diorang main dengan sangat-sangat bagus. So dekat sini HOMEBOIS jangan berputus asa, mereka kena main diorang punya very, very best game, and apa yang kita nak emphasize adalah 2-0. Kalau mereka menang 2-1 akan ada 2 markah, kalau 2-0 3 markah, and kalau mereka just dapat 2-2 dorang mungkin tak boleh nak lepas playoff. Macam mana pun, it's a very difficult situation. Ini adalah satu situasi yang sangat susah.
sangat susah tapi tiada yang mustahil.
Betul.
Tiada yang mustahil.
Tak mustahil, betul.
Yeah, I think more importantly, I think for HOMEBOIS, I think it's, na ambil tanggung jawab, need to take that responsibility. But let's have a look at the player camps so far and see how the teams are preparing themselves.
Dekat sini kita tengok pasukan SUHAZ, mereka tengah berdoa kat situ, and seperti yang saya cakap sebelah Captain Shah adalah Rex Vin, dia adalah coach untuk pasukan SUHAZ, di mana SUHAZ Esports, di mana mereka mengambil coach ini yang coach pasukan wanita mereka nampak sangat kuat. Jadi pada membuat keputusan masuk dekat dalam main line up, dan kita nampak pasukan HOMEBOIS masih bersemangat. Nampak macam mereka tak ada masalah, cakap it's okay guys, negatif 8 nerf, it's okay, kita boleh teruskan, kita boleh menang, and kita still boleh pergi kepada playoff. I suka nampak diorang punya semangat tu, Arta.
Ya, semangat yang mereka tunjukkan tu kita patut contohi. Dan apa yang menarik sekali tentang coach yang ada di pasukan SUHAZ, coach tak silap saya umur dia 18 Lafel.
Ya, sangat
paling muda.
Whoa.
Paling muda, is it?
What am I doing with my life here? There's 18 years old who are coaching professional teams, and here I am on the desk. I feel sad. I feel old.
No lah, you rasa gembira, kita caster kot.
Yeah, true.
Sekurang-kurangnya kita happy. But yes, Rex Vin umur baru 18, beza umur kita orang dalam 10 tahun. Tapi I dah berbual dengan dia, and walaupun dia punya experience belum yang paling tinggi banding dengan coach lain macam Coach James, Amos dan sebagainya, tetapi dia ada dia punya own idea, and dia berani untuk cerita dekat the team members, and kalau diorang buat silap, dia akan marah, and then dia akan cakap yang kita still boleh lakukan yang terbaik.
Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully they're giving him the respect that a lot of young coaches, don't really get in the beginning.
Ya, tapi macam mana pun, kalau kita nak cerita pasal perlawanan hebat, ada benda yang lagi hebat. Di mana dekat sini kita nak cerita pasal McDelivery, di mana kita cari balik dia punya skip, but it's okay. Pastikan anda belanja RM50 untuk berjaya untuk dapatkan free 6 pieces chicken McNugget dan juga untuk mendapat eksklusif MLBB skin. Tetapi bila check out, anda kena letak MPL rewards dekat checkout code, sebab kita dah buat sebelum ni, kita tak letak code, and then kita tak dapat the free nuggets. Arta, suka nugget?
Suka sangat Rafael. Dapat free lagi saya suka.
Gideon suka skin?
Of course, I love skins. Any day, anytime, anywhere.
Saya lagi suka nugget sebab skin semua dah ada, so saya memang nak nugget sahaja.
Oh, quick flex,
Kita kena quick flex sikit. Tapi macam mana sekalipun, selepas ni kita akan tengok perlawanan di antara pasukan SUHAZ Esports menentang dengan pasukan HOMEBOIS. Tetapi seperti yang kita dah terangkan, ini integriti kita. Jadi sebelum kita masuk kepada mereka punya perlawanan, kita akan pergi kepada coin toss terlebih dahulu.
Personally, I really do like the coin tosses, to be fair. They do it out, right up on stage. You have the captains come up as well. And that way people in the comments aren't like, oh, what's going on in the background here? Is it heads or tails? Like, they even made sure that it's written heads or tails, first pick, second pick. It's just so clean, so crisp.
Ya, lagi-lagi bila kita tengok ada beberapa team, kalau menang, diorang boleh dapat kemenangan yang lagi bagus lah. Tapi macam mana pun, kita akan pergi kepada coin toss yang akan berlaku kat atas stage, di mana Jah Suzuran dah bersedia dekat bahagian atas untuk tengok siapa yang akan dapat first pick dan second pick. So, Jah, please take it away.
Terima kasih Lafel, Gideon dan juga Arta. Assalamualaikum tuan-tuan dan puan-puan. Anda bersama dengan saya Jah Suzuran ataupun Abeja yang merupakan stage host anda pada hari ini. Baik, sebelum kita mulakan perlawanan kita pada hari ini di antara HOMEBOIS dan juga SUHAZ Esports, Abeja ingin menjemput Head Marshal kita Han Sion dan juga kedua-dua ketua pasukan HOMEBOIS dan juga SUHAZ Esports ke hadapan stage bagi melakukan coin toss. Dan sekarang ini HOMEBOIS memilih heads, manakala SUHAZ pula memilih tails. Jadi sekarang ini kita akan melihat kita punya Head Marshal kita melakukan coin toss terlebih dahulu. Dan sama-sama kita nantikan keputusannya. Dan keputusannya adalah tails. Ini bermakna SUHAZ Esports telah memilih untuk melakukan first pick terlebih dahulu. Terima kasih Han Sion dan juga kedua-dua ketua pasukan kita. Baik, untuk perlawanan pada hari ini di antara HOMEBOIS dan juga SUHAZ Esports, pasukan mana yang lebih rancak, pasukan mana yang lebih seru, sama-sama kita nantikan. Mungkin banyak kejutan-kejutan untuk anda semua di rumah. Jadi sekarang ini kalau kita tengok, kita punya caster-caster dah pun siap sedia untuk cast game yang pertama. Jadi tanpa membuang masa lagi, BM caster, English caster, take it away.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to MPL MY. Thank you very much to Ja for facilitating a great coin toss earlier, and of course, a wonderful pre-show with Lafel, Arta, and of course, Gideon, who is now joining me here on the desk. For those of you who are watching at home, none of this would be possible without our sponsors: Official Gaming Chair, Secret Lab, Partners in Esports, TikTok Live, Esports Charts, and EGG Network, and of course our co-organizer ESI. My name's Stafa, you already know him. Here's Gideon. Welcome back to the show.
Oh boy, can't wait for this very first game to kick off here because we are going to be seeing SUHAZ Esports. I'm really excited to see Box play all over again, my guy.
Yep, no doubt about that. But I'm sure some of you guys are also very excited about the code giveaway. If you guys see at the bottom of the screen right now, make sure you guys make use of this redemption code at the link provided to get your chance to win very, very special in-game rewards.
Yep, make sure you collect it while you still can, but remember there are also more prizes to be collected later on throughout the day, especially during the post and as well as the pre-shows, lucky draws, more codes, McDelivery codes. Like, they're given so much this season.
It really, really is. But that's not all. There's even more to give out if you guys just put in a little bit of effort yourselves and click that share button below. We have share milestones for you guys to hit. When you guys hit a certain amount of shares, you'll be able to get even more in-game rewards, as you can see on the bottom of the screen right now.
And every single time we hit a bigger milestone, not only do the prize get bigger, but more people are going to be selected for the lucky draw towards the end of the day. So make sure you keep hitting that share button as much as you can, no matter what platform you're on. Get your friends, get your animals, get your pets, get your family, you know, maybe a couple of your parents as well. I don't know if they're into it, maybe their relatives as well. How many more can you go at this point? Distant cousins, those are fun.
Yeah, but either way, disregarding that, we're going to be focusing on the players as they now walk up onto the stage introducing
HOMEBOIS.
Try to take the throws. I'm not that familiar with it.
SUHAZ Esports.
And this is going to be the very first matchup of their season here with SUHAZ Esports up against the HOMEBOIS once again. Now, most importantly here, we are seeing two nominees here. They have achieved MVPs. More importantly, they're some of the most crucial key players on their sides. It's going to be Box up against Chibi, both of which have been nominated as one of the rookies of Season 7 and Season 8, respectively.
Yep, it really is going to be an interesting match to watch out for, as you mentioned, not just these players, but both these teams have something to prove. Speaking of the teams, let's have a look at their lineup, starting up with the HOMEBOIS. You know him, you love him. It is going to be Vince, Chibi, Anip, Saiful, as well as Irfan.
Now, we've been seeing a lot of this regular lineup here, their starter lineup for the Homeboys since Season 8. Nothing much has changed, and I think that's going to give a lot of confidence, especially to all the Homeboys fans out there. Despite their 8-point deficit, this is the faces that they are going to bring to make sure that they can climb back from the deficit.
Yep, this momentum in this very first game of Season 9 for them, and of course in the games that are going to be coming up in the following weeks, is very, very important because as you highlighted, Homeboys, they're already sitting at a disadvantage. Having an 8-point deficit compared to all the other teams means they have to work that much harder, but in their way is going to be the obstacle known as SUHAZ Esports.
And I love the fact that this is going to be their first debut matches for either one of these teams, because both of these teams are one of the very few who maintain their roster throughout the year. It's going to be HY, The Ace, Evie, Box, and as well as AJ. And I'm really curious to see not only how the junglers on each side is going to perform, but also the performance of the roamers this time around, because in the meta right now, supports pretty much dictate the game.
That is absolutely true, and on both sides we do have very accomplished roamer players. The Ace for the side of SUHAZ Esports and of course Saiful for the side of Homeboys. It's going to be up to them to dictate how the flow of the game goes by. But first, let's have a look at some key players, starting with Anip from the side of Homeboys.
Anip, a very versatile player in his own right. The meta has changed from fighter goal lanes in towards marksman goal lanes, but keep in mind, he is willing to switch things up when necessary. He's got the counter picks, and especially his Sun pick, he likes to go when he's up against marksmen in the gold lane. His micro really on point, extremely consistent as he has maintained his continuous onslaught when it comes down to breaking down that first turret. It's always under Anip's name.
Yep, Anip is one of those players on the side of the Homeboys that usually doesn't come up much when you're talking about star players, because it can be difficult to overshadow players such as Chibi, such as Irfan, and so on. But he has always been a solid fallback plan for the Homeboys when their early game isn't quite working out. In comparison, however, let's have a look over at SUHAZ Esports' The Ace.
The Ace, one of the more aggressive style of supports, likes to go for these hard tanks all across the board. He does play a little bit of Matilda here and there, and everybody knows that each support in their own respective MPLs needs to know how to play with Cho. When it comes down to versatility, the Ace has it when it comes down to specifically hard tanks.
Yeah, but if we look at the rest of his main attributes, his stats here are out of this world. Just look at how large it is. His macro aggression, his objectives, playmaking style are all at the top of their class. The question is, will this be sufficient? In the past, we've seen many of the teams in MPL have already figured out how to play against SUHAZ Esports, because as we've highlighted, they've stuck with the same 5 members for multiple seasons. The question here is, will they be able to bring something different to the table?
Well, let's have a look at the talent predictions here and see what everybody here believes is going to win this game. Is it going to be SUHAZ, or is it going to be the Homeboys this time around? And as we can see, it's going to be a split in the middle here with, that's enough, I didn't expect it, but you went for Homeboys this time around. I personally went for SUHAZ Esports, and as we can see, the rest of the talents, only Adine and Arthur are going to agree with me here.
This is very interesting because it's quite rare for both the English caster desk and the Malay caster desk to have one caster supporting each side at the same time. I personally feel that Homeboys, they've had a much more consistent gameplay style. I think they're a little bit flashier in terms of their mechanics, a little bit better than that of SUHAZ, but teams are changing and evolving all the time here. Let's have a look at what you guys at home think instead.
Ooh, a vast majority, despite the 8-point deficit, are going to believe that Homeboys is going to take it away in overwhelming fashion. Okay, I appreciate the sentiment for sure. However, I do think that SUHAZ has a very good chance here. I do agree that Homeboys has been looking much better throughout the season. However, SUHAZ now has the right amount of resources and, more importantly, the right amount of time to actually learn from their mistakes from last season and apply it for this season.
This is going to be a very interesting game to watch, because anyone that keeps an eye on the local Mobile Legends scene would probably think Homeboys are the favorites going into this. But before we continue that train of thought, let us tell you guys about Samsung Galaxy A52s 5G.
Yep, you want an awesome gaming experience like no other? Check out the new Samsung Galaxy here with some great and fresh tech here on the table. Hopefully you guys cop one for yourselves today because that 5G is pretty slick.
Yep, if you guys are looking for a device to improve your MLBB gameplay, look no further than this model right here. But as we proceed onwards, the timer is ticking down. Once again, talking about these two teams, Homeboys, their performance outside of MPL has been very, very stellar, taking down some really strong teams outside. In comparison, SUHAZ, their performance in the previous seasons, a little bit lackluster.
Yeah, it definitely is varying from season to season here. So far, I mean, Homeboys, they're looking like they have a better track record overall. And I think that SUHAZ, last season, they were just not exactly at their top form, unfortunately. They didn't have that breakout that we were expecting after their very first season during Season 7, if I remember correctly. But now, I think things are better. A lot of their members are feeling a lot healthier than before.
Yep, and I think one factor that we have to look into is the introduction of their brand new coach. LaFell did mention this earlier in the pre-show, but is there anything that you want to highlight a bit about this brand new addition to the SUHAZ lineup?
Well, I think, you know, their young coach is extremely talented in what he does, and more so, he garners the respect of a lot of the members. And based on what I've heard so far, a lot of the SUHAZ Esports members are receptive to his criticism. It's not about just fun and games anymore, it's about improvement, and if everybody is motivated for that same goal, they will continue to improve.
Well, we will find out whether or not that is truly going to be the case. Two teams with something to prove. We enter into our very first draft of the day. SUHAZ Esports drafting on the blue side, Homeboys drafting on the red side.
Now, the meta has changed quite a bit since the last time we've been here. In case you've only been watching from Season 8 and this is your first time watching any competitive mobile MOBAs, most importantly, it comes down to these mage type supports or just mages in general who've been making a significant impact. Others prefer to target junglers, others prefer to target, you know, specific gold laners as well. But for a majority of the time, especially here in Malaysia, it does come down to what mages are you going to get your hands on.
Now, in addition to that as well, I feel like right now in the current meta, being able to secure yourself a more secure position in the early game is incredibly important to ensure that your core heroes are going to be able to scale up. Teams that don't have aggressive options and are unable to defend themselves against enemy invades and ganks will find themselves in a very difficult spot trying to claw back from a deficit.
You know, speaking of aggression here, right? There is one particular pick that we saw banned out consistently throughout yesterday, and that came down to Fanny. Fanny's coming back into the meta here. Very slight changes, but a very good change to her kit that a lot of people are abusing early on, especially since pre-level 4. Fanny is quite a beast. She can get as much pressure as she wants to, but looking, there we go. Fanny getting banned out for the side of the Homeboys, as well as Valentina. Looking back at SUHAZ Esports, it's going to be the Cho as well as the Selena.
Personally, as a pub player myself, especially one that frequents the epic rank, I am really glad and also not glad to see Fanny being banned this often, because it just goes to show that the hero is in a state right now where I don't think anyone wants to play against her, because as you highlighted, in the early game, Fanny is an absolute beast. Once she gets that purple buff, there is almost no hero on the ML roster that can stop her from just flying around, securing kills, stealing buffs, and most teams just don't want to deal with that when they are having enough trouble securing farm for their own junglers.
Looks like the direction of both SUHAZ and as well as the Homeboys right now is just getting rid of these meta picks, right? The fact that SUHAZ is banning out this Lancelot would give me the idea that they want to kind of free up space for some of the artillery mages. Either Farsa, most likely going to be Yves, which is usually the go-to rather than Farsa these days. Homeboys, on the other hand, they could still lean towards a little bit more jungle-sided if they wanted to. They could start banning out some things like Ling, things that jump into the backline, and start attaining mages for themselves, or they can immediately start getting rid of strong first picks.
It's certainly a good shout out there. Their final ban gonna be coming out. The glue being banned out by Homeboys. Yet another hero that has recently gained prevalence in the meta after his recent buffs. Incredibly oppressive and just a general presence that's difficult to deal with in lane and outside of lane. When we look on the side of SUHAZ Esports, their bans here are interesting. Getting rid of the Cho, the Selena, and Lancelot seems to indicate they want to set up a more comfortable position for AJ specifically, I think, because his mage choices tend to be less mobile compared to other mage players.
But interestingly enough, they're going to go with Edith as their very first pick. We haven't seen this as of yet. I'm excited to see how it's going to be played, and more importantly, who is going to be playing it. Are they going to go with the style of, you know, put Edith into a support position or as a decent mid lane with AJ? But that does mean that Hayabusa and as well as Paquito going to be the natural pickups for the side of the Homeboys, very staple picks as well for both Irfan and Chibi.
This is very comfortable for Homeboys already. These are, as you mentioned, signature picks for both Irfan and Chibi. You will not go wrong giving them the Paquito and the Hayabusa. These are their namesakes. This is literally Irfan's best hero here, and it's going to be quite difficult for SUHAZ to have to deal with. However, if he is laning against the Edith in the side lane, that is one of the few heroes that could put up a fight.
Yeah, it does take, oh man, it's a tough call at this point. I think for SUHAZ Esports, they're going to be looking to get their supports pretty early on here, but as you can see, their coaches are just letting them know about the draft. They've got the last couple of seconds here to lock in their picks, and there we have it. It's going to be Uranus and as well as Lilia. Very early on, they just want to brick wall Irfan as quickly as possible, keep him in lane, and have somebody that can just peel for the team.
Alright, interesting choice here by SUHAZ Esports. The Lilia isn't particularly unusual, although not really a hero that AJ frequents. It's a very safe mage pick nowadays. What I'm interested in is the fact that they have already drafted two tanky heroes in the Edith as well as the Uranus. Nowadays, typically, we see teams draft one tank hero at most, sometimes not even, because they go for the enchanter type supports instead. However, one of the few teams that did consistently like going for this double tanky comp was SUHAZ Esports. So far, they are sticking to what's comfortable to them.
That's the textbook here. Homeboy's going to be locking in Sicilian for some late game insurance, and I think that's pretty important, especially since they need somebody who has that added bit of range. Lilia is a great mage, don't get me wrong. If played correctly, and if you have some foresight into dropping down her little shadow balls, then you can deal a lot of damage with Gloom. And the most important part is that her ultimate is a great way to deny Hayabusa from using the Ogi Shadow Kill. Oh, Ogi Shadow Kill me? No problem. Black shoes, I'm back to full health.
Yep, that is the value of having Lilia on the lineup. Now, as we enter into the second phase of bans, Homeboys are going to be starting off by banning out the Roger. Realizing that SUHAZ Esports have not yet drafted their jungler, they are going to start focusing down on Box's picks. Interestingly enough, going for the Roger instead of more signature assassins like the Ling. However, I think Homeboys, they're in a very comfortable spot right now where if he wants to play these squishier assassin heroes, they're okay with that.
Yeah, I think at this point in time, what Homeboys is feeling really comfortable is the fact that Anip does have counter matchups for the traditional marksmen that go into the gold lane, and also banning out these enchanter type mages. SUHAZ is making sure that Homeboys don't have that added bit of utility. Getting rid of Matilda is a good shot. I would argue that Estes might also be something that they need to get rid of, or Rafaela at the very least. The movement speed is great. Estes maybe a little less high on the priority list because their team composition overall, based on these three core picks from Homeboys, don't really want to team fight too hard.
Yeah, I do agree. I think that Rafaela would be the final ban coming out from SUHAZ unless they just want to completely turn around and ban out something from Anip's roster, but I feel like that would be a little bit weird. In comparison, Rafaela would allow Homeboys to make very early aggressive plays, which is something that SUHAZ wants to avoid right now. This is a team that prefers playing defensively in the early game and giving the ace space to be annoying. And the most difficult thing to deal with when you're playing some more of these tankier supports is the Enchanter supports because of the amount of DPS and healing they can output.
The only pick I think that's a little out of the ordinary, and not exactly an Enchanter support, but at the very least something that can harass but still stay afar like an Enchanter support, is the Popo and Koopa. And that's something that Cypher has brought out once before, and I think would be not too bad in this current state against SUHAZ Esports, because it's looking more like SUHAZ wants to play as a team, strong, clumped up composition, while HOMEBOIS can actually play as 4-1 or arguably 3-2 for smaller skirmishes. SUHAZ inevitably decide to ban out Kufra instead so they don't get punished for clumping up.
Okay, the Kufra ban, interesting. Looks like they're not going to be banning out the Rafaela after all. This does make me think that SUHAZ Esports are going to give Box an assassin hero like the Ling, because Kufra would be a hero that counteracts that mobility, so perhaps they are setting up for that. Popol and Koopa, as you highlighted earlier, would work, but I think the hero has shifted a bit too far into being more of a marksman nowadays to not really provide effective frontlining for the rest of the team. HOMEBOIS, what do they want to draft here? Do they want something more like a team fight tank? Maybe something like Hylos? It's a bit unusual, but not impossible.
No, first they're going to be locking in Beatrix to have a little bit of flexibility here and wait on what else that they could go for at the end with a support pick. But I think Beatrix is absolutely fine. She doesn't have too many bad matchups at the end of the day. And SUHAZ could easily go for something along the lines of Brody, which is about like a little bit more Beatrix favored. They can go for Clint, which is a little bit more Clint favored. It really depends on what they are more comfortable to play against this Beatrix matchup, especially since HY gets to choose.
That is true. I'm actually surprised at how often I've seen teams leave Clint until the very last phases of the pick phase so far in the MPL, because in my opinion, the hero is in a really, really strong state, and I'm surprised more teams aren't picking him up earlier. But the final few picks coming out from SUHAZ Esports going to be the Popol and Koopa, and oh ho ho, the Dirov appears in the Land of Dawn.
Okay. That's interesting. I'm seeing a lot of smiles there coming in for the side of SUHAZ. Dirov in the jungle, I would assume. Am I correct here? Would that be a smart assumption? I'm not entirely sure here, but HOMEBOIS, on the other hand, yeah, it's going to be Box on the Dirov in the jungle, with Boxy being the final pick for the side of the HOMEBOIS. What a matchup this is going to be.
Oh ho ho, I like the Baxia pickup here. It counteracts the Edith, the Dirov, as well as the Uranus on the opposite side by denying some of their regen. But this is going to be the debut of Jungle Dirov on the MPL stage, Day 2, and we're already seeing some really exciting stuff.
Oh boy, what a way to kick things off for day number 2. An exciting lineup and the composition coming in from SUHAZ and HOMEBOIS, steady as ever, playing to their own traditional style. I mean, this has to be one of the best matchups we've seen so far. Let's see as we go in towards that Land of Dawn. This is going to be one more time as we look at the team compositions from either side. We have SUHAZ Esports on the blue side with a full lineup ready to fight, ready to go into the middle of the war. If you look into the side of the HOMEBOIS, they can split, they can skirmish, but most importantly, they want to get and overwhelm the odds. HOMEBOIS ready to wreck. Let's get into the Land of Dawn.
Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you don't leave your seats. If you want a snack, grab it now, because in just a few moments we're going to be immersed in some intense MLBB action, and you don't want to miss a single second. This Dirov jungle is something that I'm very interested in watching, because if you had asked me before this, what is one hero that I think teams are going to pick up that you might not expect, I would have actually said Dirov. This hero recently, after the buff, does a stupid amount of damage.
I would agree, and you know, putting him in the jungle allows him to get those early levels very early on, allowing him to naturally be stronger in terms of raw base stats compared to his opponents. But now you can see Box, he's instantly going for this invade, and he's got the team to work with him to steal away the Bugbear. He's not taking both of his buffs, and he knows for a fact that Chibi is not going to be able to contest it.
I like this aggressive movement from SUHAZ Esports. They know with a Dirov in the jungle, there is not much that Chibi is going to be able to do against him pre-level 4. The amount of damage coming out from this fighter hero is just not something you can compete against. In the bottom lane as well, Anip taking quite a fair bit of damage. This is not an ideal matchup for a Beatrix because Koopa can just frontline for Popol the entire time.
Absolutely, and especially when you are using something like Renner, like Popol just blocks the damage and then regens afterwards, which is a little frustrating to deal with. So on the bottom side, it is going to be a losing matchup unless Baxia can make all the difference. And Eevee, if he holds strong against Irfan with his Uranus, which is very likely for him to do unless there's some outside interference. Oh, wait, we're seeing movements coming in from the homeboys here. Chibi making his way up to the top side of the map. I don't think he really wants to mess with the Uranus, especially since he doesn't have his first item.
Another thing to mention about the draft from SUHAZ here is actually it's really smart because, oh, hold on, before we get to that, Cypher gonna get caught out first blood even though he drops down to revitalize. Not enough to keep the Baxia alive. SUHAZ Esports already claiming their first kill of the game.
Yep, and that's the stupid amount of damage we're talking about. Once he is charged up and has his empowered abilities, you just don't expect that ult to deal so much damage when you're below 50% health. An easy turtle for the side of SUHAZ Esports as they rotate back down. Turtle slain, and we can celebrate that with Nescafe.
So far, Box performing pretty well on this tier of jungle. I think this is actually a hero that suits his style quite a bit. We saw in the previous seasons that he ventured a little bit into jungle Aldous, but now he has a hero that does a similar thing without as much farm. Oh, another kill as they invade into the enemy jungle. Not even enough time to point out the first blood bounty.
Oh, Edith, this is one of the few moments where Edith just feels so good. Getting a good onward into an Earth Shatter combination, slowing them down just enough for Dairoth to get the last bit of energy he needs for an empowered attack. Now, Saiful can only help Anip at this point of time, which opens up a huge door for SUHAZ Esports to attack Chibi in his own jungle. So, homeboys, they've got to really decide on where they want to place their resources.
This is something very important about picking heroes that have an advantage in your lane nowadays, because if you're not able to win your lane on your own, it means you have to pull another member of the team to help you out. And if the roamer is not there to help out the jungle, it sets up situations where the enemy jungle can invade, steal buffs, and take kills.
Oh, an exciting 3 minutes all and 37 seconds starting off this game so far. But hey, quick technical pause. Hopefully they can, get a solution for this real quick before we get back into the games. But so far, what do you think about Edith? We haven't seen her use her ult just yet, but the ace has been getting some really nice catches. And as you mentioned before, Dairoth doing a stupid amount of damage.
Now, personally, I myself don't really like Edith as a roaming tank. I personally prefer playing her in the side lane EXP laner. However, no one can deny the ability of the hero to set up kills. As you mentioned, if they get the onward Earth Shatter combo, it easily sets up kills for the rest of your team. The only problem with the hero is that you do need other members of your team to be able to fully take advantage of it if you're going for a full tank build. That, however, isn't really a problem with this draft that SUHAZ Esports has come up with. The Dairoth jungle is able to start fighting very early on.
But that's the thing, right? Homeboys don't get strong until later, unless they can dedicate their resources to help bottom side for a majority of the time, inclusive of Chibi actually rotating to that side of the map and sacrificing these early turtles. I don't think it's going to happen. It feels like Chibi is trying to do too many things at the same time. He needs to make sure, Irfan is able to get out of lane so he can start applying pressure on his side of the map, go down bot side, protect his Beatrix, and most importantly, look for that counter jungle. It's not an easy task, and I don't think he's really going to get ahead until about mid-game. So I'm guessing 8-9 minutes around there.
Yeah, something that gives you a lot of advantage in the current meta of ML is how independent your hero picks can be. The less help they require from the rest of your team in the laning phase, the more presence you can exert over the enemy team towards the first few minutes of the game. And in these first few minutes, we're already seeing SUHAZ Esports exert their presence onto the enemy jungle simply because their laners don't need any help.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, you can see the ace, he's literally helping AJ clear up that wave, and Vince can only do so much. He doesn't have priority of that mid lane. It's becoming a problem. However, we are seeing a beautiful kill down on bot side. Saiful is going to be trading his life as the Earth Shatter does connect, allowing Box to secure that kill. Anip is still healthy, so it's going to be a quick trade for a gold laner over a support.
Now, normally you would consider that was a trade in favor of the homeboys because they got the gold laner, only losing their tank in return. However, that is another kill going over to Box, who is already level 8, 2 levels up on the enemy Hayabusa with a 3-0 KDA. You cannot afford to allow him to snowball any further.
Here we go. Seifel is going to be rolling in with the shield unity. There's nothing much he can do, but that ult already chunks him out. 30% of his HP gone in an instant. Empowered. And there you have it. Dyrod doing so much as Chibi looks to try and pick up AJ. Bennett's rage does not connect as both flicker out of there just in time. Quick fingers coming out of AJ to minimize that damage. Good play from SUHAZ Esports.
I am really loving the rotations coming out from SUHAZ right now. We expressed some doubts about this team earlier before the draft even started, but they're already proving that they have what it takes to stand with these teams on the latest MPL stage. They are currently 2,000 net worth up on their opponents already, and Chibi, on his signature Hayabusa pick, has not been able to get any kills.
Yeah, I mean, so far Chibi is very item dependent on this Hayabusa. He needs his first item at the very least to really start putting on the pressure. Anip unfortunately cannot keep this up, and now SUHAZ has shifted their attention from Turtle down to this bot side to unlock him. They're locking down Seifel with the I'm Angry, but they've already got the knock up of the onwards. Here comes Vince to try and change the tides of the battle, but the ace, he quickly goes on. Can he get out? No, he dies in Phalanx form as they pick up 3 kills for 1 in favor of SUHAZ as they chase down the last couple of members. Even Eevee coming down to rotate and catch them off. Well done as bot side tier 1 collapses.
That is a massive trade in favor of SUHAZ Esports, getting 3 kills and a tier 1 tower only for the ace's life. And for a moment there, it actually did look like he could get out. All things considered, SUHAZ are now fully in the driver's seat of this game, and homeboys have been put in a very unfortunate situation of having to rely on their heroes to scale up.
Yep, they're already one step ahead of the homeboys as they find a pick onto Irfan early on into that matchup. Eevee is continuing to be a nuisance, calling to the rest of his team. He's got 3 members on top of him, flickers out of there. Little bit of HP, ends up dying anyways, and they will sacrifice this turtle. They can potentially break open the mid lane if they want to, but the minions won't get there in time. So now it's going to be a 3v3, potentially 4, as Vince could get into this fight. They start off with Box here, dropping his Box managing to steal away the turtle, and the rest of the homeboys are scrambling for control.
Yep, and they're not quite done yet, forcing to revitalize. Not enough. Godlike streak getting taken by Box. The ultimate instantly executing the enemy. Baxia Irfan going to be able to escape from their clutches, but that is the dearth of damage we have been talking about. It does not matter if you are a tank hero. There's just too much armor reduction on this hero's abilities.
Dairoth just absolutely shreds this. Oh my goodness. Unless you've got anti-Cures, I think that's the only effective armor item that might even keep you alive long enough. But honestly, with the amount of bursts we're seeing from the side of SUHAZ Esports, there's just no time. They've got a 3k gold lead, pushing up to 4, and now homeboys, the only way they're going to turn this around is if they drag this on for late game.
They're gonna be fully reliant on ensuring that Vince is able to get that farm. The question is whether or not they can hold on long enough, because even if they try to wait and scale up on the Sicilian and the Hayabusa, the enemy team, HYHY, on the Popple and Koopa is going to start getting some major DPS as well.
Oh boy, here we go. Irfan already having to get pushed out of the lane. His Eevee is just way too much for him, allowing Box to take away that tier 2. However, even the orange buff is getting taken away. Oh, Anip! He finds a great opportunity, forcing the black shoes out of AJ here as he gets deep into enemy lines. Flickers over the wall as the ace quickly having to use his ultimate to get out of there. The primal wrap might not be enough as RNG was not on his side. Box gets into the middle of the fight, but Chibi with no Oki Shadow Deal is left out to dry. There you have it. It's going to be a double kill for Box.
And it's a 2-for-1 trade. Not too bad for the homeboys, but once again, Box continuing his legendary kill streak, 9-0 on the debut of Jungle Giraffe. I get the feeling we're going to start seeing this in pubs very soon, and I am not very happy about it, but I'm sure SUHAZ Esports fans are feeling ecstatic ecstatic right now.
Yeah, they are absolutely feeling it right now. Dairoth is looking real good against the Homeboys lineup who don't have any way to stop this early game aggression. And the only way they had that was with Irfan and Anip, who did not have favorable matches in their own lane. So this is just the result of the draft so far. 9 minutes in, SUHAZ with a 5k gold lead, and the First Lord should be falling into their hands. But you can see how much Uranus is just tanking the damage so far on that top side. 3 members dedicated to take him out.
The Lord will fall in favor of SUHAZ Esports, which once again, guys, make sure you guys check out the Samsung Galaxy A52s 5G. But now with the Lord pushing down bot lane, I don't think Homeboys will have too much problem defending this. It is, after all, an unbuffed regular Lord. But looking at how the trend of the game is going so far, Homeboys just simply don't have the resources to be able to straight up take fights against SUHAZ Esports.
Yeah, they really don't. And unfortunately, I think Box is in a position where he can 1v3 his opponents now that he got the Bloodlust Axe on top of everything else. So he has Sustain, he has Damage. Bennett's Rage comes down to clear up the waves as soon as possible. With the help of Sicilian, this Lord should go, but they can't afford to lose an inhibitor turret. Eevee is going to send himself forward as Seifel puts down the Toys Poissons early on, as well as the Rejuvenate. They even are dedicating Beatrix, who is great at stalling out the games with Nibiru's Passion. Those waves are still crashing in those. Irfan pushes them back. Can they find anything here as Chibi goes right into the fight with the Oki Shadow Kill? He can take his shadows, quad shadows backwards, and that is a good defense coming in from the Homeboys.
That was actually really unfortunate for Chibi, though. Koopa tanked almost every hit of his ultimate. That would have actually been enough to help secure a couple kills since SUHAZ Esports were already so low on HP, but sometimes RNG simply isn't on your side. Now, with only the inhibitor turret standing for the side of Homeboys, this is going to be an upwards battle. Are they able to defend their base long enough to get Vince his damage?
Yep, Vince is still trying to scale. He even has Mystery Shop. Right now, if we're looking at the items, he has 2 items, which is a good position. But looking at SUHAZ Esports with their extra 6k in their bank account, you can see some of the more ahead members like HYHY, 3 items in the wakes. AJ, who's a little bit behind, but he's getting up to that 3rd. Eevee, clearly comfortable, just roaming around and continuing to open up the map for SUHAZ.
Box has 9k net worth in comparison to GB, who is only on 6k. And when we saw Vince, he actually has less personal net worth than the Ace. So this is not looking good for the Homeboys right now. They need to be able to find and secure pickoffs. But this is where the draft of SUHAZ Esports comes into play. This is really, really smart. They have 2 tankier heroes, and even the squishier heroes on their side, like Popol and Koopa and Lilia, have tools to ensure that they don't need to tank too much damage or have ways of surviving it, which renders a lot of the heroes on the side of the Homeboys kind of useless.
Eevee's been taking way too much damage. He uses the Consecration early on just to tank through as much, but GB can't really put a dent in him at this point of time, not even bringing him down, only by 10% of his HP, which Eevee naturally regenerates it back up to full. It's frustrating, but this Luminous Lord is something that Homeboys cannot give away to SUHAZ.
Yeah, and we can see that they're grouping up as 5 right now. They want to see if they can contest this. Eevee going to scout them out, gonna encounter Seifel very, very soon. So now both teams are aware of each other's presence, but SUHAZ, they don't really mind at all. They are still looking for farm all across the map.
Yep. Seifel doesn't mind taking all this damage coming in from AJ because he's eventually going to run out of stacks. If he forces AJ to use his Black Shoes early, that's going to be a significant advantage for the side of the Homeboys. But SUHAZ, very disciplined as ever, holding on to their abilities, not dedicating too much, as AJ will use his Black Shoes early on to try and rush down this Lord. Here comes Seifel. Does he know? He realizes it's quick as Eevee tries to split the fight into 2. Anip in the backline is Irfan looking straight for HYHY. Eevee has lost his position, but Dairoth is just a little too strong. TB is the next to fall down after the Oki Shadow Kill, and Vince cannot get away from the onward push from the Edith. The rest fall ensued. That's the end of the story there for Homeboys. 4-0 with the Lord slain as well.
Somehow, inside all that chaos, Irfan was able to land the last hit on the Lord, so they don't have to deal with that. But now Anif, as one man, has to deal with the full team of SUHAZ pushing in. Guess what? He's gone. Killing spree going over to HY. A wipeout onto the enemy team secures the very first victory for SUHAZ Esports.
Great decision making there. Great decision making. Knowing that the Lord was already in the hands of the homeboys, they decide to turn on the fight and put as much damage and turn that wound lethal for the homeboys. Well done to SUHAZ.
That was just incredible gameplay by them, and I think part of what facilitated it was that excellent draft. That was really, really smart, making sure that all of the heroes had ways of escaping being assassinated by the Hayabusa and had enough bulk and scaling damage in order to deal with whatever homeboys threw at them.
Yep. Oh boy, this is a strong first game from SUHAZ Esports. And I think for homeboys, even they realize, okay, this style of play isn't necessarily working. We need a way to kind of stop this early aggression the next time we see it. But hey, Dyrog Jungle, you saw it here first.
Yeah, I get the feeling this is going to be a pick that more and more teams are going to start homing in on as the weeks go on, because as someone who has played a lot of EXP lane against Derov, this hero is really underrated right now. The damage that he outputs is absolutely ridiculous. The armor shred, all of a sudden your HP is just gone, and I think Box played that really, really well. As I highlighted, Box, he's played heroes like Aldous in the jungle before, but this time, this is a fighter hero that not only enables him to play a slightly more durable character in the jungle, but participate in fights without needing ages to scale up.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's about that early game pressure that you can apply and dedicate the rest of your resources for your side laners. Like HY's damage, I'm excited to see it later down in the stats. How much did he really provide for the rest of the team? And the same goes for AJ, both of which have naturally high inbuilt damage, and especially for Popo and Koopa, well, you gotta, combine it with the Weapons Master emblem, on top of the fact you need like 3 items before you really start feeling his punch.
Yep, but they didn't need the Popo and Koopa to really start punching people down, because his only job there was to make sure he does not lose lane to Anif. As long as he can manage that, and he did that very well, even forcing Cypher to have to babysit the Beatrix for a while, allowing the rest of his team to just completely take over the rest of the map.
Yep, it's really, really interesting, but it's time. Let's look at the item builds first before we start checking out the bigger stats of this game. Number 1 with SUHAZ Esports with a 16-4 kill count. Man, that is a difference in this 13, well, technically 14-minute match.
Yep, and we can see that 12 of those 16 kills did indeed go to Box, which ended up going with a 12-0 KDA. This Dirov was full build compared to everyone else in the game, which is absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, looking at his build so far, just so that I can memorize this if ever I want to actually try this out for myself in pubs, it's going to be Hunter Strike, War Axe into Bloodlust Axe in that order. I'm not entirely sure whether you got the Bruce Force Breastplate first or the Athena Shield after, but, I think that's situational based on your games. Very interesting to see how with only 3 items and just by the sheer level lead, he was able to kind of dominate a lot of his own matchups.
Yep, in comparison as well, you can see how he forced Cypher into a situation where he had to build so defensively, going for the Antique Cuirass and into the second item, Immortality, and it still wasn't enough to frontline for the rest of his team, because he still has to deal with the rest of SUHAZ Esports just bursting down the gates and going for their backline.
Yeah, there's nothing much they can really do about that situation at all. And you can even see with Eevee, initially he just goes for the Talisman, and then immediately is like, I'm just going to go full tank. Like, I don't even need to worry about Vins being a problem at this point of time. I can just absorb the damage, build basically full armor, and then only look as my 4th item to start looking for magic resist.
Yeah, you can see in comparison, homeboys, they had a very confident team composition. this would work out very well if they were able to gain that early game advantage and snowball it in. It just didn't quite work out. Let's have a look at the MVP of this game. I don't think anyone can contest it. It is going over to Box from SUHAZ Esports with the incredible 12-0 match KDA.
Yup, Box was holding the majority of the shares when it came down to how far his team was ahead in terms of gold. 100% match KP, 12-0 and for his team. We're handing him the kills. Just, hey, I peppered him up a little bit. Took away a couple of their cooldowns. The rest is all up to you, my boy, and Box just blew it out of the park.
This is starting to be a little bit reminiscent of SUHAZ Esports' performance in Season 7. As you recall, Box was known for being a very textbook, very clean, very efficient jungler at that point with solid KDAs. If you can keep this up, SUHAZ Esports are going to prove to all of us here at MPL that they indeed have what it takes to once again stand on that pedestal.
Oh boy, I'm excited to see. I'm very excited to see. Match GPM of 852, not the highest we've seen thus far, but especially for a Darak, which I would have imagined that, you know, his clear speed wouldn't be as quick as it was. That's really good.
Nah, he doesn't need to farm the jungle because he is farming enemy heroes. The amount of DPS he was outputting, the tank melting in front of him. If you see your Baxia dying in like 2 seconds to the enemy Derov, what can you as a squishy mage or marksman really do?
Honestly, there's nothing much you can really do about it, and I think his passive is just perfect for these armor-based tanks in general. Now let's check out the highlights here to see how this played out one more time, because this early game is so important for SUHAZ Esports here. The Ace got really vital catches, and more importantly, so you can just see how devastating Dyrov can be once he has that level lead on the enemy jungler, who's so dependent on getting at least 1 or 2 items.
I think SUHAZ Esports read their rotations, their game plan perfectly, and they executed it really, really well. They drafted with the idea of playing defensively in the early game, forcing the enemies into even or losing lanes, and then using their roamer presence as well as the early scaling of the Derov in order to start invading and ensuring that HOMEBOIS wouldn't be able to start snowballing, because if they're not able to get that important early game farm on this kind of lineup, there's not too much they can do.
Yep, and just continuously making some good decisions. I think, you know, SUHAZ Esports has come to a point where their decision-making is looking a lot cleaner. They're just one step ahead of HOMEBOIS once they have that lead, and there's nothing HOMEBOIS could really do. I do think that HOMEBOIS were playing a little sloppy here, and especially since the draft wasn't in their favor, it really didn't help with the momentum.
Yeah, I think draft is super, super important in the current meta, because as we've highlighted over and over again, you cannot afford to lose your lane in the current meta. If you are losing your lane, you are directly putting your team at a disadvantage, because they have to help you out. They know that the enemy laner is already going to be ahead in terms of farm, in terms of EXP, all while having to deal with 4 other members of the enemy team themselves. You cannot afford to invest too many of your resources into ensuring a single person gets fed anymore.
Yep, but it's also about that bounce back, right? Because as we're seeing right now, gold laners are definitely designed to start shredding towers and especially start farming off of the energy shield early on into the game. And if they can crack it open while still having the timers for the energy shield, they just send them up topside, you know? Previous seasons, that's what Bruno was designed to do. And then people started picking up the ideas for Clint, for Popo and Koopa, for Beatrix, most importantly, to actually be that, you know, overall hard farmer for the early game.
Yeah, the early game, again, very, very important, because nowadays there's so many resources on the map during the earlier stages of the game. You have the EXP lane and gold lane that specifically give you more resources. You have the entire jungle for your jungler to farm. If you get killed in the early game or zoned out from your lane, zoned out from your jungle, that is resources that you are suddenly not having access to in comparison to your enemy team, which has all of it in their own control, plus yours as well.
Yep. Speaking of which, we need to talk about the team play coming in that we saw from SUHAZ. As we saw, a lot of their stats were maxed out when it came down to macro rather than not just micro like we saw in the focus players profiles beforehand. That's what we saw in Game 1. The way that they rotate, they always have somebody else to actually back up. First rotations, and most importantly, priority over the lanes. That way, they can ensure the play can work out. And even if it fails, they can at least trade 50-50, even if they don't have that extra 1 kill profit.
Yep, overall it was just a really clean game by SUHAZ Esports, and I think a lot of us are going to be feeling very excited, a little bit tired after that, so why not relax yourselves with a little bit of Nescafe. Make sure you guys scan this QR code here at the bottom of the screen to get yourselves 30% off, no minimum spend. Of course, make sure to use the promo code as well.
I'm pretty sure I just heard DA shouting in the back over there. He's celebrating over that first game, and he's got another game to go right after that. He's probably cracking open a Nescafe to ensure that victory. Speaking of which, do you think there's going to be adaptations for game number 2, specifically for the Homeboys here? I'm guessing that they're going to go onto the blue side to get that first pick, and maybe that could help change the pace?
Well, definitely they're gonna need to start changing things up. That was a very comfortable and confident Homeboys draft. The fact that they were basically cancelled out from being able to achieve what they wanted to with some of their best heroes means that they now need to change something up. Looking at the previous match recap, just the damage done by boxes. My goodness.
What? 63,000. Yo. Vin's getting the natural average of 46,000, which is pretty normal in a lot of the senses, but 63. He's stealing away damage from like AJ and HYHY in this entire matchup because that's how proactive he is on the map, allowing the rest of his team members to kind of do their own work. And I mean, a lot of it is supplemented by EV pulling attention to himself, but HYHY is like, okay, things are happening on the other side of my map. Boys, come down by my lane and I'm gonna break this turret.
Yep, absolutely. When we see in comparison, that's just such a skewing in favor of SUHAZ Esports in terms of DPS done. Irfan definitely got the short end of the stick here because on his signature Paquito, he only did a little bit more damage than D-Ace on the Edith. That is never a situation you want to be in as an EXP laner, but he was already put in a bit of a tough spot. Sure, Paquito can have a pretty good lane up against Uranus, but he's not going to be able to fully win it. And this is a hero that wants to snowball from winning lane.
Yeah, oh boy, it's really unfortunate that the meta is shifting more towards EXP laners just being absolute beefcakes and just freezing and stalling and brick walling and sandbagging, whatever terms you can come up with to just hold that lane strong just to get control. It's frustrating, but hey, you know, it can't always be a punch fest every day. But let's jump into the next draft here, and hopefully if I'm correct, yep, Homeboys going to be on the blue side on first pick, SUHAZ Esports on the red side. We're seeing Fanny once again banned out straight away, as well as Valentina. A quick follow-up onto Eden from the side of Homeboys.
Yep, looks like that hero did indeed prove to be a problem in the hands of DAs, but then again, what tank hero is not going to be a problem when they are being played by this roamer from the side of SUHAZ Esports? His experience as a veteran tank player in the MPL really showing here, and being able to set up situations for the rest of the team, identifying weaknesses in the enemy lineup that you can take advantage of, and playing around the rest of his team really well. We'll see how Homeboys are going to be able to adapt to that as we continue with the draft.
It's going to be Selena, the next follow-up ban coming in from SUHAZ. It's the next ban is going over to Homeboys now. I think at this point of time, were there any other heroes that really posed the threat? I mean, they could consider getting rid of Popo and Koopa just to make sure that, you know, SUHAZ don't exactly have too many options. But no, instead they ban out the Phoveus, which would give the idea that they want something that dashes around the map. Could be possibly Wanwan, could be possibly Lancelot as well. They're just opening up a lot of dash-style heroes.
Yep, that does definitely imply that Homeboys wants to play more of a mobile hero lineup on their side. Interestingly enough though, they didn't really go for a ban on this hero in the previous game. So that does imply they're trying to change their lineup quite a bit here in comparison. We'll see whether or not it works. It does, however, mean that Dirov is still open in the pool.
That's a little unfun to say, but ooh. Banning out the Lancelot very early on. Homeboys now with the option of first pick. It's going to be Matilda. Once again, natural good first picks all across the board here. And I'm guessing that at this point, the only couple of differences when it comes down to the ban, Glue is wide out in the open. Somebody can easily pick that up for themselves. We did not get to see a Yve or even a Farsa get picked up within the last game. This game, the possibilities of it is a little hard to say.
I don't think these teams are ones that really prioritize on getting the Eve and the Farsa, but we'll see whether or not that does change. The Cho as well, not going to be banned like in match 1, meaning it goes over to the hand of SUHAZ Esports. Going to be able to flex this into the side lane or as a tank, which both the Ace as well as Eevee have demonstrated a capability to play in the past. This time though, Box going to be getting the Hayabusa for himself.
Yep, and there we go. It's going to be the next couple of picks. It's going to be Paquito once again for the side of HOMEBOIS, going on to Irfan, and as well as Lilia this time round as a way to naturally dodge the assassination styles of the Oki Shadow Kill with the black shoes. Makes sense, adds up. SUHAZ, final pick for the first phase here. They still are flexing they are flexing a potential support slash EXP laner pick here, or I think they could just go with Glue.
I do like Glue. I think Glue would be a pretty good choice here, but this is now the time to see how good exactly SUHAZ Esports' new drafting style works out. They have the Hayabusa this time, and now it does look like HOMEBOIS are gearing up a little bit to pick up these heroes that are a bit hard to kill with the shadow kill, such as Lilia with the black shoes. We'll find out when the shoe is on the other foot. Are SUHAZ Esports able to respond?
Your team is banning.
Nope, instead they're going to lock in AJ's hero very, very early on here. And I think that's... they could have waited a little bit later because there are a lot of mage picks that can actually take advantage of the HOMEBOIS' lineup, but instead they're just going safe and secure, making sure that Kagura isn't taken away. I think that's fine. I think that's okay, but it does show a potential lack of hero pool coming in from the side of AJ.
It's a curious choice. I'm trying to think of why they would go for Kagura at this point in the game, and unfortunately my mind is just coming up empty here. We'll find out if there is indeed some trick to it later on, or if SUHAZ Esports has just gone for a bit of a safe pick instead. Hopefully that's not the case though. I feel like when teams go for these safer defensive picks, it kind of puts them in a spot where it's like they don't know how to answer the enemy team's draft.
It's tough to call. It could go both ways, right? It could definitely go both ways. Personally, for me, I would have liked to see the Glue to be picked in position 3 right there, and I think that would have been a strong lineup already. You already have some natural counter matchups, and the most important thing is that you can kind of predetermine some stuff. I think for now, what SUHAZ wants to do is to keep open who the EXP laner is going to be and potentially who the support is going to be until they have more information. Now, Yishin Shin and as well as Clint going to be the bans for the side of SUHAZ. HOMEBOIS have one more ban to go after the Glue ban. What's it going to be? Is it going to be a support pick this time round, or are they going to keep locking down on the EXP lane?
I wouldn't be surprised if they continued locking down the EXP lane here. Irfan already didn't have a good game 1. I think they want to put him in a more advantageous position going into game 2, because when he does get farmed on that Paquito, we know Irfan can be incredibly oppressive with his roaming, with his setting up of team fights. So if HOMEBOIS are able to play around that, it would put them in a much better spot in comparison.
If they want to do that, it's either Uranus or Esmeralda at this point, but they ban out the Popo and Koopa instead. They're making sure they're saying, hey, Irfan, unfortunately, if we do waste the ban here and get rid of Uranus, you have to deal with Esmeralda, which could hurt us in the future since we are playing Matilda, or you have to deal with the Uranus, who at least when you are in trouble, Matilda can save your butt. Getting rid of the Popo and Koopa does open up options for the HOMEBOIS to pick up something like a Beatrix, play something less oppressive within the lane, which I think is a pretty decent option since Clint has been banned out as well.
What I'm wondering now is whether or not SUHAZ Esports will indeed go for the Uranus again. It would be a good option since it won against the Paquito in lane last time, but since this time, they have a bit less consistent DPS with the Hayabusa jungle compared to the Dirov. I don't really like it as... Okay. That's interesting.
That's very confident here. Now, this does give the idea that HOMEBOIS, they need a little bit of mobility with their jungler, so they're going to have that extra bit of movement speed with the help of the Roger this time around. And they're even throwing in Sun, very confident with their capabilities. Anip, at this point, going back to his comfort picks, doesn't matter what type of marksman that SUHAZ picks at this point of time, it's not going to be the easiest matchup, especially with the doppelgangers right in your face.
Yeah, a good choice against the Sun would have been the Clint, but SUHAZ Esports were the ones who banned the hero themselves. This is a very comfortable and good counter pick by HOMEBOIS here. I like the Sun. They've already seen what the enemy team is capable of, and Franco isn't going to be able to disable all of your clones at the same time, which means that SUHAZ Esports, interestingly enough, going for the double mage composition instead by finishing off with Cecilion.
I think this is okay. I think this is pretty decent actually, because now that they know for a fact that they're not going to continue punishing AJ at this point in time, HY doesn't exactly have any good matchups, all of which are very susceptible to just dying to either Irfan on this Paquito, or more importantly this Roger, which would basically just run them down the lane as soon as they get into the backline. So at least with Kagura, there's some outplay ability, but more importantly so, it can also help set up for the team when it comes down to these big fights, especially since Cecilion needs time to scale.
Yep, that is true. And if you can't find a marksman to deal with the Sun in the gold lane, why not pick up a mage instead? We'll see whether or not this adaptation by SUHAZ will be able to counteract what HOMEBOIS have decided to go for in this game too. SUHAZ currently one game up, one game away from being able to secure victory against their opponents today, which means it's now go time for the HOMEBOIS. Let us once again have a look at the lineups. HOMEBOIS side, a very classic HOMEBOIS lineup. We have Nip on his signature Sun, Irfan on his signature Paquito. Once again on the opposite side, rather than double tank, SUHAZ Esports going for the double mage comp, and we're gonna be seeing the debut of Franco in the land of Dawn. Will this game hook us, or will we be let down?
All right, only one way to find out. Let's kick things off here with HOMEBOIS on the blue side and SUHAZ Esports on the... Oh no, you dirty boy. The Ace once again being super obnoxious here, even utilizing his flicker to slow down the farm of Chibi. Really unfun. Really unfun stuff, and you can see Box, he's walking up straight up to Lethal Water. He knows he is not going to get harassed this time around, but fortunately Lethal Wanderer with the save for Sightful's life.
Yeah, looks like they will be able to secure that as well. Anytime you play against a Franco, you have to be prepared for that hook onto your buff here. It seems like they weren't quite there. Eevee already invading once again. Oh, they get the hook onto the Roger instead of the buff, but not ideal. I'm pretty sure the Ace would have preferred going for the orange buff, so hooking that results in him being the first blood.
That was actually really smart coming in from HOMEBOIS here. They knew they were going to allow it to happen, and once they did, they moved into position to actually try and capitalize and punish on it. If it was intentional from Chibi, he's an absolute genius for absorbing that hook. If not, well, that's still a worth it play for the HOMEBOIS.
It is a very risky play, but I think he realized the rest of his team was around, making a play onto a Nymph. Now Ogi Shadow Kill being used, has to use the flicker to get away, but it looks like the Sun will indeed survive for now.
Yep, I think this is really, really worth it here, because at least for HY, he gets a free back here. He can push out one more lane and then recall. He gets a decent recall, and at the very least, Box is putting pressure on the map, gets a little bit of gold as well. They are losing pressure here across Turtle, and this time they know for sure that the Ace can't hook the Turtle away from them.
Yep, Chibi getting the Turtle real low. Eevee coming in. Box, will he be able to steal it? Nope. Looks like Chibi will be able to secure it with the Retribution and the nut. And looks like Paquito gonna be able to punch the Ace away, ensuring that he's not gonna be able to do too much. This is one of the problems of having Franco as a tank.
Oh, actually kind of interesting. I'm surprised Vince is actually doesn't have the mana to do this. I was thinking whether HOMEBOIS could actually go for the invade onto purple side, because, you know, the Ace definitely within lethal range. Box not exactly at full HP, and we saw that AJ himself was running out of mana, so it was perfect conditions for them to actually try and go for the steal. But hey, you know, they got to make sure that they have all the variables down before they do anything. Top side gets pushed in as Anip tries to take control. The rest of the HOMEBOIS, on the other hand, looking down on bot side, I mean, both, I'm pretty sure is that HY? No, that's Eevee. It's Eevee up against Anip, just making sure that they don't get pressure. It's a continuous battle for control.
We could see in comparison to last. Oh, wow! That is some of the most interesting maneuvers by a Franco I have seen. But a maneuver being made in the top side results in HY getting picked off by I don't even know how many members of the HOMEBOIS that is because of Sun.
I think it's 4 members. 4 members from the Homeboys to get an early break onto that top side. And it does mean that GB gets the very early win talker 3 minutes and 35 seconds into the game. Let's see how this plays out here, because so far, SUHAZ is losing a little bit of control. They don't have that early pressure, and the ace, as of right now, doesn't have as much impact as he did about 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, this is a much more comfortable start for Homeboys and much more classic for them as well. Hook from the A is going to miss as Seifel. Oh, he gets the hunt onto the Lilia. Not going to be able to use Black Shoes when you are being locked down by the Franco. Seifel going to be next. Ogi's Shadow Kill secures the kill onto the Matilda, and they're going to be able to find Chibi as well. Double kill going over the box.
Oh my goodness, even AJ, he knew that Chibi wanted him, but the rest of the team managed to get back in time. A good play to kick things off with the ace. He becomes an absolute threat when his flicker is up, and Homeboys need to keep track of that. But Irfan able to find and secure a kill onto HY as Turtle goes down in favor of SUHAZ Esports.
Looks like we're gonna be seeing quite a back and forth game between these two teams now, since Homeboys were not able to be quite as oppressed as they were in game 1 by the side of SUHAZ Esports. They now have a bit more of an even footing going into this game, and it can end up in anyone's favor. So now it's down to whether or not SUHAZ Esports can continue making these plays with the Franco to ensure that Homeboys doesn't get any additional scaling on the Roger and the Sun.
Yeah, let's see how it plays out. Oh boy, it's a little scary here because now we know how Anip generally plays. He goes for a very early Athena shield, sacrificing that damage, but he can still absolutely shred turrets. Now, Chibi using a very early Oki Shadow Kill. He has quad shadows, but he's continuously being annoying and forces Vince to actually use the Black Shoes. If they want to initiate, it's a pretty good time. Even HY is waiting in Pixel Brush to look for a potential punish.
And it looks like SUHAZ Esports are not going to quite go for that. Even though they did group up 4 people here, I think they don't want to take a straight up 4v4 fight. The ace, unfortunately, not quite. Almost getting taken out, but luckily is able to walk away. He didn't have Black Shoes there either. That could have been a kill for SUHAZ.
Oh, missed opportunity there. So close, so very, very close, but a very good attempt here by SUHAZ Esports. The hook didn't land, but unfortunately, a huge Sanguine Claw initiation from AJ, allowing HY to kick things off with his own Yin Yang overturn. If he had just a little bit more damage, ooh, that would have been so worth it.
Yeah, so far though, Homeboys continuing to kind of play around each other, making good use of their presence to ensure that they can get farm throughout the rest of the map. Right now, we are seeing a bit of the flaws of the Franco pick. The hero isn't that good at being able to set up kills for your team if that hook does not land. He doesn't have enough AoE or CC to be able to take down multiple members of the enemy team. And when you add that to the fact that he is dealing with a Sun as well, the hero is a little bit lackluster.
Yeah, it's just annoying. I mean, everybody has a way, even if they don't have maneuverability, if they have their abilities on cool to hold on, Eevee is in a lot of trouble here. He's in the middle of all the members as the Soul Bloom already comes out, as they're looking for the guiding winds. AJ tries to get flickers away. Chibi cannot get on top of the right targets, and Eevee is still alive despite being so out of position.
Yep, they actually managed to escape from that, but now Homeboy's chasing them down. DA is going to be the first target. Chibi now chasing down Eevee, going to be able to get on top of him, gets the GEEK Kundo. Knockout strike does not land. Eevee still alive, not for long. Double kill going over to the Roger box. Gonna have to use the quad shadow to escape from his clutches, and that is going to be 2-0 in favor of the Homeboys.
Tough game this is. Both teams struggling to maintain control, and even Homeboys, they're starting to pick up the pace here with a 2.7k gold lead. HY must protect this mid lane. They've already lost so much in the side lanes, and more importantly, SUHAZ Esports is so dependent on the ace actually landing this hook to initiate their plays.
Yep, and now Homeboys are making full use of that. That was a big turning point for them. They now have a 2k net worth lead. Oh, hold on! Cyborg gets hooked, gets a bloody hunt. They will be able to set up for the rest of his team, but not enough damage. No use of Sanguine Claws. I can only assume it must have been on cooldown. Eevee coming in from the side. He wants to look for Seifel, but might have to settle for Vince instead, who is able to simply walk out an unsuccessful attempt.
Unfortunate indeed. But GB is having a much better time here as Anip continues to maintain full control on whatever lane he's in right now. He's hard to kill, he's a little obnoxious, and most importantly, he's starting to build up some deadly items. Oh, very, very close there.
I feel like there might have been a slight miscommunication there. The slow from HOHY might have prevented that hook from landing, but Ogi Shadow Kill being used by Bucks once again. He does not have enough damage. He was hoping to be able to get a cheeky kill onto Cypher, but it just bounced around too much.
RNG once again getting us like this, but Irfan getting a War Axis. We are seeing a genius one coming out of HY. They continue to defend tier 2, but he misses the opportunity to catch them with a strong yin-yang overturn. A little sad to see, but the Homeboys very comfortable as they continue to slowly build up their lead. 3.4k ahead of SUHAZ.
The Lord has now appeared. DA sees that Homeboys are trying to work on it, but there are 4 members here working on it. Anip in the bottom lane is dealing with Eevee in a 1v1 situation, so this is going to be a 4v4 if they decide to contest. Hook going to miss. Irfan gonna zone him out. Bok coming in. He wants to get the steal, but the knockout strike prevents him. He has to escape with the quad shadow, and the Lord goes over to the Homeboys.
Oh, brutal indeed, but Homeboys, now this is their time. They've got the Lord power play in hand, but the Ace has not been able to land an important hook here. Vince manages to dodge the Sanguine Claw at lethal HP with the quick black shoes to put him back to full. Now we are seeing that, you know, Fox, even though he doesn't have enough damage to absolutely one-shot the right targets, Vince, ends up dying just as I say it. Cypher, the next to fall with a yin-yang overturn. Chibi in the middle of all 4 members. Wolf form isn't going to be enough. He gets locked down with a bloody hunt, and now they are going to punish them with full force. Anip on the run. Unfortunately, the Iron Hook does not land, but Irfan, he will look for a retribution kill somewhere. Can't find any exit frags, and he will back away. A huge mistake from the Homeboys, dropping their 4k lead back down to 2.
I was actually really unlucky for the Homeboys there, because we did see that Cypher attempted to use the Circling Eagle onto the Hayabusa to stop him from getting the kill onto Vince, but instead he happened to catch him during the quad shadow duration, which meant that the Matilda got dragged back into his team by his own ultimate. The Ace gets the hook onto Irfan, gets the bloody hunt. The Ugi Shadow Kill already being used, but it jumps onto Cypher instead of Paquito, so now the Matilda has the one in trouble. Almost dropping, but the healing is enough. The Ace now in trouble, gonna get caught out. The kill goes over to the Lilia. Irfan now chasing down AJ in the back line. Looks like Hayabusa going to have to juke around the rest of them, but it's not enough as a shutdown. Double kill going over to Vince, and Irfan picks up the Cecilion in the back line.
Homeboys with the clap back this time, and HY has to clear off this wave by himself. He may have to expand a yin-yang overturn here, but can he hold on? 4 members looking to die from Irfan, gonna start things off by pushing him back as Eevee tries his best to clear it off. Yes, he gets it in time, and he even gets a kick onto Irfan, but it's too late. The inhibitor turret is gone. 2 go down. A killing spree for Vince, and a double kill coming in for GB as they break open SUHAZ's base.
Looks like SUHAZ are now the ones in a lot of trouble. All of the members of Homeboy still alive with the exception of Irfan, and only AJ and Box to defend the base. Now Homeboys wants to see if they can get 1 or 2 more inhibitor turrets before ending the game. Anip zoning out AJ in the back line, forced to use his ultimate to escape. Absolutely fine. Box using his ultimate to zone them out as well. But this is not going to deter Homeboys for too much longer.
Yep, this is a really tight game here, but Homeboys, after dropping back down to at least a 2.8k lead, bounce back to a 6k lead here in their favor. This is some really good odds, but SUHAZ, if they can survive for the next 4 more minutes, it's going to even out the scale, and things are going back to normal. This Luminous Lord could be a make it or break it for SUHAZ Esports here, and they cannot afford to fail this fight.
Yeah, but the problem right now with the draft coming out of SUHAZ is that they do need to group up to be able to fight against the Homeboys right now, which are perfectly fine being able to hold these 1v1, 2v2 skirmishes on their own. Not to mention that they have quite a bit of AoE with Vince as well as Irfan on their side. So if SUHAZ groups up a bit too much, they're just eating all of that damage.
Yep. Oh, the ace already missing the iron hook so early on. But here we go. Irfan finds the catch on towards Box's side, chunks him down, and now they're on the run as the circling eagle gets on top of him. Vince forced to take the black shoes back. The rest of Eevee, he's trying to get on over. Chibi has already done his work. They finally kick on towards Anip's side as they kite on backwards. Plenty of damage, but Anip's doppelgangers are just way too annoying. He locks down Irfan out of nowhere. The ace finds an important iron hook as Chibi is now having to back away, and nicely done. Homeboys, they get the Lord, but SUHAZ Esports manages to take down Irfan.
And that's going to allow them to help defend for just a little bit longer, but now they have to deal with the Luminous Lord pushing down bot lane, as well as 4 members of the Homeboys pushing down top and mid. For sure, they're losing one inhib here, but will they be able to defend the other? The Lord now pushing in. SUHAZ in a really tough spot. Anip going to continue being annoying. The clones are there, soaking up damage for the rest of his team.
Yep, they've already popped Sicilians all very early on to clear up that waves, and most importantly, Eevee is doing his absolute best to buy some time for his team. Bin's already using the black shoes early on, which could be the call as the ace is looking for any angles to get this iron hook down, but that is going to be it for the Luminous Lord push. SUHAZ has survived, and now 4 more minutes on that clock, and hopefully SUHAZ is able to get to maximum gold.
I think that was definitely the best case scenario for SUHAZ Esports there. Being able to defend the Luminous Lord without any deaths while securing 1 inhib is going to be very important. Way of the Dragon onto Anip, not going to work out. He just ults out of it, and now the rest of the team is following up. They're aiming down the ace, and instantly mega kill going over the Vince. They're now focusing down Anip. AJ being chased down. Anip, he's just whacking the crystal. Double kill going over to Vince, and they're just going to finish it off. Homeboys taking no chances and ending this game 1-1 against SUHAZ Esports.
Woo! They muscled their way in with the help of Anip on his traditional signature branded Sun. Oh, what a game this was. 1-1 here for Homeboys up against SUHAZ. Both sides refusing to give an inch of ground.
Now this is the essence of MPL right here. The clashing of spirits between both these teams, eager to prove who is indeed the one to stand up on top of the other. We're going to go into a game 3 here, ladies and gentlemen, and I, for one, am very excited to see exactly how this series will end.
Whew. Man, the more I look at that game, the more I think about it. It really came down to that draft, did it not? I mean, once that Franco was locked in, what else could they do at that point of time? It's either you can make big plays or you miss. And unfortunately for the Ace, he got a little 50-50 on some of these.
Yeah, I think revealing the Franco as the 4th pick was a little bit overconfident of them. They just locked it in thinking, hey, we can do it. We just won game 1. Absolutely no problem. Instantly, the enemy team responds with a Nip Sun pick, which I do kind of feel like they should have seen coming, especially if you're going to lock in Franco right before. It's like, oh, if you're going to pick a single target lockdown tank, well, we just won't give you a single target.
Well, that's true. It's not only just a single target, but I mean, it's just good planning for the side of Homeboys, understanding that the gold lane is like, no matter what range matchup that you have left, we still have Sun, which I think, you know, it's something that SUHAZ may have disregarded for a little bit, thinking, hey, he's not going to risk it, right? He's not going to try and go for it, and they got punished for it.
Yeah, and part of it was, unfortunately, in SUHAZ Esports' fault as well, because they ended up banning out the Clint and the Yisun Shin, which probably would have helped them. I think if they went for the Clint in the gold lane instead of the Kagura, they would have still been able to hold out somewhat against the Sun. I think Clint can hold out against Sun pretty well, personally.
I don't think so, because
Really?
basically what Sun does is that he walks up, throws his doppelganger, allows it to harass while he takes the farm, and then after that back away, and then rinse repeat the process. I think the major issue is that no matter what marksman that you pick in the gold lane, it's all kind of like, you're getting sandbagged by this Sun. And that's the most unfun part. It's like playing a Uranus up against something like Paquito, for an example. You don't feel like you're gaining any ground or gaining any advantages, and that's the problem with Sun. And I think it was a smart decision because they realized AJ wasn't getting punished, so they switched on over. It's like, hey, I can get Kagura, and at the very least, Kagura's cooldowns are low enough so that I can continuously harass Anip out of the lane and forced him to get an Athena shield as a first item before Anip even considered going for something like a corrosive scythe or even getting his demon hunter sword.
I mean, that is true, but going for the Kagura in the gold lane does mean that you will be lacking a little bit of that consistent scaling damage that a marksman would bring to your team. Something that is very important in being able to take down these more durable late game scaling heroes like the Sun, like the Paquito as well, because if you just rely on burst damage coming out from the Hayabusa, from the Sicilian, sometimes it's not going to land, and when that doesn't happen, you're put in a very awkward position.
Well, it's a high-risk, high-reward comp coming in from SUHAZ Esports. Unfortunately, they did not get rewarded this time around, but well done to the homeboys. And I mean, looking at their build, nothing too out of the ordinary at this point in time, other than Irfan going for a little bit more of a greedier build, because he went pretty 50-50 against Eevee in lane, so he goes for the traditional War Axe into Bloodlust Axe, and then getting a Malefic Roar after, while still having the Dreadnought armor in his back pocket, and eventually you can start dishing out with the Warrior Boots. That's when you can start thinking about MR.
I'm assuming what SUHAZ Esports was thinking when they went in with this draft was, when they locked in the Cho, it was more of a flex pick. I think they were intending to give it over to the Ace, but once they saw the Lilia come out, they were suspecting that they would give an Assassin over the Chibi, so they pick up more lockdown heroes like the Franco. But we will see who the MVP of this game is going over to, and it is going to be Chibi on the Roger. His KDA not quite as good as Boxes from game 1, but still very, very solid performance.
Yep, it was not an easy match at all as the match KP 77%. He did have to play a little bit of solo gameplay throughout it just to try and push himself ahead with the match KDA of 807. It wasn't an absolute landslide like how SUHAZ played in game number 1, but homeboys definitely are picking their momentum back and are clapping back at the early strong statement from SUHAZ.
We highlighted before the series began that these two teams are homes to the previous two regular season MVPs, and both of those players have received one MVP each in game 1 and 2. The question is, who is going to get it in game 3 and secure victory for their team in the entire series?
They are all rookies, but now they're all grown up now. Let's check out the highlights just in case you tuned in and missed out on this initial game. As you can see, the Ace was being really frustrating here, and yeah, it really does look in this position that Chibi walked in front of the hook as he knew the rest of his team was going to collapse. But as you can see, the Ace starts losing his effectiveness throughout the entire matchup as the minutes go by, and once we hit that 4th minute here, it already started to become a really difficult game from SUHAZ Esports as homeboys finally got their items to start pushing their lane leads and bleed it into the jungle.
Yeah, and then once they were able to do that, they were able to start getting that farm, realizing that their team composition overall has better damage and better team fight capability as compared to their opponents, allowed them to start really scaling up in the mid game and go for more aggressive map movement and control. We can see how well they were splitting up these fights because they know Franco as a hero can only do so much, and with a tank like that, if you can just jump into the back line, there's not much the squishier heroes can do to defend themselves.
It's all about respect when it comes down to Franco. Franco, as long as he has cooldown, if he's off of his cooldowns, you have to show him respect. And as soon as it's down, you gotta disrespect him, get right up into his face, and punish him while he is still down.
Yep, and that is exactly what homeboys did. I think that was a very clean performance by them. So both these teams going back and forth now. Game 1, Game 2. I wonder what's going to happen in Game 3. I think a lot of you guys are very interested to find out as well, because we have just hit the 500 share milestone.
Congratulations to all you who have been sharing. Thank you so much. But there are still 2 more milestones to hit, so help us keep on that sharing and enjoy the rewards while you still can. There is more to be given out today, so please keep on hitting that share button.
Yep, thank you very much for joining us here at MPL. I hope you guys are enjoying it just as much as we are. We're going to be going into a short break very soon. And once we come back from that, we're going into Game 3. So if you guys need to take a break, go to the bathroom, grab a snack, this is the time to do it.
Yep, this is literally the perfect time to do it, man. It's very exciting games. Remember, the score is 1-1. Homeboys versus SUHAZ Esports. We're going to be back right after this.
Mission completed. Valkyrie power reinforced with modernized gear. Not a bad idea, is it? Wherever they run, Saber will hunt them down. Forge a lock-on! Nice job, girl.
Legendary. Ay, ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Mission completed. Valkyrie power reinforced with modernized gear. Not a bad idea, is it? Wherever they run, Saber will hunt them down. Forge a lock-on! Nice job, girl.
Legendary.
You won't be beating me this time.
Why am I always the one getting hurt?
Wow, Layla, you were the best.
Layla, you rock! You're always number one!
Look, the ranking just changed.
Oh, she didn't get chocolate, did she? Fanny, did you get any chocolate? I received tons. for sure.
This is for you, my teammate.
For me? Well, it'd sure be rude of me not to accept your kind gift.
Uh-huh.
So, diorang dapat pelbagaikan lagi gameplay diorang dan Angka yakin dua-dua tim ni boleh pergi sangat jauh dekat MP.
He actually pushed everyone to harder, could be more stressful.
Pushes the limit of Mobile Legends in terms of meta, in terms of players' mentality, in terms of stamina. This is how you be a professional player.
Esme OT, skill satu dia dah mati, Mak. Terus ini for apa?
Malaysian meta is very taste the dopamine sort of meta.
You perlu telan rasa pahit tu supaya you boleh rasa kemanisan yang akan datang.
Our meta is more focusing on helping or contributing dekat marksman supaya dia boleh, orang kata istilah fat, untuk win the game. Pergi mana-mana region, any part of the world, kita orang boleh perform.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the MPL MY Season 9. The games are still currently going on. It's 1-1 between the Homeboys and as well as SUHAZ Esports. And boy, is it a tight match so far. Both looking to get their very first win here and the first week of the MPL. My name is GEEK. This is going to be Sadafa. And remember, we got to shout out to our sponsors, our official gaming chair, Secret Lab, our partners in esports, TikTok, esports charts, and the EGG network, and not to mention our co-organizer ESI for making all of this happen here. Mustafa, you got to tell me, what do you feel about this upcoming game number 3 after watching number 1 and 2?
I think it's definitely going to be an exciting one, no doubt about that. After seeing the capabilities of both these teams in the previous 2 games, we have come to see that both of them fully have what it takes to triumph over the other. The question is, what combination of factors and conditions, and of course, the most important thing, the draft will be able to secure that victory for them.
Yeah, I'm very curious on to see how the draft goes, because even in game number 1, we saw SUHAZ very dominant because of their draft. Game number 2, HOMEBOIS start picking up the pace, get a decent draft, but even then, SUHAZ was still pushing back against them, and we can look at the recap here to get a better idea in terms of the damage, and that's when you see the differences between the two. Both were trying to get ahead, but unfortunately, Seifel was doing a lot more damage and harass than I would have liked.
And when we look in terms of the core heroes on both sides, they do actually match up pretty well in terms of DPS. AJ, especially on the Sicilian, actually had the highest personal DPS in the entire game. But the overall movements, the coordination coming out from HOMEBOIS, as well as the fact that I am starting to wonder whether or not Hayabusa does work out in this meta, because the inconsistent DPS does make it a bit more difficult to take team fights, because you're always having to wonder, are my cooldowns down? Can I take a fight right now, in comparison with someone like Roger, who's just like, oh, you guys want to fight? Count me in.
Barrel forward, face first, jump into the fight. Yeah, I definitely prefer the Roger a little bit more. Hayabusa hasn't been going out too well for either one of these teams who played it thus far, and I do think that Hayabusa is very much an opportunist, and if you can't find those opportunities and they slip between your fingers, there's nothing much you can really do about that. So it's something to keep in mind for this upcoming game. With 15 seconds left on the clock here, HOMEBOIS versus SUHAZ Esports. What do you think the adaptations are going to be, Staffa?
Well, we know now that the name of the game is indeed being able to get that early game pressure, ensuring that your side lanes, even if they're not winning, can at the very least hold their own without requiring assistance from the rest of the team. That way, you can move around the map a bit more with your extra members, your extra resources, and make sure there's finding farm or stealing farm away somewhere else.
All right. It looks like SUHAZ Esports is going to be on the blue side with the first pick and HOMEBOIS on the red side. It is going to be the Sun Lancelot for SUHAZ as HOMEBOIS ban out the Valentina as well as the Fanny. Very, staple bans here coming in from HOMEBOIS. They haven't really changed up too much, but for the side of SUHAZ, they're making sure Sun does not get through.
This is a very heavy respect ban here, going for the Sun first, right out of the gate. Goes to show that SUHAZ doesn't really think they have any answers for dealing with a Nip playing on this hero in the gold lane, so it's better off to just not have to deal with it at all. The Lancelot still banned out as usual, as well as the Selena. However, this does once again mean that quite a few picks gonna be open in the draft. The Glue, the Edith, which has not yet been banned and was quite a threat in the hands of the Ace in game number 1.
That's true. Selena, Edith, both getting banned out here this time. That does open up a couple of options here. Got to think about it. Hayabusa is open. Glue is also open. Matilda is also open here. Let's see how SUHAZ is going to respond to this. And it looks like their first pick is going to be Lilia this time.
Okay, I like this. I think this is a good pickup overall for either of these teams. So far, from what we've seen in this series, the team with Lilia has won. So we'll see whether or not this is a sign that the hero is part of the key to victory for either side of these teams. But overall, it's just a very safe pick. It doesn't really reveal what you want to go for in your composition and deals a lot of damage while having the ability to escape from sticky situations.
Yep. That means that Matilda and Paquito are going to be the natural pickups coming in from the HOMEBOIS. It feels like Paquito just is the Irfan staple here. He's not diverging too far away from it. And also, Seifel has been playing a really solid Matilda all throughout, making only like one big mistake in the previous game, and that's pretty much it.
Yep. Now, my big question is, will we see the jungle Deroff again? It was a major factor in ensuring SUHAZ Esports' victory in game number 1. Are all the right steps here? Are all the ingredients for the recipe that is Jungle Derov here to allow SUHAZ Esports to go for it? We will find out, but they're gonna lock down their next 2 picks. It's gonna be the Popol and Koopa, and we are indeed going to see Glue get let through the draft.
Yep, it's going to be the Glue pickup coming in from SUHAZ, and Kagura instantly gets locked in for the side of the Homeboys. And it looks like both sides at this point of time just want to make sure that they don't get pinched in terms of their own hero pools here, right? Like Mages, if let's say for an example, Homeboys don't get their hands on a Mage this time around and look for a potential jungle pickup, then SUHAZ is instantly going to start using their last 2 bans to focus on just purely Mages.
I guess we will find out. With the first 3 picks coming out from both sides, the junglers have not been drafted thus far, which means that Homeboys instantly going to be respecting the danger that is the box jungle Derov, banning it out straight away. The question is, will SUHAZ Esports do the same by banning out heroes such as the Roger and the Yi Sun Shin, which we saw from them in the previous few games?
Yeah, okay, let's see what the next upcoming ban is going to be for the side of SUHAZ here. Is there anything out of the ordinary when it comes down to junglers? I feel like at this point of time, the only thing they really are concerned about is what can assassinate. But even then, they've got some pretty hard targets for the side of SUHAZ, with Popol and Koopa making sure that, you know, even if you do have something like Glue, it's not going to matter too much. So instead, they start banning out the marksmen in that gold lane, as that also affect the jungle as well. That is going to be the Yishun Shin, and a follow-up Aweless ban coming in for the side of Homeboys.
Aweless. That doesn't make sense. I feel like it's not a hero we see box play very often, but the trend does lead towards this hero. If SUHAZ Esports wants to go for a more fighter-style jungle again, Homeboys just wants to avoid any chance of that happening. The final ban from SUHAZ Esports, are they going to ban out the jungle marksman like the Roger, or are they indeed holding down on the gold lane, to which we might see them ban out heroes such as the Clint or the Beatrix? Or I feel like at this point they do just want to try and leave things a little more open. They're instead gonna go for the Brody ban.
Yep, they ban out Brody this time around. I guess they want to keep the junglers open, but Homeboys, I think they should be going for Roger here. I don't think there's any other decent option other than like, if Lancelot was open, then I think maybe it's a little bit better, but even then it's hard to say. Roger going to be the pickup for Homeboys, no questions asked. SUHAZ on the other hand, what other junglers is worth going for? Hayabusa is definitely doable, but it hasn't been working out for these past 2 games for either of these teams.
Yeah, I'm trying to scroll through my repository of jungle heroes right now. What would SUHAZ Esports go for that would be a solid match for the Homeboys right now? Because their lineup is looking pretty solid.
I mean, there's Ling, there's... I mean, you could technically still go Natan if you want to, but it's still pretty tough because he's relatively squishy.
He wouldn't go for all this at this point, I would think.
I mean, he could if he wanted to, but looks like the next 2 picks is going to be the Hayabusa once again, but this time it's going to be Lolita as the pick coming in for the ace. And I think it's important that Lolita is going to be able to block a lot of the harassment coming out of this Matilda and start to slow down the initial push coming in from Homeboys with a Nuke on Blast.
Interesting. SUHAZ Esports still confident in the Hayabusa pick, even though up till now neither of these teams have been able to secure victory with it. They are, however, reprising their double tank style that won them game 1, but without the Derov factor, I'm wondering if it's gonna be enough.
I'm not entirely sure here. I feel like Lolita is pretty decent overall, but it's really going to come down to whether or not Popol and Koopa can make that difference. Homeboys, on the other hand, for their gold laner, is going to go with the Claude this time round. This should be more than enough, but then again, it's very, very dependent. I mean, they could have gone for the Beatrix, but knowing that Lolita will be able to block a lot of the projectiles with the Guardian's Bulwark, I think this is a much better option.
Yeah, I think Lolita was meant as a sort of predetermined pick to kind of avoid Homeboys from having access to the Beatrix. Something that I'm kind of wondering about. Does every single one of the little glues in his ultimate count towards Art of Thievery stacks?
Little one of the glue. Oh, I don't think so.
Because like, I know when you consider like lifesteal heroes like Ruby or Faramis?
Yeah,
it does. But does it count for Claude?
No, I don't think so, because it's still considered one entity.
Okay.
Which is still, it's rather funny how that works. But yes, it would be really funny if you auto-attack him once and you get like a bajillion Art of Theories. But this is going to be it. This is going to be game 3 of our very first best of 3 match of today. You've got the Homeboys going up against SUHAZ Esports. SUHAZ Esports on the blue side with Homeboys on the red. Let's get into it in the land of Dawn.
Everything is now on the line for both of these teams. 1-1. This best of 3 series has turned into a best of 1, and it's up to both Homeboys and SUHAZ Esports to decide through their execution and gameplay who is going to be the victor in both of their debut matches of MPL MY Season 9.
They don't want anything to get in their way, so if they are having any issues, they'll immediately call their marshals to make sure the integrity of this game is tip-top shape. So, if you want the best of the best, you're going to have to deal with these pauses once in a while. Sorry to the audience, it's unfortunate, but hey, these are professional players. They don't want to be playing at a disadvantage.
Yep, as someone who does join you guys in the audience fairly often, I know that some of you are going to be complaining about the pause right now. I'm pretty sure if you play ML and you start lagging or something's wrong with your phone, you sure wish you had a pause button to make sure that you could get back into the cave with no problems at all. So if you've ever had that feeling yourself, you imagine that it's even more important for these players whose livelihoods, whose status, whose rank in the tournament are on the line. So I hope you guys don't mind being a little bit patient when these situations do occur.
Have some empathy for these players, and yes, they are doing their absolute best to give you an entertaining match, but also, yeah, this is their full-time job, man. They got to focus on what gets them the big bucks, and especially for the Homeboys who are already down like an 8-point deficit. They really need to be able to rack up these points early on within the weeks. And SUHAZ, you know, after having a really disappointing Season 8, they need to start making sure that SUHAZ is a name to be feared.
Yeah, today is definitely a proving ground, and these two teams are embodying that spirit right now. We are now going to return back into the game. Not much has happened, of course. We did just pause right as the game begun, but that means no problem. Nothing is going to be stopped. The momentum, absolutely fine.
And here we go, the Ace once again in the middle of the enemy jungle, continuing to be fairly annoying here as Seifel now coming in to actually harass him in the middle of the river here. AJ manages to get some very early pressure to give Lethal Wanderer over the box, but let's see whether this Hayabusa game is going to be different compared to the past two, one from the Homeboys and one from SUHAZ.
I'm sure that all Hayabusa players out there want Box to prove that their hero has what it takes to be able to secure victory even in the current meta, where consistent DPS is very, very important, and we'll find out whether or not that's the case down here in the bottom lane as well. This is going to be a rough fight for either of these heroes. Eevee as well as Irfan are both fairly durable and can output a fair bit of damage themselves.
Eevee, as long as he's able to keep Irfan in the lane, he is doing a good job. He's not expected to absolutely demolish the lane, but he needs to control it, because the moment Irfan gets ahead and starts bleeding his lead in towards the other lanes, that's when it becomes a huge problem from SUHAZ Esports. Now, once again, as you can see, Box chilling down by Gold Crab here. As you can see, GB walking right up into it, knowing that the Ace is just keeping tabs on him, consistently allowing Eevee to maintain control and pressure of the lane. 4 members on the bottom side here as Anip needs help from Seifel, as HYHY has a significant advantage in lane against the Claude.
Yep, this is the power of the Popol and Koopa. You're basically in a 2v1 situation all the time, so the enemy has to even it up, which does mean that Box can start working on the turtle since he knows where 2 players are. But guess what? The 3rd player is up there as well, and he is looking for blood. So far, Popol and Koopa still surviving. Box, will he be able to secure this? He's actually gonna stay away from it for a moment. Luckily, his team is able to secure it, and now they immediately turn over to Irfan. First blood going over to Chibi, gets the kill onto the Popol and Koopa, but SUHAZ Esports gonna even it up straight away with the kill onto the Paquito.
Yep, very textbook moves coming on from both sides. SUHAZ is just focusing on these neutral objectives. Homeboys, knowing that they can't get on it, looks to try and punish HYHY up on the top side and managed to take away 99% of the gold shield, the energy shield on these turrets. First blood bounty achieved by SUHAZ. Sorry, Homeboys.
Yeah, sometimes it does get confusing when you are so invested into the game, but I hope all of you guys are still paying attention to make sure we can witness which of these teams comes out on top. EV now in a 2v1 situation, but he is playing the glue, so that shouldn't be too much problem for him. He cuts the lane and instantly starts walking into the enemy jungle to zone out the members of Homeboys.
See, this is what we're talking about. It's all about control. Now, SUHAZ have turned their attention up towards the top side, but it's going to be hard to catch away at Anip, who has the battle mirror image, unless they get a really good initial charge coming in from the Ace. Mid lane needs to be shoved up, so it's all about that timing. So for Anip, he understands that if the mid waves are already crashing, he needs to play a little bit safer, wait for the waves to kind of come into him before he sticks his nose back out.
I am wondering whether or not Anip will be able to get the farm he needs here to start scaling up. As we know, Claude as a hero does take quite a bit of time. Although changes were made to allow him to start scaling up a lot sooner, it will still take him a little bit longer than that of HYHY, especially when you consider how much help he needs in lane as well, going up against the Poffel and Koopa.
Yeah, I mean, you can see that, like, there's just so many members up on this top side. Like, you can even see in lane boxes just ready to actually go in, and they find the initial stun on towards Seiful's side. They're going for the major engagement, but Seiful instead just goes for the circling eagle. He gives up his life over to HYHY as they now will contest for the turtle. That's going to be 3 ults down for the side of SUHAZ Esports, and Homeboys think it's pretty worth it.
Okay, the turtle getting really low. Who's going to get it? A stun onto Chibi, but he still manages to secure the turtle. Now the Blazing Duet going to come out. Not a lot of damage though, and that is probably the worst time for a pause I have ever seen.
Oh yeah, for sure. You can even see Seiful just like, no, he's scratching his head, pulling up his fringe, and he's just like, God, what happened now? I'm not entirely sure which side is having the technical issues at this point of time, but hey, timing is already passed, and luckily Chibi was still managing to secure the Lord for him, secure the turtle for himself in the middle of that fight, because Vince had a really good yin-yang overturn that really made it difficult to judge the retribution timing.
Yep, and unfortunately DA's did time his stun a little bit wrong. I think he went for it a little bit too early. If he had timed it a little bit later, I think it would have made it more difficult for Chibi to be able to get the retribution onto the turtle, but he was able to secure it in the end. What I am worried about now is that after this pause, the players are going to come back into the match, and I kind of doubt they will have exact memory of where they are in the team fight.
That's a good. That's actually, to be fair, that's a pretty good point here, and I think it's going to be hard to figure it out based off of memory. But hopefully, when we come back into the game, we still get to catch the action and not just see the aftermath.
I think this is one of those situations where people can call it a strategic pause. Obviously, that is not the case. That kind of thing isn't allowed around here. But both these teams are now in a situation where once the game resumes, they'll need just a moment, like 1 second, to realize, okay, where am I in the fight? And who can I go on? Should I escape? We'll find out. But the fight has already concluded. Doesn't look like there were any casualties from either side. I think after the pause, they both just agreed. Neither of us have any idea where we are. Let's just agree to disagree.
It's just backing away here. But now Seiful is going to get punished. Immediately hit by the charge. He goes for the circling eagle. He already uses Guiding Wind, so he has no way to escape anymore. And not to mention, all he has is Purify, which is on cooldown. So literally no more escape mechanics.
Obviously, Seiful dying here and there isn't ideal, but it is creating space for the rest of his team, space that SUHAZ now want to deny, forcing Anip to back away, and that'll allow them to take the top tier 1 tower.
Yep, and they have already broken it, and this is what's so frustrating, because now SUHAZ Esports are investing the time and effort into that top side of the map compared to the bottom side, which they were doing earlier, and Eevee, he's just buying as much time. In the split, he was not able to stack enough on any of his targets to hop on before breaking away. He ends up giving that kill over to the Homeboys.
That was actually a weird move by Eevee there. He flickered behind the enemy team and then tried to ult. I guess he just took way more damage than he was expecting, but HYHY doing the same. Luckily, the shield will keep him up. Numenon Blast ensures that the rest of the Homeboys aren't going to follow up onto the Poffel and Koopa, but now Chibi and Seiful coming down bottom. DA is going to delay him for just a little while, but I think neither team is going to engage right now.
Yeah, and it's really unfortunate because if Homeboys decide to go for this fight, I mean, there's no Numenon Blast to disengage, and Irfan, he was wanting to chunk out AJ as much as he can, forcing out the black shoes, but the Ace doing a very good job at mitigating the damage while AJ clears up the lane.
Yeah, this is just well played by the side of SUHAZ Esports. They're not allowing HOMEBOIS to get the dive that they want to. However, it did force them to move multiple of their members down to the bottom lane, allowing a nip on the Claude to get free farm on the other side of the map.
Yep, it buys him a little bit of time, but nobody has a guaranteed lead. It's still dead even, but here comes the point flip. GB wants to go in. He managed to take away the turtle. The Numenon blast does hit onto one target, and Syphil dodges it with the circling eagle. It's going to be Hayabusa with the Oki Shadow Killers. Irfan tries to run away. He's chunked out. He can't do much, and it's Eevee who catches him off. It's going to be 20 seconds before he's back. It's a 1-for-0, but HOMEBOIS able to secure the turtle again. 2 times under SUHAZ Esports' noses.
I think we have to give some props over to Irfan there in that last fight, because I'm pretty sure he actually got the knockout strike onto Box during the retribution timing, and that allowed Chibi to steal it from under his nose, even though he ideally should have been in the perfect position to be able to secure it. That is just unfortunate.
Yeah, really unfortunate indeed. And you can see Chibi 2 items. Oh no, he's caught out in the middle and is trying to save him there. He can't really do too much. Sorry, Vince trying to actually push out the mid lane, and Syphil holding on to his own. The Guiding Wind does save Chibi's life there, but they gotta be very careful of AJ. The amount of damage he's able to dish out already is pretty phenomenal, so they have to give him that respect. They don't have that same lead like they did in their previous match.
In fact, neither of these teams have the lead right now, because the net worth is dead even from either side, and they're playing with full respect of their opponents, not taking any risks that aren't necessary, and having multiple members grouped up to go for attempts here. But guess what? Ogi's Shadow Kill not doing enough damage, gives the killing spree over to the HOMEBOIS.
Yeah, Box unfortunately did not have his quad shadows up, and he tried to dodge the ability with his ult, trying as Vince baits it out of him with his yin yang overturn. A good play coming in from Vince, as now they will crack open a very key point in the map. AJ might be in some trouble here, but he does clear up the lane and saves the mid lane. Lord coming back up in 6 seconds.
Now HOMEBOIS are rotating down bottom. The Ace has to stun Irfan to allow his friend to get away, which means that he will sacrifice his life. Irfan gets the kill, but at the very least, HYHY will be able to escape from that gank.
Yep, this entire time Anip has been hard farming as much as he can, and even taking away farm from Chibi on the top side of the map here. AJ taking, oh my goodness, a good amount of damage here, but does not force him to use the black shoes just yet.
I think we have to note that Anip is already level 11. He is matching Box in terms of EXP and 2 levels up on HYHY, so the Claude is actually farming pretty well.
Yep, and now Lord should be falling into their hands as both Box and Eevee just holding on to their own here as the rest of HOMEBOIS decide to collapse onto the back line of SUHAZ. HYHY goes down first. Irfan is trying to get on out as Eevee continues to create space, getting on top of Chibi so far, but that's gonna be, it's gonna be Box who secures the kill onto Irfan for now and resetting the Lord. Both sides will not give an inch to each other.
We have to note this whole time as well, Eevee was 1v1ing Chibi up in the top lane. He got his ultimate off on him, but the damage on the Roger is going to outscale the Glue by quite a bit, especially now that we've reached this point in the game. So while the game is still pretty even, HOMEBOIS have managed to secure a 2k net worth lead. Is this a herald to the end, or will SUHAZ Esports prove that it is nothing more than a pebble in their path?
Oh boy, it's tough to say here. I mean, the game has only been lasting for so long, and it's a total of 11 kills so far. It's really hard to say, but HOMEBOIS are very comfortable as their next item Power Spike is coming in about a minute or so, and if SUHAZ doesn't start retaking some gold across the map, it's going to be really, really tough to contest them on this Lord.
Alright, now SUHAZ Esports going in. Eevee already in the backline. The Ace and AJ taking a fair bit. Irfan with the double knockout strike forces out the Ogi Shadow kill, but it's not really doing much damage. Chibi gets the Lord. Box in a lot of trouble, has to run away. Unstoppable streak onto HYHY. Chibi will be able to secure the kill. Meanwhile, Eevee has managed to get his ult onto Vin, so he is able to kill the Kagura, but that puts him in a bad spot. Double kill going over to Chibi.
Oh, that was such an awkward position to fight for the side of SUHAZ, but HOMEBOIS played that well, kept SUHAZ Esports split apart break open the mid lane at the same time to add more salt to the wound. It is going to be a 1-for-2 trade in favor of the Homeboys, and they're going to continue their onslaught.
Yep, and they did manage to get the Lord on top of that as well, which will start shoving in the top lane. Again, the first Lord of the game, not too big of an issue if they're able to defend against it, but now Homeboys, their lead is starting to really increase, and when you consider the amount of scaling that the Clot is able to do at this stage of the game, SUHAZ are not going to have enough DPS to deal with it since they do have the double tank composition.
Yep. When it comes down to damage here, so far I think Homeboy should be able to completely outscale SUHAZ at this stage of the game. Even when it gets down to the late game, just the raw AoE, it's all going to be dependent on whether or not the Ace can get a strong Numenor Blast on at least 3 targets. One of those targets has to be Anip.
Yep, and now Lord pushing in top. SUHAZ should be able to defend against it. EV gonna be able to push back the lane in the mid side as well. But SUHAZ are a bit spread out right now. Ogi Shadow kill being popped. Anip quite low, but Box not going to be able to get the kill. So it looks like Homeboys, they're just gonna be able to walk away scot-free.
Yep, I mean, Homeboys so far just going to have to wait their time as they get another turret for themselves. However, they're looking to crack at least an inhibitor turret on this next upcoming push here. They are running out of time before SUHAZ does catch up. They are 6k ahead in terms of gold, so now it's about choking SUHAZ Esports out of their own jungle economy. The Ace trying to get in some position to keep Vision on top of them, but how long do they want to go as Anip goes straight into the middle of the Guardian's Bulwark, blocking a good amount of damage, but AJ unfortunately has to take the black shoes, flickers over the wall. Chibi almost came picking him up, but Seifel on the complete opposite side, on towards the top side of the map, can't do much to actually save that day. Eevee in the middle, he's got the immortality, so he's not afraid of death, goes into the split, and finally, Homeboys call it quits.
I'm actually surprised at how little damage Anip did with that blazing duet there. SUHAZ Esports all survive no problem and are able to chase away the members of Homeboys. So far, good defense coming out from them. But with the Lord coming up in another 20 seconds, things are going to start getting dicey.
Yep, that's Guardian's Bulwark, baby. That's why the Ace is very, very scared. And more importantly, just holding up onto that Guardian's Bulwark until absolutely necessary. He can't just use it willy-nilly because that gives an opening for the Homeboys to use their really powerful AoE in the Blazing Duet.
Yep, the Lord is now up. The Ace gonna be able to scout it out. He knows that the Homeboys are starting to work on it. They have to decide their approach very, very carefully. Eevee coming in from the mid lane. The Ace still stalling Irfan, trying to keep him in place long enough for the rest of his team to drop by. But neither side is really looking to 100% invest just yet.
And they've already started things off. The split coming in from Eevee. He's looking for any target he can latch upon, and I think that might be a target on towards Irfan, maybe? No, but they find the catch onto the Ace, and he's going to get chunked down. He's still holding on. He manages to get on out of there, but that just means this Luminous Lord is going to fall into the hands of the Homeboys.
That is, unless SUHAZ Esports can suddenly turn around and try something, but it looks like they will elect not to do that. Box has already been stopped from taking the Lord multiple times before, and does not want to take that risk this late into the game.
It's unfortunate to say the least, but SUHAZ are now in a very dire situation. Homeboys will need to at least crack 2 inhibitors to make it worth their time. They're saving and clearing up the top lane as well, making sure that tier 2 doesn't fall down. Looking at the item list so far, I mean, AJ's in a comfortable position. HY needs one more item. Eevee is extremely good in his own position. And even Box, he's got more than enough items to actually dish out good damage, but just not enough when it comes down to how many items Homeboys has in retrospect.
In comparison, Anip is already full build and Chibi is getting close himself, so their scaling is really coming online. SUHAZ Esports now has to defend a Luminous Lord pushing in the top lane and all of the Homeboys pushing in to try and get as many structural objectives as they can.
Okay, so this tier 2 goes down. Luminous Lord crashes in towards the top inhibitor here. They aren't dedicating too many resources into pushing them off. SUHAZ is just giving it to them for now. If they can lead it over to the mid inhibitor, that would also be great, but the Ace will not let that happen as bot side also gets shredded, but not enough to really put in any major damage. The fight is in an awkward position, but it looks like Eevee gets into the middle with split. Seifel can pull out one of their members as Irfan manages to get out just in time so he doesn't get pulled back. Eevee on the other hand, has to pull away. Yin Yang overturn coming in from Vince as he purchased the Holy Crystal and Numenon Blast onto 2. But here comes the Blazing Duet. It comes out perfectly. The Ace manages to get up his Guardian's Bulwark just in time, but not enough to save some of their bigger members. Eevee walks away with a sliver of HP, but now another inhibitor has fallen as Homeboys continue on as they push into the enemy base. SUHAZ Esports has taken way too much damage.
The attempt by Eevee to pull Irfan back was actually thwarted by a very well-timed jab coming out of the Paquito. He knew exactly when he was getting pulled back and instantly walked away, but the Winter Trunkian not going to be able to survive. Vince gets taken out, and now they're aiming down Seifel and Chibi. Irfan gonna buy some time for them. SUHAZ Esports grouped up quite a bit. Seifel gonna get immobilized, locked down, pulled back, immortality, gonna be popped, but instantly Homeboys turns it around, godlike streak, going over the Chibi. The Ace now dropping real low, almost dies, but is able to escape. Eevee picks out the Matilda in the backline, but he's not going to be able to save himself as the Claude picks up the kill onto the glue. 3-for-2.
Anip has the time to shine, waiting ever so patiently to get into the middle, even starting off the Blazing Duet early to get a little bit more stacks of the Art of Thievery before jumping straight into the back line here. And as we can see, Irfan gets absolutely shredded down by HY as Anip, wait, he ends up dying. He pops the immortality and now he's in trouble, but he doesn't have Winds of Nature anymore as they pick up the Ace, but they cannot end the game. They are forced to move away, and SUHAZ will be respawning to clear up their lanes one more time. Homeboys in perfect position to get another Lord.
That was definitely a bit of a mistake coming out from Homeboys there. They were in prime position to turn that fight into a victory on the game. Luckily, SUHAZ Esports were able to defend that and get a kill onto a Nib, forcing him to use his immortality, which meant that Homeboys had to retreat. But as you mentioned, Lord is now open. SUHAZ Esports needs to make sure this does not go over to their opponents.
Yep, they can really contest this now. They pretty much got more than enough items. Oh, but now it's too late. They're going to be running down, and unfortunately, a Winter Trunge is going to be popped straight away. AJ is down. Large majority of the damage dealers, and even Eevee melts like absolute butter as Anip shreds him with the Blazing Duet. It's too late, and it's way too much damage. By the time they respawn, it's going to be right at the cusp of when their crystal is getting under attack.
This is going to be a rough one. 3v5. Bugs, HY, and the Ace have to defend against all these members of Homeboys. Ogi Shadow Kill already popped out to try and do as much damage as possible, and Box is going to use Quad Shadow to try and distract them, which surprisingly is actually working, but it looks like he will waste his life in exchange. Legendary streak going over to Chibi as he now pushes up top lane and tries to clear as many of the minions as possible. Still a few seconds before AJ and Eevee join the rest of their team.
It's too late. They jump straight onto him with the Yin Yang overturn and the Blazing Duet. HY, Winds of Nature is a little too late. He's too low, and that's gonna be it. Homeboys gonna be taking the game 2-1. A good victory against SUHAZ Esports.
They tried, but they weren't quite able to pull it off. Homeboys have proven that they are the ones who will triumph over their opponents on their debut on the stage of MPL MY Season 9. Well played by both teams, but in the end, there is always only one victor.
Oh my goodness, a great game that was. Let's check out the mic check from the Homeboys.
Yeah.
Ayal teku. Ayah.
Pakito belakang. Wan, sini wan.
Bateri cok.
Silang flick.
Bagi tepuk pindah.
Nice. Mek. Aku ada.
Nice. Satu. Dah guys. Nice. Aku tak ada tahu. Tahu. Wajib. Mati. Berikan aku. Hey, Lord. Ayo buta sini. Geluk aku. Busa ulti. Geluk belakang. Geluk aku guys.
Korang okey tak? Korang? Dah. Masih. Kita nak menang.
Careful, B.
Bukan nak off, kita nak menang.
Dah.
Bawa.
Bawa. Sekejap, aku dengar. Aku rasa mana?
Itu dia perlawanan yang cukup mantap sebentar tadi di antara HOMEBOIS dan juga SUHAZ Esports. Terima kasih ataupun tahniah untuk pasukan HOMEBOIS kerana telah menangi game yang pertama tadi dengan 2-1 dan sekarang berjumpa bersama dengan Saiful, ketua pasukan HOMEBOIS. Saiful, kita tahu HOMEBOIS untuk musim pada kali ini bermula dengan poin negatif 8. Jadi bagaimana keadaan HOMEBOIS ni daripada segi mental?
Untuk daripada segi mental, kita orang kena terima walaupun negatif 8. Cuma persiapan tu lebih lah daripada season lepas.
Baik, untuk game pertama tadi, okey, HOMEBOIS kalah tadi kan. Untuk game yang kedua, apakah perubahan yang HOMEBOIS tukar dalam game yang kedua tadi?
Perubahan dia, kita cuba fahamkan macam mana enemy main dan kita orang cuba counter di game kedua.
Mantap. Jadi apa nak tanya untuk soalan yang ketiga. Okey, apakah pendapat Saiful sendiri untuk meta yang telah pun dikeluarkan di MPL MY setakat ini?
Meta agak terkejut sikit sebab tu game pertama kita orang tak dapat nak react sebab kita orang terkejut lah dengan meta yang orang cakap tak expect lah yang bawa Malaysia boleh bawa meta macam tu.
Meta terkejut. Baik, jadi untuk akhir sekali mungkin Saiful sendiri ada ucapan nak bagi kepada penonton-penonton ataupun peminat HOMEBOIS, silakan.
Okey, pertama sekali saya ingin mengucapkan ribuan terima kasih kepada semua yang sokong HOMEBOIS, jatuh bangun HOMEBOIS. Dan jangan lupa doakan Daddy yang tak sihat dan semua warga HOMEBOIS lah, senang cerita.
Baik, terima kasih Saiful. Jadi untuk mengulas dengan lebih lanjut, jom kita bersama dengan Lafel dan juga Arta di post show sebentar lagi. Jadi untuk pasukan HOMEBOIS, tahniah dan all the best untuk pasukan HOMEBOIS. Okey, terima kasih Saiful. Jadi Lafel dan juga Arta, all yours.
Dan juga Gideon. Terima kasih banyak Jas sudah dekat situ. Selamat datang kepada bahagian post show. Juga kita nak ucapkan terima kasih kepada kita punya sponsors. MPL dikuasai oleh Monton, kemudian dibawakan khas oleh McDelivery, Samsung sebagai kita punya telefon pintar rasmi dan raikan semua kemenangan bersama dengan Nescafe. Jadi mari kita introduce, ada Lafel, ada Arta dan juga ada Gideon dekat sini. Sebelum kita mulakan beberapa benda yang saya nak cakap. Nombor satu, laju je cakap. Dia boleh jadi caster sebenarnya.
Betul.
Laju dia cakap. Nombor dua, Gideon, you mungkin tak dengar sebab ini berlaku waktu Melekas di mana uncle dia cuba berbual dengan Adin. Dia cakap yang Popong Kupa, dia ada teringat macam ada satu cerita masa dulu-dulu. Lepas tu Adin macam, tak tahulah uncle, kita umur berbeza. Just nak highlightkan tu, tapi sekarang kita dah boleh sambung kita punya post match analysis. Gideon, you sendiri cast tadi, like apa you punya perspective about game tadi?
I think honestly it was a really interesting game between both. We saw a lot of cool, interesting things, especially during game one, especially for SUHAZ, bringing out Direwolf jungle. You don't see that very often. That was pretty cool, but also the overall game ideology that we did see from HOMEBOIS, I think it's very interesting, and most importantly, it's a very cool way to play the game using Sun as a way to kind of brick wall the gold lane.
Nah, itu untuk game yang pertama dan yang kedua. Kita akan masuk kepada itemization kita game yang ketiga, di mana kita boleh lihat sendiri bagaimana percaturan yang dihasilkan oleh kedua-dua pasukan. Dekat sini saya nak highlight sikit, Lafel dan Gideon, di mana kesilapan every time pasukan SUHAZ mulakan setiap kali. Okey, minta maaf. Okey, setiap kali turtle dimulakan oleh pasukan SUHAZ. Turtle yang pertama berjaya diambil. Turtle yang kedua dan ketiga telah diambil oleh pasukan HOMEBOIS, iaitu jungler yang begitu mantap retribution dia, Chibi yang menggunakan Roger tadi. Itu antara kesilapan bagaimana pasukan HOMEBOIS dapat semula rentak diorang pada game yang ketiga tadi.
Ya, tapi okey, untuk pasukan HOMEBOIS, game pertama mungkin sebab diorang terkejut. Again, diorang sendiri cakap, diorang terkejut nampak Direwolf. Tapi game kedua dengan game ketiga, nampak yang HOMEBOIS jauh lebih confident. And yang kita juga kena highlightkan, Chibi 2 kali dia berjaya untuk dapatkan Roger dan dua-dua kali dia bertunjukkan performance MVP level. So, Gideon, rasanya like for this game, boleh katakan HOMEBOIS just ambil diorang punya comfort heroes and then menang based on that, ataupun first game betul-betul it's just a surprise factor yang menyebabkan, terkejut punya factor terkejut punya faktor yang menyebabkan diorang kalah.
Terkejut surprise factor.
Terkejut surprise.
Personally, I think that HOMEBOIS was playing a little sloppy during their very first matchup, and I think yes, there was a little bit of a surprise factor of how much damage Dyrolf was able to bring out. However, when it comes down to this particular game here, one of the biggest problems that I did see coming out from SUHAZ Esports was the fact that every time they were looking for these bigger engagements, the Ace either had no way of actually contributing to these fights because Anip didn't necessarily have enough items to make the Guardian's Bulwark viable, but the Numenon Blast just did not connect.
Ya, dan sekarang kita akan tengok kita punya post game stats, tengok damage numbers untuk ke semua player dekat sini. Tapi first kita kena cerita pasal rich guy, orang kaya di mana Chibi berjaya untuk dapatkan 824 gold per minute. Kemudian the carry Anip 72,000 damage yang dia berjaya untuk keluarkan. Sandbag EV menerima 164,000 damage. Kemudian Forgotten One, Saifu dengan 13 total assist. Yang saya nak highlightkan dekat sini adalah perbezaan damage di mana pasukan HOMEBOIS Anip 72,000, manakala untuk SUHAZ Esports yang paling tinggi pun adalah HY dengan 45,000. And I nak ikut apa yang Gideon cakap, sebab apa yang dia cakap betul. Even casters pun cakap dekat dalam game ni SUHAZ Esports nampak macam mereka punya setup tu tak ada, walaupun mereka ada glue yang boleh pick off, mereka ada Lolita yang boleh AOE setup, tapi tak menjadi Arta. Jadi perbezaan damage besar ni adalah disebabkan Cloud memang dah banyak sangat farm ataupun senang je dia nak masuk.
Cloud kalau kita lihat semula, Cloud turret dia telah diambil dengan sangat-sangat mudah, tetapi dekat sini kombinasi di mana Blazing Duet dibuka dan finisher dia akan jadi kepada Chibi yang menggunakan Roger. Blazing Duet untuk mengurangkan HP dan Roger datang dengan Lycan Pounce dia untuk menghabiskan pasukan SUHAZ Esports. Itu antara kombinasi yang saya sangat suka ditunjukkan oleh pasukan HOMEBOIS.
I think the most important thing as well, after that combination to actually make it work, they had to get rid of disengage mechanics, utilizing yin-yang overturns. They have to knock up strikes, and most importantly the circling eagle onto the Ace just to make sure he cannot save the team.
Ya, and kita punya MVP of the game akan diberikan kepada Chibi. 904 match KDA, 87% kill participation, 824 gold per minute. Dia adalah kita punya rich guy. Kemudian itemization dekat sini penting, tetapi macam mana yang lagi penting seperti mana Arta cakap ialah the combination yang overturn AOE damage, kemudian Blazing Duet AOE damage. Chibi menggunakan Roger tinggal untuk masuk ke dalam saja. Ada extra movement speed dengan adanya Wind Talker, War Axe dan juga Endless Battle membuat dia senang untuk masuk dengan keluar kat dalam team fight.
Ya, kita boleh tengok tadi bagaimana dengan pengambilan ataupun kecurian Chibi mengambil turtle itu yang membenarkan untuk Cloud hidup semula. Sebab walaupun atas tu dia punya turret telah dijatuhkan, tetapi dia masih lagi boleh farming dengan adanya turtle yang telah diambil ataupun dicuri oleh Chibi yang menggunakan Roger tadi.
I think we'll be able to see it in the highlights itself. Like a large majority of these fights are happening towards the bottom side of the map, and in the earlier stages of the game, like HOMEBOIS weren't exactly getting too far ahead, but notice where Anip is going. Every single time a fight starts to break out, they delay the fight, maybe get a pick, but he runs back onto the top side, and once he gets his 2 items, then he decides to participate for the backline fights.
Ya, and I juga nak kena cerita pasal diorang punya mekanik, sebab beberapa kali kita nampak Chibi berjaya untuk securekan turtle, berjaya untuk securekan lot dengan dia punya retribution. Tetapi kita tak boleh nak cakap benda yang sama dengan Box dekat dalam game ni dengan game yang sebelum ni dua game dia menggunakan Hayabusa, dia tak berjaya untuk securekan neutral objective dekat sini. So nampak macam SUHAZ Esports diorang just slowly hilang segala-galanya, menyebabkan HOMEBOIS just farm macam biasa. Bila ada peluang engage, kemudian bila dah team fight besar seperti mana yang kita nampak dekat sini, macam mana kita punya dua-dua analis pun dah cerita, lowkan enemy punya HP, kemudian senang untuk Roger masuk ke dalam because dia punya passive, dia punya design hero tu sendiri memang jenis executioner punya style. I tak tahu nak bahasa Melayu kan tu macam mana, tapi dia senang untuk bunuh orang yang HP low lah senang cerita.
Ya, kita boleh lihat sendiri bagaimana percaturan daripada pasukan SUHAZ sendiri apabila momentum late game dia hilang untuk momentum late game dia, tetapi kita akan masuk dulu ke atas stand-in kita di mana kedudukan kumpulan kita, Rafael.
Ini adalah antara benda yang macam mana cakap, very unique, jarang kita nampak. Walaupun SUHAZ Esports mereka yang kalah tapi mereka kekal di atas, mereka berjaya untuk dapatkan 1 point. So dekat sini kita nak kena ingat kepada semua orang, mechanic of kiraan point dekat sini adalah kalau menang 2-0 akan ada 3 point. Betul. Kalau menang 2-1, pemenang akan dapat 2 point dan siapa yang kalah dapat 1 point. Macam mana sekalipun SUHAZ Esports mereka dah secure 1 point dekat sini, dan HOMEBOIS daripada -8 dah jadi -6. Jadi mereka ada momentum untuk dapatkan balik poin yang mereka hilang, tetapi mereka masih yang paling bawah dekat dalam grup ni.
Yeah, but I mean, HOMEBOIS still has hope. I mean, if they win 2-0 and 2-0 the next match, they basically break even and can start focusing about actually competing.
Tapi yang paling tak bestnya, apabila ada satu tim yang tidak berjaya untuk menang, so dia tidak akan mendapatkan mata sebenarnya, LFL. Faham?
Faham.
Okay.
Tak, saya ingat nak cakap lebih lagi. Macam mana pun, honestly, sejujurnya perlawanan SUHAZ dengan HOMEBOIS ni, apa yang kita boleh nampak, SUHAZ mereka berani untuk cuba benda baru. Macam mana kita nampak game pertama dengan game kedua dengan memasukkan Franco. Saya cuma rasa diorang perlu mereka kena, macam mana nak cakap, mereka kena sharpen, kena asah dia punya skill untuk pastikan dengan meta baru diorang boleh perform. Terima kasih banyak Alta. Susah nak cakap bahasa Melayu ni sebenarnya.
No, but I do definitely agree that they do need to kind of sharpen up the overall mechanics here, because we can see that there are very correct ideas that SUHAZ are putting in place. The only issue is being able to execute it. It's a high risk, high reward. There's kind of no in between for it. It's either you win really, really hard or you just end up flopping and failing.
Ya, itu yang menjadi salah satu kunci di mana pasukan SUHAZ sendiri, apabila mereka mengeluarkan satu meta yang berbeza, mereka dapat menghasilkan satu gameplay. Even captain daripada pasukan HOMEBOIS sendiri cakap tadi, diorang susah nak baca game yang pertama. Apabila masuk pada game yang kedua, diorang force untuk membawa cuba meta yang lain juga, tak berjaya. Bila masuk pada meta yang ketiga ataupun game yang ketiga, keseimbangan tu dah tak ada untuk pasukan SUHAZ sendiri.
Dekat sini saya ada soalan yang mungkin pedas sedikit. Adakah HOMEBOIS mereka hanya menang sebab mekanik je? Sebab kita nak tengok game kedua dan game ketiga, diorang outperform setiap role yang ada dekat pada bahagian SUHAZ. And nak kata perubahan daripada segi meta, tak banyak berubah sekalipun. So, adakah mereka menang hanya kerana mereka punya mekanik? Ataupun still boleh cakap yang diorang still letak element of strategic itu?
Okay, bagi saya lah, seperti apa yang Gideon katakan tadi, apabila diorang ada glue, diorang ada Lolita, tetapi impact yang diorang hasilkan tu tidak, macam tak penuh tau, macam tak dapat dia punya feel kombinasi yang dihasilkan ataupun yang dipilih oleh hero-hero yang ada untuk pasukan SUHAZ. Bagi saya lah.
I kind of agree with Arthur here. I do feel like, yes, it is a little bit of HOMEBOIS' general mechanics, but it's the draft that really predetermines it. Take for an example, we saw how, everyone wasn't exactly having the most fun time when it's Uranus versus Paquito. What can you really do about that matchup? But once he gets a little bit more even in his matchups, that's when he really shines and really can show how much impact he brings to the game.
Ya, itu perbualan pada game tadi. Tetapi kita ada lagi 2 game selepas ni. Tapi yang kita nak kena fokuskan adalah Orange dengan MLBB. Tetapi sebelum tu, kita ada soalan kepada penonton dekat rumah. Siapakah yang menangi Best Talent Award untuk MPL Malaysia musim ke-8? Adakah Gideon?
Bukan.
Dengan Adin dengan Syamilo. Lupa ada lagi dorang kat situ. Yang Gideon?
How much you want to bet that people are still gonna get this question wrong? Yeah.
Okay. Ini yang persoalan ni kan. Kalau dah terlepas tadi pun jawab salah, angkat tangan lah.
Yes, Adin, Syamilo ataupun Gideon. Dekat situ make sure you guys can QR code and then dia punya code adalah jawapan dia. So, hafal siapa best talent musim yang lepas and then you guys boleh dapat cuba bayangkan kalau salah juga. I mean, and kita baru dapat tahu yang kita dah hit 800 share. Jauh lebih awal daripada apa yang I expect. So kepada semua penonton kat rumah, kita nak ucapkan terima kasih, sebanyak-banyak terima kasih. Dan inilah ganjaran anda. Ambil kod kat pada bahagian bawah tu, kemudian pergi ke m.mobilelegends.com untuk claim prizes dan stay sampai ke hujung hari sebab kita akan ada lucky draw. Disebabkan ada 800 share milestone, akan ada 8 lucky draw. Pastikan anda share lagi banyak untuk dapatkan 1000. Tapi kita nak fokus kepada match yang seterusnya di mana kita akan tengok perlawanan di antara Orange Esports dan juga MLBB. Sebelum kita pergi kepada break, Arta, apa anda punya expectation untuk match terus ni?
MLBB dah nampak Orange Esports main macam mana. So Orange Esports kena step up balik. Itu je lah bagi saya.
Wah, mudah kerja. Gideon?
Setuju.
Mantap. Jadi dekat sini saya yang kena kerja lebih keras sedikit di mana pasukan MLBB mereka dah cuba beberapa kali untuk masuk ke dalam MPL dan kali ini mereka berjaya. Beberapa player mereka kita akan tengok dekat line up sebenarnya adalah familiar faces di mana mereka pernah main untuk pasukan team SMG, manakala untuk pasukan Orange Esports seperti mana yang Arta cakap semalam, mereka punya performance atas stage nampak macam diorang nervous, nampak macam mereka tak betul-betul bersedia ataupun communicating berbual dengan bagus dengan sesama sendiri. Tapi macam mana pun, kita akan pergi kepada short break. Selepas ni kita akan tengok perlawanan di antara Orange Esports melawan MLBB. Jadi jangan ke mana-mana, kita akan kembali selepas ini.
Mission completed. Valkyrie power reinforced with modernized gear. Not a bad idea, is it? Wherever they run, Saber will hunt them down. Forge a lock on! Nice job, girl.
Legendary. Ay, ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
You won't be beating me this time.
Why am I always the one getting hurt?
Wow, Layla, you were the best.
Layla, you rock! You're always number one! Look! The ranking just changed!
Oh, she didn't get chocolate, did she? Fanny, did you get any chocolate? I've received tons. I'll win next time for sure.
This is for you, my teammate.
For me? Well, it'd sure be rude of me not to accept your kind gift.
Reveal, foul creatures! Ha! Be determined! Ha! Ha! Iron may break, but never my will. Sweep the existence! Always at the tip of the spear.
So, diorang dapat pelbagaikan lagi gameplay diorang dan Angka yakin dua-dua tim ni boleh pergi sangat jauh dekat MPL.
He actually pushed everyone to harder, could be more stressful.
Pushes the limit of Mobile Legends in terms of meta, in terms of players' mentality, in terms of stamina. This is how you be a professional player.
Esme OT, skill satu dia dah mati, mah. Terus ini for apa?
Malaysian meta is very taste the dopamine sort of meta.
You perlu telan rasa pahit tu supaya you boleh rasa kemanisan yang akan datang.
Our meta is more focusing on helping or contributing dekat marksman supaya dia boleh, orang kata istilah fat, untuk win the game. Pergi mana-mana region, any part of the world, kita orang boleh perform.
Okey, rambut pun dah kemas. Handsome juga aku hari ni,
Alamak. Tenang Jamil, kita boleh. Hello, kita jumpa lagi.
Good afternoon.
Wah, sejuk ya office you.
Hi, I'm Sasa.
Look at me. I'm the captain now.
Saya full, kapten kami dia sakit perut. So saya nak ganti untuk hari ini.
Ada M, Link Eza, Kaiser juga.
I ingat you nak butiran SAI kan? Nah, inilah SAI.
Roster kami baru tetapi kuat. Sangat kuat.
Cantik tak that painting tu? I yang lukis kan?
Wait dong, bukan SAI aku lah. SAI team kita, Aiman. Sorry nanti kita hantar lagi.
Apa? Kekuatan roster kami?
Of course, it's me lah.
Saya kot.
Saya kot.
Saya. IJN pun ada S. Kan orang tak tahu lagi.
Lexi also good. Strong. We can call combo. Rockstar ya. Nice one.
Dah habis dah. Ada lagi tak? Walaupun ada player-player berpengalaman.
Walaupun season ni kami tiada zone.
Walaupun Ciku tengah rehat, walaupun roster kami tetap sama,
Walaupun champion season lepas, we have to work harder.
target kami setiap musim pun sama, pastilah.
Juaralah.
Apa mereka?
First back to back champion.
Tak kisah, TODAK tetap langgar. Tak sabar lagi lah. Ini musim kita. Okey, terima kasih.
Okay, thank you.
Okey, jumpa di regular season.
You won't be beating me this time.
Why am I always the one getting hurt?
Chocolate, did she? Fanny, did you get any chocolate? I received tons. I'll win next time for sure.
This is for you, my teammate.
For me? Well, it's sure be rude of me not to accept your kind gift.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Homebois dan juga SUHAZ Esports telah tolak kita kepada game ketiga untuk match pertama dengan kemenangan Homebois. Selepas ni kita akan tengok pasukan Orange Esports menentang dengan MAB. Selamat datang kepada MPL Malaysia musim ke-9 yang dikuasai oleh Muntan, dipersembahkan oleh McDelivery, Samsung sebagai telefon pintar rasmi kita, dan raikan bersama Nescafe. Bersama dengan saya adalah English caster GEEK dan juga analis Arta, di mana kita akan bincang pasal game yang akan datang dekat sini. Jadi, mari kita terus open MAB lawan dengan Orange Esports, di mana behind the scene ada banyak benda yang berlaku di antara mereka berdua, di mana sepatutnya roster MLBB pergi kepada Orange, tetapi disebabkan MLBB dapat mereka punya slot sendiri, sekarang Orange ambil player lain. So I akan mulakan dengan Arta. Dekat dalam match ni, match yang intense, a little bit personal antara sedikit personal antara kedua-dua pasukan ni. Apa you punya expectation?
Kita dah lihat Orange Esports bermain semalam. Untuk kali ini MAB pula akan tunjukkan taring diorang pada game yang pertama ini ataupun
Bring it on.
Yes, bring it on. Itu adalah slogan daripada pasukan MAB sendiri. Pada game ni lah, Rafael, apa yang saya nampak, diorang ada pengalaman tau. Bukanlah kata Orange Esports tiada player yang berpengalaman, tetapi kita tahu ada fakers, ada minta maaf, fakers dah ditukarkan kepada Alif. Alif nama
manja nama dia.
Ni betul-betul Melayu ni.
Ya, betul-betul Melayu.
Okey, dia ada X/fakers dan juga X Nova kalau tak silap saya.
Ya, Nova X Kova. And untuk Gideon, Orange lawan dengan Orange lawan dengan MLBB, I rasa senang untuk kita berbual bila kita tengok diorang punya roster. Jadi for now kita akan tengok for the side of Orange Esports. With this lineup, you dah tengok macam mana diorang punya performance malam. Adakah mereka akan improve pada hari ini ataupun terlampau singkat?
Personally, I do think that Orange Esports is going to have to improve. I don't think they have much choice here. They did see the performance previously before. However, let's remind everybody that both Min, Man, Isonic, and Valens previously were with the Orange Esports roster. They did do a quick collaboration with Team Huck, coming in from Tier 2s, semi-professional leagues, and these players are good. We've seen too many times where semi-professional players come into the MPL and they always make a statement. We're just waiting for some of these members on the side of Orange Esports to do just that.
Ya, okey. Lepas kita nak sambung balik dengan kita punya perbualan MLBB dekat sini. So, Arta, sambung balik dekat sini. Apa yang kita boleh expect dengan roster MLBB ni?
Ya, walaupun ada beberapa player yang berpengalaman di dalam MLBB ni, tetapi ini adalah sesuatu yang baru untuk diorang apabila diorang kumpulkan pemain-pemain yang berchemistry seperti MLBB ni. Diorang kena mainkan di atas pentas. Itu kelainan yang diorang hadapi. Sebelum ini mungkin diorang bermain secara online, even qualifier pun online. Untuk kali ini di atas pentas. Jumpa dengan pasukan lawannya di atas pentas juga.
Yeah. Dekat sini kalau sesiapa tak tahu, X/ pernah bermain dekat dalam MPL untuk Sabah top player. Nova Escobar pernah masuk ke dalam team SMG di mana dia punya performance lagi menggunakan Chow sangat memberasakan, dan Alif sebelum ni seperti yang kita cakap adalah fix daripada pasukan SMG. So dekat sini roster 3 daripada player ni ada experience MPL. X/ dah lama kita tak nampak. So saya sendiri nak tengok dia punya perkembangan sejak musim kelima time tu. Kemudian Nova Escobar, boleh ke tak dalam season ni lagi sekali dia menunjukkan yang dia punya Roma punya style lebih agresif, pick off punya style, ataupun dia dah bertukar untuk main lebih passive, I guess?
Well, that's true. I think one thing for MLBB Esports that everybody is kind of just keeping their eyes on them is to judge them, to see what kind of playstyle, what kind of identity, what kind of playstyle they actually want to show here at the MPL. And it's exciting to know, especially with these newer teams. Like every single time we've seen a new team, they've either made a statement or at the very least give us a little bit more flavor to the MPL. And I think MLBB is going to do the exact same thing.
And sebenarnya saya juga nak highlightkan Zack QT dekat situ sebagai mid laner untuk pasukan MLBB, di mana dalam meta ni saya akan argue, saya akan
bercanggah.
Gaduh.
Saya akan ceritakan yang kat bahagian mid lane tu memang sangat penting, sebab siapa yang menang mid lane dia boleh terus pergi masuk ke dalam hutan, ke dalam jungle pihak musuh untuk slowkan farming mereka punya jungler. Saya pun dah tak ingat apa yang saya nak cakap. Tapi itulah, saya nak tengok macam mana Zack QT lawan dengan Mike. Okay, settle.
Okay, itu pertempuran di antara kedua pasukan. Dan sekarang advantage yang ada untuk pasukan MLB. Minta maaf. Kelebihan yang ada untuk pasukan MLB. Mereka dah lihat bagaimana pasukan Orange Esports bermain semalam. Untuk hari ini, mereka mungkin akan mengekalkan strategi yang berbeza untuk menentang dengan pasukan Orange nanti.
Mengekalkan strategi yang berbeza? Menarik bila. Okay.
I don't know how different it's going to be, honestly. I feel, especially with Orange, you already have a formula, you already have a formation set in place. You might as well perfect it first before starting to expand into something a little bit more comfortable, unless we've been misjudging the situation. And maybe Orange Esports weren't exactly playing at their best yesterday, and maybe today they have something that they're more familiar with that they're going to fall back to.
Soalan saya adalah Valens. Valens, adakah dia akan pilih untuk bermain? Adakah dia just akan, still jadi macam a secondary coach untuk pasukan Orange? Because Valens ni antara player yang saya nak lagi banyak info sebenarnya.
Kita kena tunggu dah lihat sebenarnya dia main. Sebab corak permainan pada minggu yang muka masam kenapa lah, Fel?
Bila awak cakap tunggu tu, tak tahu tiba-tiba bad mood pula. Awak suruh saya tunggu, saya tiba-tiba macam
sama juga macam Capsha tadi.
Ya.
Kita tunggu dia nak main, tapi dia tak main lagi. Tapi kat TikTok dah keluarkan kereta Johnson tu. Wow, menarik.
Untuk kita nak cerita pasal picks juga. Kita nampak Fanny basically dah selalu kena ban. Valentina dah selalu kena ban. Lilia punya impact agak besar. Tetapi Hayabusa 0 win rate skor panjang untuk hari ni.
Untuk hari ni. Tapi semalam kalau tak silap saya, Lexia kot yang mendapatkan MVP pada...
Lexia tu dia memang yang power.
Okey.
Tapi yang nak fokuskan daripada Lilia dan juga Hayabusa ni.
Kombinasi Lilia bagus, mage dia. Kita boleh tahu antara keluar je Lilia punya meta ni, Johet dah jarang dah orang nak pakai. Even kalau Johet pakai ultimate untuk charge dia, dia boleh pakai dia punya ultimate untuk patah balik blade shoes dia, memang sangat efektif. Tetapi untuk Hayabusa, bukan dululah, season yang sebelum ni Gideon sendiri nampak kan Hayabusa sering kali di ban. Untuk kali ni macam diorang lepaskan. Setuju tak?
Yeah, I do agree with that. I feel like the meta has shifted a little bit more aggressive than it usually is, and it's all about how much impact can you make in these early stages of the game. Like Stefan mentioned on the English cast, that there is a lot of resources on the map, and especially now that people are taking advantage of the energy shields to get that extra bit of gold. And now with marksmen that shred down these shields super quickly, you break turns so fast that by the time you're done with the bottom side, you go up over to the top side and you still have another layer of energy shields to farm off of.
Ya, I rasa itu yang paling besar dia punya impact. Sebab Hayabusa dia technically high risk high reward juga. Bila you dah dapat satu level lagi tinggi, you dapat satu item lebih tinggi, you boleh burst sesiapa. Tak kisah maybe tank yang you susah untuk burstkan sedikit, tapi you boleh dapatkan that snowball. And I rasa tak selamat sangat, especially game punya pace dah makin laju. Turtle jadi sangat-sangat penting sebab bila you dah dapat turtle tu, semua orang dapat shield dan sebagainya. So I rasa ini pun antara bahagian yang semua orang experimentation, yang kita nampak lebih banyak fighter pergi kepada bahagian jungle. And walaupun kita ada dengar orang practice marksman jungle, tapi so far kat MPL kita still tak nampak lagi.
Marksman jungler. Bagi saya lah, kalau marksman
melainkan
jungler,
orang anggap Roger lah, but Roger fighter marksman, so special case.
Granger lah masih lagi boleh dipakai. Sebab kalau nak sebut Yusin Shin pun tak boleh sebab dia dah ditukarkan kepada assassin.
Okay. Cara cakap
itu antara poin yang penting lah, di mana jungler yang kalau marksman kita sering kali nampak yang boleh lagi dibawa masuk Granger lah. Kalau nak kata Yusin Shin, ulang balik nak kata Yusin Shin susah sebab dia dah ditukarkan kepada assassin.
Facts. Facts. Arthur's spitting real facts right now.
Tahu, tapi cara dia cakap, kita tunggu macam
itu actually point tau sebenarnya.
Ya, memang. Kita tak marah. Okay. Point tu betul. So, masuk ke dalam game ni, yang I nak tengok adalah Orange Esports, mereka punya nervousness pada hari semalam, adakah dia akan translate kepada hari ni? Sepatutnya mereka dah jadi lebih selesa, tapi kita boleh cakap benda sama dengan MLBB. MLBB boleh katakan tak ada experience on stage. Yang ada experience dekat atas stage, yes, on stage. Atas stage adalah Nova Escobar, di mana musim yang lepas dia main bersama dengan SMG, dia ada main dekat atas stage. So risau juga kalau ini jadi situasi di mana mereka dah train lama, dah scrim dengan semua professional team, sama ada local ataupun international, tapi bila dah sampai stage kaku. Well, itu I risau. Kira untuk kedua-dua team.
That's fair. I do think there is a little bit of that nerves on the stage, but let's also take into consideration what they were doing before they got to the MPL. Like MAB, they've been practicing for at least a year before they even qualified for the MPL. And Orange, they in collaboration with Team Hot, have played against MAB previously. So they have a general good idea of how both teams actually play the game. And I think that's definitely going to translate it onto stage.
And tak silap, kita hari itu kita ada bincang MLB lawan dengan tim Hard sebelum ni.
Yep. They have not won.
Tapi Day2 siapa? MLB
no.
ke? MLB
No. Hawk has a 2-0 over MAB as of yet.
Okay, so ikut history, ikut sejarah, Team Hawk selalu berjaya untuk kalahkan MLB. So kali ni kita kena tengok sama ada MLB dah belajar dengan cukup banyak untuk kalahkan Team Hawk / Orange Esports, ataupun same different but still same. Yang tu tak apa untuk English kan?
You sure? Busy.
Boleh wrap up macam tu
Okey lah, tak apalah. Macam mana pun saya rasa semua orang dah tak sabar. Tapi sebelum tu kita juga nak ingatkan kepada kita punya penonton semua, kalau you guys nak dapatkan McNugget free, pastikan anda spend RM50 dalam order McDelivery anda. Anda boleh dapatkan 6 McNuggets dan juga eksklusif free skin. Tetapi macam mana sekalipun, bila check out daripada McDelivery tu, pastikan anda letak kod MPL Reward, sebab kalau tak letak, then you guys tak akan dapat. And bila kita cerita pasal McD, kalaulah ada dekat sini, tapi macam mana pun kita akan terus pergi kepada stage bersama dengan Jas Suzuran, di mana untuk integriti kita, dia akan lakukan coin toss secara terbuka. Jadi Jas Suzuran, please take it away.
Baik, terima kasih Lefel, Arta dan juga Gideon. Tadi kita dah tengok perlawanan pertama tadi di antara Homeboys dan juga SUHAZ Esports. Untuk perlawanan kedua, anda masih lagi bersama dengan saya, Abeja kat sini. Sebelum kita mulakan perlawanan kita yang kedua pada hari ini, Abeja nak menjemput Head Marshal kita, Oh Han Xiong, dan juga kedua-dua ketua pasukan untuk datang ke hadapan stage bagi melakukan coin toss. Baik, sekarang ini Orange Esports memilih heads, manakala MLBB akan memilih tails. Dan sekarang jom sama-sama kita nantikan keputusannya. Dan keputusannya adalah tail. Ini bermakna MLBB membuat keputusan untuk melakukan second pick. Terima kasih kepada Oh Han Sion dan juga kedua-dua ketua pasukan. Terima kasih. Jadi untuk perlawanan kedua pada hari ini di antara Orange Esports dan juga MLBB Esports, siapakah yang bakal memenangi perlawanan kita yang kedua pada hari ini? Kita tak tahu, mungkin ada banyak kejutan-kejutan untuk anda semua pada hari ini. Dan sekarang kita dah tengok kita punya caster kita dah pun bersiap sedia untuk casting game yang kedua. Jadi Malay caster dan juga English caster, take it away.
We return once again to the MPL stage as more teams are looking to prove themselves while starting their momentum strong in MPL MY Season 9. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Stafa. Once again joining me is Gideon, and we are here to tell you that all of this could not be possible without our amazing sponsors, the official gaming chair, Secret Lab, our partners in Esports, TikTok Live, Esports Charts, and EGG Network, and of course our co-organizer ESI.
Yes, we've got so much in store for you guys, and thank you so much to our sponsors for making this happen. But it's going to be Orange Esports up against MLBB. We did see Orange Esports play previously on Friday, literally just yesterday, and they didn't exactly have the best performance against the former MPL champions. However, a lot of exciting stuff because now we get to see Team MLBB, who has an analyst which we happen to know.
Yep, but before we tell you who that is, we're gonna show you who the players are. Let's do the player walk-in onto stage. Have a look.
Orange Esports. Esports.
And we are off to the races here for our second best of 3 of today between MLBB as well as Orange Esports. Now, a little bit of history with both of these teams. You know, Orange Esports are now in collaborations with Team HUK, a very known name, especially in the semi-professional scene. And the same goes for MLBB, which they've played before. So let's have a look at the lineup real quick and talk about it, especially for Orange Esports, which we saw play yesterday.
Indeed, it's going to be the twin combo of Min and Man. On top of that, we've got Lola, iSonic, as well as WAF. Now, while Min and Man, as well as iSonic, have some experience on the stage of MPL, Lola and WAF are still fairly new faces to the scene, and we can see that there's definitely some nerves. Their gameplay yesterday was a bit lackluster, but as you mentioned, that was against the defending champions of MPL SMG, so perhaps they'll perform a little better with their rivals in the semi-pro scene.
These are familiar faces to Team HUK, or Orange Esports as they are now known, against MLBB Esports with Aleph Nova, X-Kobar, X/ZaQT, as well as Ren. Now, speaking of which, our little friend, our analyst here, also happens to be a talent here at the MPL. Karakuri has helped out this team, especially being an analyst for them and feeding them the information and the data required to get them to where they are right now. But let's also not forget about their new coach, Nanas, that's actually helping them out. Now, looking at the focus player, we're going to be starting things off with one of the twins, Min.
Now, Min has always been quite a threat as a roamer in the MPL, especially when he's comboed together with Man. The communication between these two brothers is always very clean, very coordinated, and allows them to make a lot of clean early game plays and ganks. However, we have yet to really get the chance to see that style of gameplay from yesterday, so we'll find out whether or not they'll be able to reprise that now that they've had a little more time to refocus.
Yeah, hopefully he can start buffing up his objective stats, because I think that's the most important thing right now. Even though he does make a bunch of plays, they need to be able to cash out and capitalize. But let's look at Nova right now, who previously was loaned over for Team SMG, so he does have a little bit of that experience. Most importantly, he is going to be playing a different, he's going to be playing into that roamer role. He's really versatile, and previously when he was playing, he was able to create that space. Hopefully we get to see that once again.
We can kind of see his versatility from the types of heroes that he picks in his lineups. While it's true that he's now in the roamer position, he seems to also have a penchant for playing these assassin heroes. So having more knowledge as to how players in different roles are able to play might give him an edge up, because he knows where they want to be at what time.
Understanding how other roles work is really crucial, because then you can get into the minds of the enemy players, understanding what they're going to prioritize and how they're going to make their decisions. Now, with a minute and 53 seconds here, what are you expecting when it comes to down to the drafts later on into the game? Let's have a look at the talent predictions so far, and it looks like, wow, everybody believes in everybody believes in MLBB Esports, and Sadafa, you're the only one who's going for Orange Esports. Tell us why.
I want to believe that the players that we've already seen, Min, Man, iSonic, can make use of the experience that they've had through the previous seasons of MPL. Because as you guys highlighted in the pre-show, even if these teams have fought one another before and they know how things go when they play against one another, the experience on stage is very different.
All right, let's see what you guys at home think as well. And you're going to be starting with Sadafa on this, with Orange Esports taking majority of the votes from all platforms here. And it looks like MLBB is going to be the underdogs in this matchup. Well, that makes me a little bit nervous, not going to lie. But with a minute on the line here, I'm excited to see how this is going to play out, especially when it comes down to the draft. Like, I'm not entirely sure which MLBB playstyle it's going to be.
Well, before we get to that though, we do have to shout out Samsung, especially the new model, the Samsung Galaxy A52s 5G. If you guys are looking for a brand new device to provide you with an awesome gaming experience and to facilitate your rise in the ranks of Mobile Legends, look no further than right here.
Yep, an awesome gaming experience. I mentioned this story before, but I'm going to tell it again. 5G is just a different beast, man. Like, you're thinking, oh, you know, Wi-Fi is all great and all, but when you're outside and you want to play anytime, anywhere, and you're not having that same home feeling, 5G really makes all that difference.
It really does. But let us go back to the game. Just a few seconds separate us from the first draft of our second best of 3 series today. Orange Esports going to be drafting first. MLBB are going to be opposite them on the red side.
This is going to be real fun to see here, but once again, we're having the traditional bans. The Valentina gets banned out for the side of MLBB, and even Lancelot gets axed here. It looks like a lot of teams just really don't like dealing with the Lancelot.
Yeah, but we do have to note, Orange Esports are going to have a little bit of knowledge regarding the jungling experience of their opponents here, because if a face on MLBB Esports might look familiar to you guys, that is because Aleph was formerly known as Fakus before this, an MPL mainstay a few seasons ago, now making his return alongside the ranks of MLBB Esports.
His veterancy is extremely important, because he is going to need to kind of boost the team's morale and, more importantly, keep them focused on the games even when the going gets tough. We're seeing that Fanny once again is going to be permabanned
is
Tilda
banning.
going to be the follow-up ban coming up from Orange Esports. MAB currently already banned the Selena now for their follow-up.
What is going to be the choice here? They could go for something like a Cho because we do know that Min does enjoy playing that hero as a tank, and it looks like that is indeed going to be the case. So I kind of feel like they could have let it through. I don't think Min's Cho gameplay has been that effective recently.
But instead, Orange Esports going to be locking in Kufra as their first pick. They lose the versatility of guessing the flex pick with a Cho, but instead dedicate the support saying, hey, we don't mind you knowing. MAB going to be locking in the Sicilian rather quickly here. There are a lot of different mages out there, but it looks like Sicilian is going to be the go-to. I feel like MAB are just falling down to comfort picks unless they've got an idea that they want to play around with the Sicilian, followed up with Glue, a naturally strong pick in the EXP lane.
I expected to see heroes like the Glue being picked up here in the first phase, but I am a little surprised that Kufra and Sicilian would be locked in so early on. While it does kind of deter the enemy team from picking up more mobile heroes, I feel like Kufra could have been saved a little bit later to trap them rather than give them such early knowledge about who your roamer is going to be. Sicilian as well, you already know, okay, their mid lane wants to scale up, we can punish that.
Yeah, I do. It could be one of those things where I don't want to say that it could be a lack of hero pool here, but I do think that Orange Esports are putting a little more priority than I would have expected on the Kufra. However, Yishinshin and as well as the Yuzong going to be picked up by the side of Orange Esports. I think that's generally okay. At the very least, Yuzong is able to kind of match, even though he won't have too much control over the lane, he will be able to match the rotation against Glue. Yishinshin, generally just a good hero.
Yeah, I like the Yuzong pickup here. As you mentioned, it can go pretty evenly with Glue. If played well, can even win against him in lane. And the Black Dragon form would allow him to dive into the back line to make life hard for the Sicilian. However, looks like MAB Esports going to respond now with the Popple and Koopa. So far, this hero has been a bane for other gold laners.
Absolutely. It's just so oppressive to deal with. Now, Yves is going to be the next ban coming out from MAB to kick things off for the second phase of the ban phase. Orange Esports could look to reply, and it looks like it's going to be Hayabusa. They are just targeting the jungles from here on out.
Yep, they are fully aware of the types of heroes that Alif is known for playing and just trying to make sure that he's not going to have a game that's not as comfortable as he would like to have. The question is, will they really go all out into it? Is this final ban going to be an assassin as well? We will find out very, very soon.
Yep. If they do get rid of... What else is there to get rid of? I mean, Ling is still available, I suppose. If they want to ban that out and force Alif onto Roger, I guess. I mean, it's either or at this point. I'm surprised that nobody decided to go with Paquito, or maybe even MAB might decide to go for a fighter type instead. But yep, there goes the Ling for the side of Orange Esports. As they ban that out, MAB gets the first pick in the second phase.
I am going to personally say I don't like the Ling ban. I don't think it's worth banning out this hero because you already have Kufra, and Yuzong doesn't do a bad job against him either. So I feel like they're just focusing a little bit too hard onto banning assassins. I would have preferred something like a Roger ban because that does actually fight pretty well into some of what Orange Esports has already drafted.
But I like what MAB is doing. They don't have to say, hey, this is my jungler straight away. They can go with an easy flex pick here and say, hey, you know what? I could easily change things up. I could throw Glue in towards the support role. I could easily have the EXP lane as my Paquito or maybe the jungle. There's no knowing for sure on the side of Orange Esports. They have to kind of take a little bit of a gamble here on where this Paquito really is going. They could make the assumption that Paquito is going into the jungle, and they'll feel a little bit more confident because they have the Kufra. But the question is, do they really want Yishinshin in the jungle? And it looks like yes, they are. They pick up the Brody and as well as a Kadita for the mid lane.
Okay, interesting choice. Brody is probably going to have a little bit of difficulty against the Popple and Koopa, but if he is able to outplay him, the amount of damage coming out of the hero is going to be very, very solid. And Kadita is just generally going to be a good response towards squishier heroes like the Sicilian. Doesn't matter how much you scale, if we kill you in one shot, it's not going to matter at all. Now the ball going to be in MAB Esports court. They have the chance to select the final pick of the game. What is it going to be?
Could be Lolita, could be... Franco this time instead. It looks like they want to pull the enemies apart out of position, or at the very least open up a way by getting literally anybody. Like, even if Kufra is there, it might actually be worth pulling Kufra out of position so that the rest of the team can collapse.
This is an interesting choice here, and already the second time today that we have seen Franco. I still don't think this is a very good choice. The hero sure is fun to play, but isn't very effective compared to other tanks. We'll see whether or not MLBB Esports will be the ones to prove us wrong, but there's a lot of heroes on the side of Orange that you really don't want to pull into your team.
Yeah, it's a lot of banking on a lot of things. High risk, high reward, but it's time to start getting into this game. It's going to be Orange Esports on their second match here up against MLBB, who's debuting today. The overall lineup, strong team fights. They want to scale hard with their marksmen and go for as many picks as they can once you're out of position. Speaking of out of position, MLBB wants to pull you away from each other, clump you up to allow Sicilian to knock you down. It's time for game number 1.
Alright, both of these teams as well have something to prove here today. Orange Esports wants to prove that they can bounce back from a defeat after losing 2-0 to SMG yesterday. And MLBB Esports wants to prove that they do indeed deserve this slot here in MPL. We will find out who is going to come out on top.
Yep. Interesting moves here. We're seeing Min actually sit around the purple buff, knowing that potentially Nova could have looked to start and yoink away one of the buffs. So Min's doing some very good foresight here, and most importantly, getting the information on where this Franco is going to be. X-Slash continuing to be oppressive on top. You know how Popo and Kupal is. It's the usual.
I do like their choice here to start with the orange buff as well, since they know that the Franco is most likely going to be attempting to hook the purple buff, so they're just taking as few risks as possible. They do get the hook up on Lola up here, but not enough damage to be able to really punish the Brody yet at this point of the game.
Yeah, honestly, I do think they should have just kept on the pressure at this point, but he's just waiting for Popol to actually regenerate his HP. Hopefully, they can continue on their onslaught. But as you can see, Min is just patiently waiting, knowing that Nova is going to reveal himself at any point of time, as ZachQT and Man are going to be holding down the mid lane here. Iron Hook is down, and this could be the call to fight.
Yep, and it looks like that's what's gonna start. Min already dropping quite low, but Mountain Chakra will give them vision. Nice knockout strike onto 2 people. Gonna drop the Kufra all the way down, and that means that Orange Esports has to make the choice to retreat. Luckily, though, no casualties from either side.
Lola was able to steal away the gold crab, which is a little bit of a win on his side to kind of even out his early recall in the lane. However, bot side doesn't seem like anything's really going on, especially when you have Glue involved. But this, the continuous harassment, they find Lola and they get the initial kill. A good 2v1, smooth combination by X-Slash as well as Franco. They sacrifice the turtle this time round instead to focus on crushing the gold lane.
Yep.
Wow, that was fast.
Going to be quite notable as they immediately take down the tier 1 tower up top. There's already a 1k net worth advantage for MLBB Esports, and that is indeed the first blood bounty.
Now we're seeing the lane swap. Popo and Koopa is going to run down towards that bottom side. Yuzong, he knows this is going to happen because he notices that Brody hasn't really seen Popo and Koopa anytime. True, they should anticipate this, but no. Where is the movement? It hasn't even begun just yet. The next waves are coming through, and now you can see the pressure.
Nova gonna get hit by Waff here, but I don't really think a hook onto a Yuzong is going to result in a kill unless you can get him under the tower. There's already been a lane swap. This is something that you mentioned earlier, Gideon. Since X-Slash was already able to take down the tower in the gold lane, he's now coming down bot to see if he can get even more farm with the help of the Franco.
Min in position, looking to try and catch them off, but MLBB is playing this very, very smart here. They understand that even though they want to push for aggression down on the bottom side, there's too many variables missing. Where did their mid laner go? Why is their jungler showing up in the mid lane? That means something's happening down bot, and a good hit, instantly bursting them down. Waff with a great initiation, but right under the tower, Nova unfortunately gets the Bloody Hunt on the wrong target. ZachQT is here to make the difference. Sanguine Claw does not connect as Waff tries to get on out through the outer side of the map, gets a Black Dragon form just in time and makes it through a clean engagement and a strong Petrify coming out from Waff.
A nice combo down here in the bottom lane. I do feel like Waf might have misplayed that a little bit. He wanted to go into Black Dragon form to start setting up for the dive under the tower, not realizing how much aggro he was taking exactly, and that meant that the rest of his team couldn't quite follow up afterwards. But being able to secure the kill onto X-Slash is going to be very nice for their team, though MAB is still 1k ahead.
Yep, I mean, that's a big win coming in from Orange Esports. However, there's still a tower down, like you mentioned, and now it's going to be contesting for this turtle. And I think MAB can just drag this out. They don't necessarily have to force anything. Min already going to be looking to get on top of Nova so far. He gets almost one shot. He gets one shot with a full combination as iSonic finally goes down as Aleph is able to pick him off. The split is going to slow down Min just in time, takes him out as well, and it's going to be a 2-for-1 trade in favor of MAB Esports. They're going to take the turtle and also the gold shielding down on bot side. And if you look on top, Lola just free farming.
I don't think that was a very well thought out engagement from the side of Orange Esports. I do like that Min went aggressive to try and get a pick off, but he went onto Nova. And there's no problem with stunning the Franco, but I feel like iSonic dashing in to get the kill onto the enemy tank just put him in such a vulnerable position that he instantly got taken out of the fight, and that is not going to be a worthy trade.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if Min wanted to go for anybody, he had to make sure that he's protecting his backline and from especially Aleph, because if Paquito gets on top of one of those either, I wouldn't say Kadira is that big of a deal, but mostly the marksmen, they're in some deep trouble.
Yep, right now Min still looking for it, not quite able to get the stun onto Nova, but Orange Esports, they are still maintaining the 1k net worth difference. As long as they don't fall too far behind, they're definitely not out of the game just yet. MAB though, starting to look to group up and engage onto Orange. They know that they have the advantage in this game right now.
Yep, and there we go. Zach QT might be in a lot of trouble here as Min gets on top of him. The shatter. Oh no, Nova just disappears under the rough waves, but iSonic so out of position. Tries his very best to actually try and secure the kill onto Aleph, but it just is not enough. Mon is on the run as the split. Does he connect? No, he's not able to get enough stacks in time as Lola and as well as Min are able to save the day. They're going to run him down. It's going to... Oh, 1 HP! Red manages to survive with a torn apart memories.
That's unfortunate for Lola right there. I'm pretty sure he thought that would be enough, and no one can blame him considering how it ended up going. That kill would have made quite a big difference. But so far, iSonic's positioning has been a little bit flawed. He goes in a little bit too hard for some of these kills, not realizing that he's diving into his death, and MAB Esports are taking full advantage of that fact.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't blame iSonic because you do need to get into melee range. However, whoa, we're already seeing another kill onto Glue. Ren still had his ultimate, but I think it's a great setup coming in from Min, and with the help of Lola as well. Really nicely done. Paquito is going to take the turtle, but you know, both teams are kind of playing their own game.
We have to consider as well, MAB have basically been able to secure every turtle so far, but are still only 1k net worth ahead, so Orange Esports are still keeping up. Black Dragon form has been used down here to zone out MAB from taking the top tier 2, and it looks like they will succeed.
They got to be efficient with their moves here. I mean, they got the lead, but now it's relatively even. Kills are 4-4, both at 22k. Nobody's really getting ahead, despite the lead that MAB Esports was able to receive. But they find the initial hook into the bloody hunt. X-Slash, he needs to follow up, but it's too late. WAP manages to get through. Aleph in trouble, goes down straight away from Kadira as Nova is forced to flicker away. Ren has to use split to survive, but now they can get the kill onto Lola. X-Slash has his cooldowns up this time, and he's not going to waste another opportunity.
That was again really unfortunate for Lola. One hit away from killing Nova, and I think he already had it charged up, but got stunned by Koopa just in time to save his tank's life. A 2-for-2 trade, but losing both your cores on the side of Orange is not going to be very ideal. So they are once again 1k net worth behind. Still keeping up though, all things considered. So we'll see what happens, but Min gets hooked.
Yep, and now he's going to get absolutely CC chain to the ground, but Min manages to survive with 1 HP, and Waff is going to initiate right onto the middle. Can he pick up ZQT in time? No! He was not able to get the shots residue, but enough for Lola with the Shatter Dreams to break apart with his torn apart memories, and now are going to continue forward and try and break open the mid lane against MAB Esports.
That was well played right there. They did actually manage to pick off 2 kills in exchange for Waff. Obviously, it's not ideal that Waff did dive in that far, but setting up the enemy team to be that low allowed his cores to finally get some kills in return. And now Orange Esports, for the first time in the game, are the ones ahead in net worth.
Oh, this is so good for Orange Esports. More importantly, they're coming to a point where just Mon is doing so much damage, and Lola is really feeling himself. He's playing very confidently on this Brody.
Yep, Lord has now come up. Ren gonna be able to scout it out. Uses the split to make sure that he's not caught out by Min and Mon. Lord dropping real low. Looks like MAB are gonna decide not to go for it. Lord easily goes into the hands of iSonic as the Black Dragon form continues to zone out MAB.
Wait, Yuzong is really out of position here. The backup is coming on through. They get on top of Waff, but Min is looking for an engagement option here. He finds one onto Nova, but it really doesn't matter. Mon wants to go for Rough Waves, expanded, and try and get onto ZQT. Breath of the Ocean only lands onto one, but Olive manages to peel them right back off of his team. Siren Claw gonna land on towards Min's side as iSonic is here to party. He gets right on top of Ren. He's got nothing left to turn the tides. He gets on top of Lola, trying to buy that little bit of time, but iSonic says no more will fall under my control.
An excellent fight by Orange Esports. At first looking very risky when Mon by himself dives into the full team of MAB, but in sacrificing his life was able to set things up for the rest of his team to come by and just burst them down from behind. Although iSonic was behind beforehand, he is certainly catching up now, and with the Lord pushing down bot lane, the Orange Esports are sitting comfortably at an all of a sudden 3k net worth lead.
Woo! Such a big lead. Now they're starting to really pick up the pace here. They know that they have more than enough items to actually take out the members of MLBB Esports. It's how efficiently they can dodge a lot of their abilities. Right now, MLBB Esports just lacks a way to really engage upon their enemies unless they make a mistake. And unless Nova is able to hit an amazing Iron Hook, I'm not entirely sure how they're going to get in on these fights.
Yep, this is again the flaw of Franco. He's way too focused on single target pickoffs. He doesn't have what it takes to be able to set up and defend his team against large AoEs and group ups of enemies. And that just depends all on Ren to be able to provide the front line for the rest of MAB, lest their squishier heroes be caught off in the back line by the Black Dragon as well as Kadita.
Yeah, looking at the items so far, Kadita is... look at... I mean, she's dealing so much damage with only 2 items, a Genius Wand and a Clock of Destinies. And if we're looking in terms of who actually has any sort of magic resist, right now, we only have Ren and as well as Nova. Everybody else is so susceptible to getting one shot.
Yeah, but we will see it. Games can turn around on a dime in the MPL. And although MAB Esports are behind a little bit, Orange Esports were the ones behind for most of the early game. So if they're able to get some scaling up, there is still every chance for them to be able to bring this back in their favor.
Yep. And we can see that Ren is going to get locked down here. He's not going to have a moment to even go into the split form. Orange Esports perfectly CC chain him to the ground, and the Divine Glaive is purchased by Mon. He is going to absolutely shred through the members of MAB Esports the moment his ult is up.
Even the tanks don't stand a chance now. If you are in the epicenter of that rough waves, Mon is going to pick up a kill no matter which member of MAB Esports it is. Mountain Shocker going to be very effectively used to scout out and zone out MAB Esports from their Lord attempt, and that means it's going to go over very easily to Orange Esports.
Orange Esports right now taking it a little bit slower. Lord is not in their possession as of yet, and I think they should be able to crack open an inhibitor, or at the very least look to try and force out a fight. But they know that MAB has to come to them. They're just freezing these waves, letting them slow push into the enemy base and wasting as much of MAB's time as possible while just crippling their economy.
This is good discipline coming out from Orange, but we will see whether or not the waves are going to push in their favor now. I hope they didn't wait too long and result in the Lord pushing in by itself. Looks like Yisun Shin gonna be going up top to provide a hand with that wave, while WAF pushes in the bot side as well. MAB Esports, they're gonna have quite a defense to mount here. A 5v5 situation with 2 lanes pushing in.
All right, let's see how this is going to play out. Luminous Lord crashes in towards the mid lane first, but that's going to easily get melted here. Iron Hook already being used. They managed to clear up top just in time, but really, they should have synchronized the waves, cleared up the bottom side, and not pushed the mid wave, more importantly, so it collapses at the same time. With that being said, Orange Esports are just going to take the easy free gold and then go back and take away every single buff in MAB Esports' jungle.
Now this is actually going to be a bit of a challenge for Orange, but they're gonna take it straight away. Kufra jumps in. Nova gonna get dropped down real low. Black Dragon is being forced back. WAF is now real low, not quite able to finish off the Franco. And the Yuzong gonna get picked off. Meanwhile, Glue has already managed to get on top of him. Isonic, an interesting choice there. Gonna get shut down as Min gets pulled back by the Glue into the rest of his team. And securing another for MAB Esports. A great defense, 3 for nothing.
Woo! Isonic getting clipped at the edge of the Sanguine Claw from Zach QT. Really making all the difference there as MAB clapped back very hard for 3-0. Now it's their time to actually get something back here. Popping the Alpha Wolf, but oh my goodness, almost getting one shot by Mod there, who gets stunned. Nova unfortunately misses the Iron Hook, but it doesn't matter here because X-Slash has scaled very nicely into this game, pretty much already having his entire build ready to go. And I think he's all... what is he purchasing there? Is he trying to purchase the Thunderbelt? I think he is. But let's see, as WAF, now in the Black Dragon form, going to be running it down the lane to push them and give space for his team.
That is going to be a big turnaround for MAB Esports there. Unfortunately, Orange lacking a little bit of that trigger discipline. They were very, very confident that they would be able to take a fight and decided to go in on it. And even after losing the fight, I do think it was a bit questionable for Man to try and go in to get a kill by himself, because a lot of the previous times when he was able to get the one-shot kills on the members of the enemy team, it was when the rest of his team was there to set them up for it.
Yep, this Lord is so important for either side. It's neck and neck with Orange with a slight lead as Min is trying to create that space, but Ren is not going to give him an opportunity, already using the split really early on. He's trying to get on top of Mon, and if he does, he's going to pull him out of position. He's already used the waves here so far, but Mopo and Koopa have secured it. WAF unfortunately mistimes the Black Dragon form. That's going to be MAB securing the Lord, and Aleph wants to go forward. The Iron Hook actually misses. WAF just walks in a straight line, and unsurprising to no one, Min goes down, comes back with the immortality and a killing spree for Aleph.
Oh man, not quite done. Trying to take out Zach QT, but the hook gonna land on WAV. Luckily, the rest of his team is not close enough to be able to secure the kill onto the Yuzong. But now, they are lacking their Kufra with the Luminous Lord pushing down bot lane. The tables have indeed turned in MAB Esports' favor.
Now, inhibitors in trouble. The Sanguine Claw onto Isonic was huge. They managed to get an initial hit onto Aleph, but he has immortality. Nova gonna walk up to try and protect himself. Aleph manages to get on out of there as they break open the inhibitor. Zach QT doing major work. Iron Hook colliding with the right target. Min, oh my goodness, Lola is down. Min cannot protect the team in time, but this onslaught isn't over just yet. They've got a Luminous Lord in the wakes. MAB on the cusp of their very first victory here at the MPL. Rough Waves is already out as Min looks to get an engagement on towards Nova as Ren tries to create that space. They're going straight for the crystal. Popo goes down and MAB take the first win in this best of 3.
In an instant turnaround, MAB Esports teaches Orange Esports not to be overconfident in themselves, making full use of their mistakes and finding the pickoffs necessary to turn the game around and push straight in for the victory.
Such momentum coming out of MAB after missing the easiest hooks to landing every hook consecutively to crashing down into the enemy's base. Well done to MAB Esports.
Yeah, Orange Esports unfortunately bit off a bit more than they could chew there. They were feeling really good in themselves, very comfortable towards the later stages of that game, but that proved to be their undoing as they tried to take fights where they could not win and got fully punished for it.
Man, that's got to be a feels bad for sure. But X-Slash having an outstanding performance there on his Sicilian. He was capturing a lot of people with just the edge of the Sanguine Claw. Unfortunately, every single time he catches someone, that person is guaranteed to die.
Yep, indeed. The Sicilian, once they got that scaling, proved to be a very, very dangerous target on the enemy side. And unfortunately, while Orange Esports had some very good catches, oftentimes it felt like Min was jumping specifically onto Nova when they should have been looking for pickups onto the squishier members of the backline instead. Like we mentioned, a Franco isn't going to be able to do much if you assault him from all sides. Instead, they all came at him from one direction.
Yeah, and I think personally, I feel like Orange, they definitely had the win in the bag. Unfortunately, they just lost so much momentum to MAB, and especially making consecutive mistakes, thinking like, oh yeah, don't worry, well, the moment I come back in, it'll be okay. But you can see the gold lead after that first initial mistake. They lost 4K off of that, losing 2 of their structures and almost losing an inhibitor turret in one fell swoop.
Yep, this is truly a case of it is never over until it is over. And you have to be as cautious and as efficient as you can possibly be as long as the game is still going, because it will last until that very last hit on the crystal.
Oh, let's have a look at the item build so far. As we can see, it's a 14-14 match so far, a 17-minute match here. And it was really brutal for the first half, especially for MAB Esports after having a good start, because Orange Esports throughout that mid game were getting really, really good picks, especially for Man, who was able to just blow up the right targets.
Yeah, but unfortunately his scaling wasn't quite able to match up towards the late game, especially since a lot of the time their team was disjointed, and Min, as well as other members that would be able to set up for him like WAF, weren't quite communicating properly. And Man was thinking like, I'm strong enough. I have one-shotted so many of them so many times, and then realizing that, actually it's not quite enough, getting caught out and dying repeatedly towards those later stages of the game just proved to be a little bit of a problem.
Yeah, it really had been. And most importantly, I think that even with the engagements coming in from Orange Esports, like disregarding Min at this point because we talked about it, but WAF especially, looking in to go as a secondary engager, I think he needed to time it a little bit better and communicate with Min to get so much more. Because with WAF, at the very least, you have the Petrify to almost guarantee the engagement when it does happen, when you're flying directly at them with the Black Dragon form. And even if you get CC, it really doesn't matter. You're in Black Dragon form, you're just going to keep flying.
I think you can kind of see a little bit of nerves in WAF's gameplay, but before we get to that, let's have a look at our MVP for this Game 1, and it is going to go over to X-Slash on the Popol and Koopa with a 6-3-7 match KDA.
Yep, a very clean Popol and Koopa here all across the board. He was able to kind of peel for the team and most importantly, dish out good amount of damage. He didn't go for the Thunderbelt at the end of the day. He did decide to go for the Anti-Cuirass because he really needed to protect himself after getting hit so many times with the Torn Apart Memories, and as well as iSonic just jumping on top of him whenever he has the opportunity.
Yeah, but we're really seeing the power of Popol and Koopa right now. There is a reason why the hero is getting picked up so often. Not only are they strong in lane, but they're able to translate that strength into post lane, the mid game as well, to start really working around with the team and dishing out the DPS.
Yeah, now looking at the highlights here so far, I mean, we know how this early game went so wrong for Orange Esports after MAB made it very clear which side of the map they want to play on. After controlling so many turtles, MAB was just not able to expand upon their early game and transition it into the mid game.
Yeah, we can see that Orange Esports in the early game were having a really rough time because MAB was just breathing down their necks, but they were still able to keep up in terms of farm and EXP. And once they started scaling up, getting a couple of items, they realized that they would be able to start taking fights against their opponents, and were able to really make full use of that to start pushing into the enemy base. But once they got overconfident and their gameplay became less consistent, that is where the claws of MAB struck.
Yeah, and it's, I mean, if only the Orange Esports was a little bit more careful on these front-to-front engagements, and especially for iSonic, his positioning needs to be extremely careful from these long-range mages, especially like when you're looking at Zach QT's Sicilian, getting caught by the Sanguine Call that many times really costed them the game.
Yeah, that scaling, that poke from afar, and the fact that Orange Esports has a lineup that really requires them to take these front-to-back fights means that it's very easy for them to be disrupted. But it didn't even feel like MAV needed to do a lot of disrupting that game because the file and rank of Orange was being dismantled by their own panic, their own kind of nerves here. They were wondering, should we go in? Should we fight now? They were overconfident, started feeding kills over to the enemy team from mistakes, and after that there was hesitation. Like, you could tell that they didn't know, should we go in? Some people wanted to go in, some people didn't, and it's very important for them to be able to get that discipline and communication under these stressful situations.
Yeah, they need to stay on the same page. But we've just been informed that we've already hit our next milestone, the 1,000 shares. Thank you to everybody watching, whether you're from the BM side, whether you're from around the world, or if you're watching locally here in Malaysia. Thank you so much for sharing all of it to hit our milestone. This does mean that you guys will be getting some more rewards. The code is down below, but also that increases the number of lucky draw winners at the end of today. So that's going to be some exciting stuff for you guys.
Yep, and if you guys haven't quite received your prizes yet and haven't shared, then you know exactly what to do. Hope that you all are enjoying MPL just as much as we are. But speaking of MPL, it has to continue. We now know MAB Esports, they're one game up over Orange. I believe you mentioned earlier in the pre-show that Orange Esports, Team Hawk, are the ones that have the winning record against MAB. So if they're able to get their first victory on none other than the MPL stage, it is going to be a huge morale boost.
Absolutely here. It's not gonna even out the score, but at the very least, it's a start and a very good one, in a matter of fact, here at the MPL. It's exciting to see. You know, that's why the start of the season is always something that most people want to tune in and check out, because there's so much to know, so much to relearn, and more importantly, many of these new faces who could potentially grow at the end of these 8 weeks.
Yep, and if you guys want to make sure that you're always active and energized, to make sure you're there for every moment, make sure to check out Nescafe. Scan the QR code below, use the promo code, and you guys will be able to get 30% off on Nescafe products with absolutely no minimum spend.
Yep, celebrating every one of those beautiful moments with Nescafe with MPL. So stick around and watch some more, because we still have another game coming up in about 1 minute and 37 seconds left before we start hitting into the draft. What do you think some of the adaptations here are going to be? I feel like MAB had a really interesting idea, and I think this is one of the more predefined drafts within the first phase alone.
Personally, I had no problem with the draft on either team. I think they were both solid, and we saw that it ended up being very even from either side. The important thing comes down to the discipline, to the gameplay of Orange Esports themselves, because we've already seen MAB, they're able to take advantage of mistakes even when they're behind. Are Orange able to do the same thing?
Well, I mean, looking at that damage coming out, oh my goodness, Zach QT was doing so much damage there, my lord. I think that overall, the impact players here, and especially for iSonic, he is dishing out a good amount of damage. It's just that he needs to coordinate with the rest of his team to create that space that he needs, right? And especially with something like Yishan Shin, you want to be able to, yes, you can do a lot of damage at range, but there are moments where you need to actually go in, get into melee range, get that almost guaranteed crit, that bonus damage, and then backing out of that fight. You want to go in and out. You need that space. You need people to start pushing forward and carry that momentum.
Yep, that's one of the things that does make Orange Esports' draft a little bit harder to execute. Don't take me wrong, it is a very solid and very strong draft, but something to note is that Yi Sun-shin and Brody are two marksmen that don't have as much range as compared to some of their counterparts. Yi Sun-shin can attack from fairly far, but as you said, he has to get into melee range sometimes, and Brody just has a short range in general. When you add this onto the fact that Min and Wah are oftentimes jumping into the enemy lines to engage instead of trying to peel for their marksmen, you can see why they were so often caught out unawares.
Yep, it's about coordination, and hopefully it's going to be enough. But it's time for the draft of game number 2. Let's jump right into it here with MAB with the first pick on blue side and Orange Esports on the red side. We are seeing the Chowan as well as the Kufra getting banned out straight away from MAB. Orange Esports, on the other hand, banning out the Fanny as well as the Lancelot. Priority goes over to MAB. They decide to ban out the Valentina. Thank goodness that gets taken off. Orange Esports with the final ban of the first phase.
This is actually pretty surprising for me, seeing that MAB on the blue side will be the ones banning Valentina instead of Orange Esports. Oftentimes we will see Valentina being the first ban on the red side instead, because blue side are the ones that have the advantage of first pick. So this indicates that MAB, they don't want to play the Valentina.
Absolutely, and Orange Esports, they're going to be banning out the Selena. Very traditional bans here from the side of Orange Esports. Nothing out of the ordinary, but straight away with the Cecilia pick coming in from MAB. I still think that it's like, it's pretty interesting from ZachQT, but I would like to see a little bit more diversity, especially during this debut.
I think considering that we've seen Cecilion being picked in the first phase by MAB already twice here, and from his performance in Game 1, this is a comfort hero for ZachQT. He's very confident in his Cecilion gameplay, but revealing it this early again can be very risky because it allows the enemy team to be able to figure out how to counter pick one of your cores, and that's exactly what they've done this time, not only picking up the Yuzong but the Matilda as well to supplement it.
Yeah, interesting. I understand Matilda, but picking up Yuzong blind, there is a number of counter picks that, you know, MAB could decide to do. They could absolutely brick wall him if they want to, with something like Uranus. They could even play something along the lines of Esmeralda if they really wanted to really, yep, there we go, Esmeralda, and as well as Hayabusa, going to be the lock-in for the side of MAB. It's not going to be too fun of a lane, especially if Esmeralda is able to play the lane correctly. Wait till about, you know, level 3, level 4 before they start getting ahead.
Yeah, this is a good pickup. The Esmeralda, not only a pretty solid lane opponent to the Yuzong, but also able to counter the Matilda later on in the game. Hayabusa going to be drafted up by MAB as well. This is a hero that we do know Alif to be able to play, but from what we saw in our previous series, Hayabusa's win rate today is still so far 0%. So we'll see if MAB are the ones to change that.
Well, let's see. Orange Esports going to be in their final pick in the first phase. It's going to be Roger here this time round. Okay, Roger. Looks like they are going to go for a full team fight, but they need something that kind of shreds the opponents down low. So mages are going to be extremely important for Orange Esports, unless they want Matilda to play that mage role and they have another support in mind. But, you know, we'll just have to wait and see. Orange Esports, they learned from their lesson. X/, we are not letting you touch Popo and Koopa.
Yep, it's just way too effective of a hero. MAB going to start banning out heroes from the hands of Man. Getting rid of the Kadita was quite a problem for them in Game 1. Wouldn't be surprised if they were to go for a ban on a hero such as Lilia as well. I would actually think that would be a pretty good mage pick for Orange Esports to counter the Hayabusa.
Your team is
there we go, Wanwan going to be the next ban. And maybe instantly reply with getting rid of Eve. All right. So both sides have a very good idea of what they want to start getting rid of. Right now, Brody is still available, Clint is still available, so plenty of gold laners to go around here. And the Brody-Clint matchup is like generally 50-50. It really comes down to skill. Orange Esports will get the first pick here. What will it be? Will they just straight away lock in a mage? They don't have to. They can just steal another gold laner away from MAB.
I still personally like the Lilia here. I think it's not a bad choice for them, but as you highlighted, the gold lane is still open for Orange Esports, so they could grab that first. Clint's is still open, still a very solid pick. Brody as well, as you highlighted. What is it going to be? Looks like they are sticking with the Brody. It worked out pretty well for them previously, but now they got a Lolita to contend with as well.
Okay, there's two projectiles that they want to generally block with the Guardian's Bulwark. The Soul Bloom coming in
from coming in from the Matilda, as well as the torn apart memories and just the corrosive attacks coming in from Min generally can be blocked. So I'm okay with this. And maybe do they want to pick up the Clint?
Would the Clint work out here as of right now? I think it wouldn't be bad. I think it's definitely a solid choice here. Allows him to keep at range against heroes like the Brody, like the Roger, which once again don't really have a lot of range compared to other marksman counterparts.
Here it is, and it's going to be Claude instead. I don't think that's too bad. I think arguably that might just be better here.
Really? I still personally would prefer Clint myself, but I think it's more of a personal bias. We'll see what happens when it's in the hands of MAB Esports, as now we go into the final pick of this draft, Orange Esports. What are they going to go for here? They are still contemplating the idea of a mage, or if they're gonna go for it, a tank is still not impossible.
Edith? Question mark? Would Edith fit in a composition like this? Well, while they're deciding here, I personally want to see Claude in this matchup, generally because Orange Esports, on the other hand, if they've got a lot of strong divers here. You know, they've got Yuzong already, they've got Roger already, and they've almost guaranteed an engage onto their backline if Matilda is able to get with the Circling Eagle. But now Lilia gets picked up here, and I think that was going to be a given deal for Orange Esports. So here is the full lineup. Which are you liking more, Staffa?
This is a tricky one because, again, I don't think either lineup is particularly bad. However, based on performance, I can see Orange Esports having the advantage during the early to mid game, but getting completely outscaled by MAB if they don't control their farming speed.
That's a good point, but then again, how are they going to start controlling that pressure is the bigger question. It's really going to come down to the supports and the mid lanes, to be fair. I feel like all the other side lanes are rather 50-50. The Esmeralda, Yuzong, it really is going to depend where the jungle prioritizes. But with that being said, let's get in towards this game. Starting things off, it's going to be MAB ready to rumble. They've got a lot of skirmishing options, but they scale for the late game. But turning over for the side of Orange Esports, looking to even it out 1-1. They will have to try their best with a team fight composition that of a lifetime. Welcome to the Land of Dawn, game number 2 in this best of 3.
In this game, Orange Esports are going to need to play very, very aggressively to ensure that they will maintain pressure and goal advantage during the earlier stages of the game. Min already invading into the purple buff but getting stopped by Nova.
Yep, and Nova is just accepting the punishment here because he needs to make sure that Olive is at the very least going to get this purple buff, and that's going to start helping him throughout this lane. And more importantly, he's able to get a little bit of regeneration. However, it does mean Lethal Wanderer is going to be a little hard to take away, but quick fingers coming in from Olive. Woo, my God, quad shadows into a quick steal.
I think we have to note that he did not have to use his Retribution on that as well, so he's going to be able to use that on his next buff. That is definitely a good start for the Hayabusa as he starts farming up to ensure that he can start ganking with the rest of his team.
Absolutely. Sonic may have mistimed that, but now Min, noticing that he doesn't really have to stick around this bottom side, just continuously matching and harassing Nova as much as he can to keep his influence out of the top side of the map and as well as mid. But as you can see, Mon taking a good chunk of damage here as Nova just playing around the idea, knowing that Matilda wants to keep harassing.
Yeah, speaking of harassing, Min has successfully pushed X-Slash all the way back to his second tower, forcing Nova as well as ZachQT to come up here and to provide a hand to their gold laner. So far, Orange Esports doing quite well up there, but WAF having a bit of a tough time against the Esmeralda.
Yeah, Ren is doing a really good job at keeping him in his lane. He's going to hit level 4 first as well. If he shoves in that lane, that just means that he's going to be a level up on WAF this entire game. On things, unless, you know, WAF somehow manages to kill this Esmeralda, which at this point is going to be rather impossible without some external factors. Sonic, can he secure this? Yep, he secures this with no problem, but MAB Esports, I'm rather curious why they didn't decide to actually contest it despite having priority over bottom.
I think it's probably because, again, their heroes need time to scale up. Even if they were to try and contest it and go for a full-out team fight, they're not certain of their chances of victory as of the moment. So it's better to just play it safe and get their farm they need, because they know that once they hit the late game, they shouldn't have too much problem.
Well, that is fair. That is fair. Well, keep that in mind for this upcoming. Wait, hold on. They're actually opting to actually get a pick on towards Min here. The charge is great from Nova, but they can't really follow it up. Having different priority targets is making this a little difficult to initiate, but MAB, they don't mind. They want to play this really, really slow, and eventually the mid game is going to roll around real soon, and that's when they're going to start to shine. Guardians more already been pushed as they are jumping away, unfortunately for Nova. Force the flicker on out of there. Lola easily will be able to take it. Oh, the shield just in time! Min is wasting so much time here, allowing Zach QT to actually come in and maybe save the day. Bad impact. First one lands, but unfortunately he needed to land that Sanguine Claw to make the difference.
RNG Esports were able to secure the kill onto Nova, but they certainly made it difficult for them. That is going to be the first blood bounty, and now Alif trying to join up top. I think he's deciding, yeah, I'm not gonna try and take that. That is 4 members of Orange Esports. Better to spread out their resources now to farm the rest of the map, since they know that Orange is concentrated in one lane.
Yeah, this is so brutal for WAF. An entire level down, even with the shot residue. Ren does not feel it at all. He is unthreatened by his presence, and Alif wants to take advantages. Yep, they're going to get on top of him as Min tries to come and save the day. The Oki shadow kill has been popped, but even Ren isn't going to go anywhere forward with this, knowing that he will be able to sustain through the damage.
At the very least, though, WAF is holding the lane. He's not necessarily winning it, but he's not losing it totally as well. So as long as they can maintain that tower down in the bot lane, they should still be alright. But a fight has begun. Circling Eagle already used. Nova dropping quite low. Good job from RNG Esports, zoning MAB away from the turtle.
Yep. Even WAF, despite him being a level down, still has his uses, and it is utilizing it very, very well here as MAB continue to start controlling the top side of the map, stealing away the bugbear as quickly as possible, and hopefully if they are able to get the orange buff, that would be a huge win.
Yeah, but if we see on the opposite side of the map, iSonic is actually stealing the orange buff away from Alif. I think this is a good choice. He knows where most of MAB is and will successfully do so. I don't think they've even realized what has happened.
I think Alif does know. He notices that his orange isn't there, but he's going to go for the solo kill onto WAF, and he does find it here. Quad Shadows get out of there as Mon looks to try and pick him off with the Shadow Balls, but unfortunately, the Shadow Energy is not going to be enough, and Ren maybe have to sacrifice his life. Frostmoon Shield is good enough, but isn't... Oh, he manages to live through all of it. Mon unable to get any more stacks in time. Well played for MAB, and even a solo kill coming out for Lola on the top side.
As the power of the Esmeralda right there, although it looked like the entire time they could get the kill. All in all, Ren was able to walk out with absolutely no issue. Though at the very least, Orange Esports were able to get a kill and a tower up in the top lane.
A good turnaround for now. But I feel like this is going back into the same pattern as we saw into Game 1. It's bouncing back and forth between MAB Esports and as well as Orange Esports. When somebody makes a mistake, the other will capitalize, and then it's going to rinse and repeat happening on opposite sides. We need to see just a continuous snowball from one of these teams. It cannot keep going even like this, especially for Orange Esports.
I think we can definitely tell that both these teams are rivals for a reason. Their net worth looking to be very close once again. Orange Esports slightly in the lead, but as we've seen, it can change anytime at all. Mon in a lot of trouble. Black Shoes has to be used, will be able to get out with no problem, but Min uses the Circling Eagle, perhaps a bit prematurely, ends up losing his life in exchange.
Okay. Rather interesting, but that just means that MAB is just going to get another turtle, and I think Lola is just going to happily farm his way down on that bottom side. He did perform very well in Game 1 on this Brody, so I think he himself understands that, yeah, we might be a little bit behind, and even if we do get a little bit ahead, as long as I get my items, I should be able to carry this game.
Now MAB gonna be working on the turtle. Black Dragon form gonna be popped by Waf. Alif jumping in, wants to use his ultimate, but they lose their tower down bottom. Gets the stun onto iSonic, and the Roger is picked off instantly. Min is now 1v3. They get the turtle as well. Going over to MAB, double kill going over the Esmeralda. Lilia does pick up the Claude, but Lilia herself gonna get picked off instantly by Alif. A very good fight for MAB Esports.
A 1-for-3 trade, but it was a 5v4 situation. It's good for Lola because he gets the free farm, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's good for the team because they are just taking every single objective here. And I think honestly they should have just killed Waf at that point of time, or at the very least just like broke the turret and not care about what Waf was doing there. I'm entirely sure why MAB is not pressing their advantage, but they still get a tower and 3 kills. That should be good enough.
Yeah, now 8 minutes into the game. While Orange Esports did end up losing that fight, they're still not that behind. Again, a 1k net worth difference, which is something that they definitely can catch up on, but they want to be careful. Again, we have to highlight the late game potential of MAB Esports is much higher than that of their opponents.
Yep, and now looking to try and just finish off this bottom tier 1. They finally... Oh no, he manages to save it. It's literally at like, what, 1%? 0.5%? You can't even see the bar at that point on that tower.
Honestly, if the tower has a HP bar like that, I don't really consider it safe. Someone just walks in, whacks it, and yeah, it's gone. But Alif gonna get caught out. A stun by the Lolita as well as the Circling Eagle. He has the Quad Shadow in place though, so he's able to escape no problem. Man uses the Black Shoes a little bit prematurely. I don't feel like he needed to use that at all, but well, why not?
When you're lazy to wait for stacks, just ult and be like, yeah, my ult is going to recharge afterwards. 16 seconds on this next upcoming neutral objective. I've got the time. But as you can see, Ren just basically has full control over any lane she goes over, especially if Waf... Whoa, killing spree!
Wow, okay.
Coming out for the side of Alif. He manages to kill off iSonic, and now they want to go for more as they press their advantage on towards mid, who's super low. Circling Eagle for some reason, and the Numenor blasting it on top of Lola! He flickers out of the way. There's no way to finish him off, in mind having to use the Black Shoes once again to deter them, but MAB have guaranteed secured the Lord.
It does feel like Min's Circling Eagles this game have been a little bit disjointed, as if he's trying to do it, but not really aware of what the results would be. So that's another 2 kills going over to MAB. Securing the Lord means that they now have a pretty notable net worth advantage. And Orange Esports, this is going to be a tough hill to climb back from. If the Hayabusa is able to solo kill iSonic, that is never a good situation.
Oh, once again, ZachQD finds the pick and the initiate. Once more under the turret. Here it comes a blazing duet from X-Slash. Is it enough? No, there's solo, but nobody to finish them off. Ren has to pull back, and members of Orange seeing their lights flash before their eyes. Oh my goodness. That was way too close for comfort. Look at how healthy the members of MAB are compared to Orange. Woo!
Yep, they didn't manage to get the kills, but they certainly did its job at zoning them back into their base. This is going to result in them losing all of their out there turrets. Ogi Shadow Kill being used in the backline. Nice Sanguine. Oh! Instantly disappears. Mega kill going over to ZachQD on the Sicilian.
Oh, he finds another one on towards Mon, and now he's in trouble as the rest of the team looks for a desperate engage. Wop looking for anything to stop this. Rex Nova manages to use the Numenor Blast and hold them out again. The Sanguine Claw from ZachQD puts him out of his misery.
My goodness, if teams were doubting that this was a comfort pick, they're certainly gonna be respecting it now. There's a reason MAB drafts this hero first in the phase, and now they're gonna be pushing in to the phase. Oh my goodness!
Where did he go? I blinked and he disappeared.
I didn't even see the Brody before he was already dead. My goodness, that is never a good spot. We have hit the point in the late game where MAB Esports are going out of control.
They are not giving them a single moment of respite here. 6K goal. Flicker X Nova. Nova goes in with the ultimate. Hits nobody, but this is just absolutely brutal. They don't do any damage to him at all, and even Ren just doesn't feel it. It's just a tickle as he walks into all the members of Orange Esports.
And Orange are now in perhaps the greatest uphill battle they have ever had to face, and MAB are on the cusp of defeating their longtime rivals for the first time on none other than the MPL stage. What can Orange do to stop this momentum? The possibilities are certainly dwindling by the second.
Oh boy, if we look at the items so far, like Waff is so far behind. He literally doesn't even have any damage. He is just an absolute damage sponge. He just absorbs as much as he can. MAB is in perfect position to end this game on Orange Esports with this next Lord. They're immediately on top of it, and Orange Esports, they don't dare to walk out. They have to play from their base.
Yeah, this Lord is gonna go for free to MAB Esports, and Orange, they have no choice but to try and defend it, which is going to be a very, very difficult issue when you consider that they're gonna be pelted from behind by all sorts of damage from the late game heroes that have already scaled up by MAB. Zach Cutie with a 7-0 on the Sicilian is not their only threat.
Oh boy. Orange Esports now turtled up back at base. Lola getting Winds of Nature. That's going to be a very important buy, especially when Xlash comes in with a blazing duet. These are their final moments here for Orange Esports. They're going to try their very best to hold on out against MAB with their 7.6k gold lead in the bag here. 13 minutes into the game. These inhibitors, top inhibitors basically gone. Bottom inhibitors taken away by Olive straight away. And here we go. The desperate attempt as WAP starts things off with the Black Dragon form. Here we go, the Numnon Blast, and it doesn't. Oh, he actually manages to connect just in time. He goes in with a blazing duet. Unfortunately, Winter tries to protect the side, but the rest of the members of MLBB don't care anymore. Go straight for the kills and ended with a strong KDA breaking the crystal. Their first debut game, and they take it against Orange Esports 2-0.
This is how you debut into the MPL MY MAB Esports, a team that previously did not even earn a slot through the qualifiers, proving that they have what it takes to stand on the same stage as all of the other MPL veterans.
This has been a great game here and a great showing for MAB. Lots more to see from them, but first, let's have a look at their mic check for MAB.
Satu. Kita menang jumlah. Boleh bro. Let's go LMNDD, let's go. Hati-hati. Woi kawan. Ngapain woi? Kantau dah Scott. Boleh pegang. Wih, bilang dulu woi. Woi, apa tu? Bilang woi. Kertas woi. Mana Brody-nya? Brody missing in action woi. Boleh back yang boleh back. Santai boleh trade. Dapat 2. Santai tengok dah. Mantap. Ganti kan. Woohoo. Nice.
Itu dia perlawanan yang cukup mendebarkan sebentar tadi di antara Orange Esports menentang MAB Esports. Tahniah buat pasukan MAB, dan sekarang ni Abija bersama dengan Alif. MAB Esports pada tahun ini, untuk MPL pada kali ini, buat pertama kali jadi pentas MPL dan first time juga menang tadi. Apakah perasaan Alif tadi?
Perasaannya sangat happy lah, sebab team ni first time kan. So kita orang banggalah dapat menang pun.
Alif yang main tadi, Abija yang nervous ni. Okey, bagi pendapat Alif tadi kan, untuk game yang terakhir tadi, untuk draft Orange Esports tadi, kat mana yang silap? Kat mana kekurangannya tu? Bagi pendapat Alif.
Draft tak ada silap pun. Mungkin kita orang menang mental kot.
Menang mental lah?
Menang mental.
Jawapan yang cukup mantap daripada Alif. Jadi Abija nak tanya Alif, okey. Untuk perlawanan esok, excited ke tak?
Excited.
Samalah, Abija pun excited juga. Mantap. Jadi mungkin Alif ada apa-apa ucapan nak bagi kepada peminat-peminat MAB Esports ke? Silakan.
Okay. Assalamualaikum kepada peminat MAB Esports. Kita orang akan buat buat lebih baik lah daripada yang ni. So korang stay tune lah. Tunggu je.
Jadi kepada peminat-peminat MLB Esports, jangan lupa untuk terus menyokong MLBB Esports. Jadi untuk ulasan lebih lanjut, okey, sekarang jom kita bersama-sama dengan Lafel di post show. Silakan Lafel, all yours.
Rasa Aita tak boleh jadi pelakon lah. You punya acting skill, you kena upkan lagi sikit lah. Tengok balik is proaktif. Itu yang saya nak bincangkan sebab Min dengan Man sangat proaktif. Sangat-sangat proaktif. Tapi saya hampir dah macam lupa pasal play lain. So apa kata kita refresh balik. Kita akan tengok itemization untuk kedua-dua tim dekat sini. And Arta, bila kita cerita pasal item, ZQT yang menggunakan Sicilian, dia lebih kepada bahagian stack. And kita boleh nampak bila dia dah start kuat, MLB cakap okey lah, jom fight. Sebelum tu diorang pasif. Lepas ZQT kuat terus agresif. So cerita itemization untuk MLB dulu.
Tapi masalah sekarang ni, ini antara game yang Hayabusa dengan Sicilian menang. Sebelum ni kita tengok kalah kan. Tetapi untuk kali ini menang. Dan bila kita tengok kepada itemization, yes, kita tahu ZQT ada dominance ice dekat situ. Itu antara item yang bagus untuk slowkan attack speed yang datang kepada dia. Dalam masa sama memberikan dia armor dan juga cooldown reduction kepada skill dia.
Ya, dan juga bagi mana, lagi banyak mana yang Sicilian ada, lagi banyak damage. And ya, saya setuju. Jadi persoalan dia dekat sini, Gideon, MLB Esports yang menggunakan Hayabusa dan juga Sicilian, adakah mereka yang kuat ataupun tim lain yang lemah?
Well, I think overall as both of those picks, they're very relevant in the meta right now. And I think let's not forget about what supplements them, right? Because imagine you're playing and you have to forget, and you don't have to worry about one side of the map, which in this case comes down to how Ren was playing against this Yuzong. He was basically controlling this entire lane and tells his support, yo Nova, just go help out X Slash and this game is over.
No, salah. Diorang punya communication, woo!
Oh yeah, woo! And then X Slash is like, woo! Got it.
Slow down sikit. Kita punya mikrofon boleh tahan sampai satu tahap je. Tapi kalau again, kita tengok itemization Roger dekat sini, di mana dia dah ada Wind Talker, dia dah ada Endless Battle. Kemudian Lilia dekat situ, dia dah ada Ice Cream One. Apa yang I nak tengok? Oh, dengan Blade of Despair dekat Brody, sepatutnya mereka ramp up diorang punya aggression jauh lagi awal. Sebab kita tengok MLB, mereka ada Cloud yang perlukan farm, mereka ada ZQT yang menggunakan Sicilian yang perlukan stack. Jadi kenapa Orange Esports dengan adanya hero yang satu item saja dah cukup kuat, kenapa mereka tak agresif dekat MLB Esports? Kita akan tengok damage number daripada kedua-dua team. And tengok damage daripada Orange Esports. Tolong bagi pendapat sikit, Arta.
Damage yang dikeluarkan oleh MLB memang sangat-sangat banyak. Bila kita lihat kepada Sicilian, juga kita boleh lihat bagaimana 59,000 ke atas damage yang dia hasilkan itu sangat-sangat banyak. Manakala Orange, mereka damage diorang lebih tertumpu kepada Man, tetapi Man bukanlah hero yang boleh mengeluarkan power spike yang bagus pada minit-minit yang terawal. Mereka perlukan Roger, tetapi lihatlah damage daripada Roger. Comel saja dekat situ.
Ya, itu yang I nak kasi dia. Tapi sambil-sambil ni just nak cakap Rich Guy dan juga Forgotten One diberikan kepada Alif. Kemudian the carry Zack QT dekat situ dan Sandbag Min. And ini yang point yang saya nak cakap, ini yang kenapa rasa nak sebat, rasa nak marah, because as a jungler, jarang kita tengok jungler yang damage paling sedikit. Dan lagi kalau kita tengok daripada side of MLBB Esports, ada Sicilian dan juga Claude. Claude mungkin susah sikit nak kejar, so better fokus dekat Sicilian. So dorang ada banyak cara untuk agresif dengan awal. Mereka ada Yuzong juga. Yuzong dan juga Roger kat sini, bawah 20,000. You punya thoughts, Gideon?
I think that Isonic really didn't get to play the game pretty much. Like, he had no control. Every single time he goes down towards Waff's lane, he's hoping to be able to kind of like, be able to farm in that side. And then all of a sudden, he has Ren just walking up to him, Alif, and as well as Zack QT just pushing him back into his jungle. It's a tough game.
Ya, tapi macam mana pun kita kena tengok kita punya MVP of the game akan diberikan kepada Zack QT, mid laner untuk pasukan MLBB Esports yang menggunakan Sicilian. Tak mati langsung dengan match KDA 905, 88% kill participation. Kemudian itemization just ramp up dia punya damage. Tetapi yang menarik adalah dia ada Ice Queen 1 juga yang menyebabkan sesiapa saja yang cuba untuk melarikan diri tak boleh. Dia akan slow, damage yang besar. And Zack QT memang key to victory untuk MLB dekat dalam game ni, Arta.
Ya, kalau kita nampak sendiri, Roger user sebenarnya sangat-sangat tak suka apabila Ice Queen 1 ni dihasilkan oleh mage user ataupun offlaner, dan ini menyebabkan movement speed selaku Roger slow sikit. Bila dia dah slow sikit, dia ada kemurungan tau sebenarnya. Nak kejar lagi tau. Even kita sendiri lihat bagaimana Roger ada, saya nampak beberapa spell yang kombinasi yang dia hasilkan tak kena tau dengan pemain Roger. Sebab kita tahulah Roger kalau dia melee form tu, apabila dia enemy low HP, dia akan tambahkan movement speed dia. Betul. Tetapi dia buat kombinasi yang lain, skill set yang tidak menghasilkan satu kill kepada Roger, dan itu antara combo yang salah sebenarnya untuk Roger as a Roger user lah kalau nampak tadi.
Yeah, I mean, the important thing here is that he had to keep changing up the way, different patterns of using the abilities, right? Because his biggest problem was that Nova was always on top of him before the Ice Queen wand was actually purchased here. A lot of it came down to, Numenon Blast, I have to get out of the way. Charge every single time he Lycan pounces. It's really frustrating to play the game. And once you hit this point where you're getting siege under your turret and Zack QT is basically acting like a Farsa on her ult all the time, it's basically impossible to play.
Ya, and I faham apa yang you cuba cakap di mana tak ada banyak peluang untuk Roger pergi masuk ke dalam. Tapi kita baru saja tengok Roger player tadi, Chibi, menggunakan macam letak jelas siapa. Chibi still boleh dapat damage yang besar, dia still boleh dapatkan kill, dia still boleh dapatkan assist. So dekat sini apa yang dia sendiri as a player kena sedar is like dia punya level of skill, dia kena bertanding dengan lagi 9 jungler yang ada dekat dalam MPL kali ni. And this season banyak sangat jungler yang very talented ada dekat dalam kita punya MPL, dan kita akan tengok standings untuk group A dekat sini, di mana MLBB Esports dan juga Team SMG masing-masing telah secure 2-0 untuk diri mereka masing-masing, ada 3 point. SUHAZ Esports ada 1 point dekat situ selepas kalah 2-1 dengan HOMEBOIS. HOMEBOIS still kekal -6, tapi buat masa sekarang ni MLB dengan Team SMG nampak okay, Gideon.
Yeah, they're looking very good. I mean, Team SMG had very clean 2-0s, and maybe as well having very successful 2-0s in their own right. This is going to carry on in the days to come, and most importantly, this isn't something that we need to keep in mind, especially within the first week. Maybe we should start really taking into consideration the points once we get into week 3, week 4, when each point is going to matter.
Ya, kita boleh lihat bagaimana Orange memberikan 3 mata untuk pasukan SMG dan juga MAB 3 mata, dan masih lagi kosong point untuk pasukan Orange. Diorang perlu buat sesuatu dengan bagi saya lah, mungkin menukar jungler ataupun memberi jungler itu bermain hero yang berbeza.
Pada pendapat saya, dia memang kena satu team punya coordination. Sebab dekat sini, kalau nak jadi harsh dengan kita punya criticism, Mingaman, diorang proaktif. Yang lain semua macam tak sure what is the next step. apa langkah yang seterusnya. Okey, diorang dah tahu, okey, kita dah farm. Okey, lepas farm dekat bahagian lane, lepas tu apa rotation, apa yang diorang nak perlu buat untuk securekan turtle, apa yang diorang kena lakukan untuk securekan turret, apa yang diorang kena lakukan untuk securekan lock, macam mana diorang nak menang team fight. Semua step ni mungkin diorang dah train berkali-kali tiap-tiap hari, tapi bila dah kat atas stage dah start lupa. So Arta, bila dekat atas stage akan jadi ke situasi tu di mana otak macam jadi blank sekejap?
Okey, awak nak saya berlakon ke normal?
I bagi lagi satu peluang, you berlakon. Yang ni tak okey, lepas ni jangan berlakon lagi dah.
Okey, saya try. Okey, kat mana kita dah naik atas stage, kita akan try draft kita. Okey, bagi aku hero tu. Okey, kita dah main ni. Masalahnya tangan aku kata go, otak aku tak boleh nak go. So dekat situ antara konsep yang kita kena tahu, nervous di atas pentas itulah yang memberi kesan yang sangat besar. Macam mana?
Kaku gila lah.
I rasa tengah-tengah dia buat tu, dia terus give up, cakap tak apalah. Awal dia cakap, bagi aku macam dan macam tu lah cerita.
Tapi betul lah, antara faktor utama adalah nervous apabila di dalam di atas pentas, di mana bila otak kita kata go tapi tangan kita jam nak go. Itu benda yang faktor utama lah, di mana kita boleh tengok performance online dan juga atas stage berbeza dia.
What about autopilot situations where just you go blank, you kind of just doing what you're doing?
Yang ni beza, otak tak go, tangan yang go. Ada ke?
Okey. Macam mana dia?
Okey. Otak blank tapi tangan kita je yang gerak.
Oh, itulah tu. Kita nak pergi turtle kan, selamba pergi turtle kan. Kenapa kita pergi turtle? Tak tahu. Ikut je lah. Macam tu.
Acting ni okey.
Yeah, that one is okay. Yeah.
Acting ni okey. Tapi macam mana pun, itu adalah perlawanan tadi. Gini kita biar kita punya players untuk discuss sesama sendiri. Tapi kita kena fokus untuk match yang seterusnya, di mana Rare Esports akan melawan dengan pasukan TODAK. Di mana pasukan TODAK, kita akan recap balik sedikit apa yang jadi pada semalam. TODAK diorang tengah tak sihat dan performance diorang nampak tak okey. Adakah ini waktu yang bagus untuk Rare Esports, jahat lah nak cakap, capitalize ataupun ambil kesempatan dengan TODAK rasa tak sihat dan dia menang 2-0 kat situ?
Saya rasa pasukan Red boleh saja melakukan perkara yang Lafel sebutkan tadi, tetapi pasukan TODAK mesti dia ada satu mindset yang di mana diorang walaupun sakit, diorang kena buat yang terbaik juga sebab peminat Malaysia. Kenapa muka macam tu?
Tak, saya macam nak suruh, boleh tak berlakonkan macam mana diorang punya mindset tu?
Yang ni feel ni dah lain sikit. Sebab ada pandemic.
Faham.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I think people are being too harsh on TODAK here. I think, as you mentioned before, it's absolutely correct. If Red wants to get 3 points, now is the best time, because the moment TODAK recovers, I don't think it's going to happen anymore. That's when it's like, okay, it's going to be 2-0 until the end of the season.
Ya, bila TODAK dah sihat, baru dia macam kerak, siap korang semua. Tapi macam mana pun, kita akan pergi kepada short break nanti, bagi masa untuk players untuk ready untuk set up dan sebagainya. Arta, thoughts terakhir untuk Red lawan dengan TODAK, apa yang anda harap untuk tengok?
Saya harapkan pasukan TODAK kembali apabila mereka menunjukkan prestasi diorang pada M3, kembali semula bersinar ataupun kembali semula mengganas seperti M3 hari itu.
Gideon, 2-0 to 1.
Oh, switching up the question so I can't just say setuju. Smart. I would say in this particular case, it should be a 2-0.
I agree, it should be a 2-0. Jadi macam mana sekalipun, kita akan pergi kepada break sekejap. Jangan ke mana-mana, selepas ni kita akan tengok perlawanan di antara Rare Esports melawan TODAK. Adakah TODAK boleh cover? Kita akan tengok. Jangan ke mana-mana, kita akan kembali selepas ini.
Reinforced with modernized gear. Not a bad idea, is it? Wherever they run, Saber will hunt them down.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
You won't be beating me this time.
Why am I always the one getting hurt?
Wow, Layla, you were the best.
Layla, you rock! You're always number one!
Look! The ranking just changed!
Oh, she didn't get chocolate, did she? Fanny, did you get any chocolate? I received tons. I'll win next time for sure.
This is for you, my teammate.
For me? Well, it sure be rude of me not to accept your kind gift.
Reveal, foul creatures! Ha! Be determined! Ha! Ha! Iron may break, but never my will. Sweep the existence! Always at the tip of the spear.
You have slain an enemy! Godlike! Legendary! Victory!
So, diorang dapat pelbagaikan lagi gameplay diorang dan Angka yakin dua-dua tim ni boleh pergi sangat jauh dekat M3.
He actually pushed everyone to harder, could be more stressful.
Pushes the limit of Mobile Legends in terms of meta, in terms of players' mentality, in terms of stamina. This is how you'd be a professional player.
Esme OT, skill satu dia dah mati, Mak. Terus ini for apa?
Malaysian meta is very chase the dopamine sort of meta.
You perlu telan rasa pahit tu supaya you boleh rasa kemanisan yang akan datang.
Our meta is more focusing on helping or contributing dekat marksman supaya dia boleh orang kata istilah fat untuk win the game. Pergi mana-mana region, any part of the world, kita orang boleh perform.
Kita makan MPL.
Okey, rambut pun dah kemas. Handsome juga aku hari ni. Alamak.
Tenang Jamil, kita boleh.
Hello, kita jumpa lagi. Good afternoon. Wah, sejuk ya office you.
Hi, I'm Sasa.
Look at me. I'm the captain now.
Saiful, kereta kami dia sakit perut. So saya nak ganti untuk hari ini.
Ada M, Link Eza, Kaiser juga.
I ingat you nak butiran SAI kan? Nah, inilah SAI.
Roster kami baru tetapi kuat. Sangat kuat.
Cantik tak that painting tu? I yang lukis kan?
Wait dong, bukan SAI aku lah. SAI team kita, Aipan. Sorry nanti kita hantar lagi.
Apa? Kekuatan roster kami?
Of course, it's me lah.
Saya kot.
Saya kot.
Saya. IJN pun ada S. Kan orang tak tahu lagi.
Lexia also good. Strong. We can call combo. Rockstars ya. Nice one.
Dah habis lah. Ada lagi tak?
Walaupun ada player-player berpengalaman.
Walaupun season ni kami tiada zone.
Walaupun Ciku tengah rehat, walaupun roster kami tetap sama.
Walaupun champion season lepas, we have to work harder.
Target kami setiap musim pun sama. Pastilah.
Juaralah.
Apa mereka?
Respect to best champion.
Tak kisah. TODAK tetap langgar. Tak sabar lagi lah. Ini musim kita. Okey, terima kasih.
Okay, thank you.
Okey, jumpa di regular season.
You won't be beating me this time.
Why am I always the one getting hurt?
Chocolate, did she? Fanny, did you get any chocolate? I received tons. I'll win next time for sure.
This is for you, my teammate.
For me? Well, it'd sure be rude of me not to accept your kind gift.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rockstar. Hey, hey, hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala demi negara, kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Hey.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Perlawanan terakhir hari ini untuk tim TODAK melawan dengan Red Esports. Memangnya perlawanan ini akan jadi sangat-sangat intense. Selamat datang kepada MPL Malaysia musim ke-9 yang dikuasai oleh Munton, dibawakan khas oleh McDelivery, Samsung selaku kita punya telefon pintar rasmi dan juga raikan bersama Nescafe. Anda bersama saya Lefel, English Caster Gideon dan juga Arta, di mana game yang akan bermula dekat sini, di mana Red Esports kita masih tak nampak lagi mereka punya performance. Tetapi bila kita tengok roster, mungkin ada beberapa player yang familiar, yang ramai orang excited untuk tengok.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how Red is actually going to perform overall. And most importantly, like the shuffling of the players, Mal going into the gold lane, Aaron going into the EXP lane. I do want to see whether or not that's going to make a difference for the team.
Yang paling menarik, Mam boleh main jungler, boleh main roamer, dan ini antara perkara yang kita boleh nampak sendiri apabila Mam kembali semula ke tim lama dia, iaitu Red Esports ini.
Arta, kalau nak lagi kelakar, yang paling penting, Mam. Lepas tu diam je, tak cakap apa-apa. Macam
apa aku nak tambah ni?
Ya, betul. Tapi macam mana pun, kita dah nampak TODAK, mereka punya performance kurang okey. Tapi sekarang kita akan tengok roster untuk pasukan Red Esports, di mana kita tengok dekat sini beberapa yang player baru ada dekat sini adalah Dragon dan juga Zayn Z4 dekat sini, di mana Dragon sebelum ni daripada pasukan TODAK.
Stu.
Ya,
kalau tak silap saya nama dia.
Awak tak silap, awak betul.
Okey. Dan untuk kali ni dia kembali kepada nama lama dia. Nama dekat last time
Pretty Warrior? Bukan sebelum. Tak apalah, yang penting ni nama Dragon bukan nama sebenar.
We Onward, Gideon. You are the best, Gideon.
Patutlah dia best talent.
No, but it's true. I do think, first of all, I gotta say, you know, the team is looking great, loving the new jerseys, but people need to freaking keep their names the same.
Betul.
I'm getting sick of it. I'm tired of this.
Kenapa Aaron jadi Ren QT?
Right?
Tengok Mam bagus, kekal Mam MOM. Tapi ya, akhirnya sebelum kita pergi kepada next slide, alhamdulillah Red Esports kali ni adalah warna merah kat diorang punya baju. Finally. Akhirnya. Tapi ya, I excited tengok macam mana Dragon akan bermain, and macam mana Gideon sendiri cakap, bila kita berbual dengan player lain, diorang selesa bila Mal tak main jungle, tapi sekarang dia main goal, boleh ke tak dia perform dengan sangat baik. Dan kita tengok daripada pasukan TODAK, probably kita akan tengok roster yang sama yang akan bermain disebabkan Yums prepare untuk SPM, jadi dia tak akan bermain hari ni rasanya. Ajik tu, so ramai orang yang komen yang rasa macam dia punya jungle not on par lagi sebab dia nak kena gantikan Chiku. So Ajik tu, so untuk hari ni, and pada personal, pada pendapat I, Moy juga kena step up. I nak tengok Moy dan juga Ajit Tusuk untuk step up. Kalau diorang tak up lagi diorang punya gameplay, susah.
It's a little too early to say. It's only week number 1.
Saya tak sabar Gideon. Minta maaf lah, saya tak sabar.
Hey, there's 8 weeks. Figure it out. Figure out your patience within 8 weeks, and then maybe we'll talk about it. But most importantly, I think, especially for Ajit, people are being hypercritical of him. And yes, now is a time where if you want to be hypercritical, it's a little bit more fair because he spent at least 2 seasons working with Chiku to at least get some playtime. Now is finally his moment to actually try and fill in those shoes.
Betul. Dan Ajik, bagi saya, dia perlu kekalkan meta koyok mereka. Sebab tu dia empty.
Saya rasa dia kena tambah. Diorang semalam ada 2 je.
Okay.
Diorang kena tambah lagi banyak. Letak kat hidung sekali.
Okey, benda tu boleh masuk akal juga sebab kita tahu, rakyat Malaysia tahu meta koyok memang khas ada untuk pasukan TODAK ini.
Ya, untuk mana company koyok nak sponsor MPL, silakan. But anyways, kalau kita nak berbual pasal Red juga, I betul-betul nak tengok sama ada mungkin dorang just letak on paper yang Mal akan main pada bahagian goal, tapi just in case kalau betul Mal main goal, and kalau Red dah start kalah, adakah Mal akan pergi balik kepada bahagian jungle ataupun mereka akan kekal je?
I think there is a possibility because you know how Mom is very flexible in terms of what roles he's going to play. So if, let's say, Mal needs to go back into the jungle, Mom could be like, yeah, I can be a support again. Yeah, I could go into the goal lane. I could go into the EXP. It really depends on what the team wants. And I think Mom is the perfect Swiss Army knife to kind of fit every single one of those roles.
Kita boleh lihat juga bagaimana jungler untuk pasukan Red. Bagaimana Zaid diberi kepercayaan untuk menggantikan role Mal. Yang kita sendiri boleh lihat bagaimana Mal bermain jungle. Memang banyak tim macam Lafel kata tadi, banyak tim yang seram apabila jungle Mal ni dimainkan. Tapi untuk kali ni okey, tak ada seram sangat kot bagi.
Tak, sebab saya sendiri bila tengok Mal, walaupun saya bukan player, saya pun seram. Saya punya lutut goyang. Nampak goyang?
Are they still shaking? Dude, you carry Kyrie in the game, bro.
Oh ya, betul. Tapi okay. So ini punya situation. Zaid, kita dengar banyak yang daripada semi pro scene, dia punya performance as a jungler memang sangat-sangat hebat. Jadi orang tak risau sangat, tetapi kita sebagai casters kita kena hypercritical sikit bila masuk ke dalam MPL main dekat atas stage, sama ada dia punya performance kat semi pro scene boleh transfer kepada professional punya scene dekat atas stage. Dan kalau benda tu tak terjadi, adakah Red akan panic and start pusing balik diorang punya entire roster, gerak ke sini, gerak ke sana. And macam mana Gideon cakap, I agree, bagusnya ada Mom. Kalau nak switch up the roster memang boleh, sebab Mom letak kat mana dia akan main dengan sangat bagus.
Ya.
Alta cakap.
Yang menariknya apabila mereka melakukan strategi switch role tak menjadi, inilah kerja Sora Payung untuk menghasilkan satu kombinasi yang bagus untuk pasukan Red ini sendiri.
Ya, lupa yang Sora Payung juga daripada Orange Esports sekarang dah pergi kepada bahagian Red Esports. So Red Esports untuk season ni memang diorang letak banyak firepower dekat diorang punya roster, and kita tak cerita, tetapi Dragon juga I nak tengok macam mana dia akan bermain. Sama ada dia akan bermain atau tidak, kita pun tak sure. Tapi I memang nak tengok dah berapa, 1 atau 2 season kita tak nampak Dragon bermain.
I think this is an interesting period for Red Esports. I think for this entire year, and especially for this half of the season, where they're going to be focusing on restructuring and building a strong foundation until they can find the core members that work really well with the team before transitioning to look to get into like M4 or some of the bigger international tournaments in the second half of the year. So let's just wait and see whether all this investment is going to be fruitful or whether it gets any results.
Ya, ini terus terang saya bila berbual pasal dua tim ni, saya punya lutut memang tak henti bergegar. Jadi apa kata kita shout out kepada kita punya sponsor McDonald's. Pastikan kepada semua orang kat luar sana, bila you guys order McDelivery, bila dah purchase lebih daripada RM50, bila dah beli lebih daripada RM50, you guys letak kod MPL Rewards masa check out tu, dan you guys boleh dapat 6 pieces free McNuggets yang sangat-sangat crispy, bak kata abeja, dan juga boleh dapat exclusive free skin. So again, McDonald's, you guys boleh order anytime asalkan McDelivery and letak MPL Rewards dekat situ. So early predictions dekat sini, kita selepas ni akan terus pergi kepada stage di mana Abejah dah bersedia untuk lakukan coin toss untuk tengok mereka punya pemilihan. So Abejah, please take it away.
Baik, terima kasih Level, Arta dan juga Gideon. Jadi untuk hari ini punya perlawanan yang pertama kita dah tengok cukup mendebarkan. Perlawanan kedua pun kita dah tengok cukup suspend dan cukup gempak. Jadi sebelum kita mulakan perlawanan kita yang ketiga di antara Red Esports menentang TODAK, Abja ingin menjemput Head Marshal kita, Han Xiong, untuk mengetahui keputusan coin yang dilakukan di back segment tadi oleh kedua-dua pasukan. Baik, untuk pasukan Red Esports memilih head manakala TODAK memilih tail. Jadi keputusannya adalah heads, dan ini bermakna dipilih yang first pick. Jadi Red Esports memilih untuk melakukan first pick terlebih dahulu. Terima kasih Han Xiong. Jadi untuk perlawanan di antara Red Esports dan juga nampak saya lupa tadi, dan juga TODAK akan berlaku sebentar lagi, dan sama-sama kita nantikan banyak perkara-perkara yang menarik akan menanti anda di sini. Jadi kita tengok kita punya caster-caster pada ini dah pun siap sedia untuk cast game kita yang ketiga. Jadi tanpa membuang masa lagi, BM caster, English caster, take it away.
Thanks so much, Ja. Welcome back, everybody, to the MPL MY Season 9 here with me, getting you, as well as Sadafa here at the English broadcast. Hopefully, you guys are excited for this very final best of 3 that we have here in store for Day 2, week number 1. Before that, we want to say thank you to all of our sponsors who have made this possible. Our official gaming chair, Secret Lab, partners in esports, TikTok, partners in esports, esports charts, as well as EGG Network, and not to forget our co-organizer ESI for making this all happen.
Yes, indeed. We once again return to the MPL stage, and we are very glad for those of you who have chosen to continue joining us for a day of intense Mobile Legends action. Now, we're down to the final series of the day, but it is last but not least, we're going to be seeing TODAK go up against Red Esports.
Now, let's keep in mind that TODAK is under quarantine, as a couple of their members have been detected as positive, so they won't be playing at their 100%, and we wish them to get better and healthy as quickly as possible so that they can come back and compete at their 100%. However, this is still a competition, and this is the perfect opportunity for Red to take advantage of them to be playing not at their 100% and really get a clean sweep here.
Yep, we're aware that the players of TODAK, they're not feeling the best, so obviously they're not going to be playing as well as normal, but it is still going to be a competition, and sometimes you just gotta deal with it no matter what comes at you. Red Esports are going to be their opponents today. It's going to be a typical lineup of Ash, Mom, Mal, and Ren Cutie, which was previously Aaron, along with your new addition Zaid in the jungle.
I'm excited to see how Zaid is going to be playing things out here with 2 EXP laners this time round. Rather interesting with Zaid going into the jungle, and finally Mal is making sure that he's staying in the goal lane. It'll be exciting to see how this is going to start playing out. But looking at TODAK's side, is the same lineup as we saw yesterday. It is going to be Momo, Moon, Formaze, Ajik Tusok, as well as Moy.
Now, we saw from their performance yesterday, TODAK ended up losing 2-0 to RSG. Again, we have to highlight the players of TODAK are not feeling that well. So you do have to understand there is going to be a little bit of a lapse of performance in comparison. See if you guys can play ML as good as usual when you are sick. But either way, the show must go on. Let's have a look at some of the key players from both these teams.
Whoa, I've never seen... This is like going into an RPG and then looking at the max level guy and you're like, yo, those stats are through the roof.
Mom is like the highest rarity character in a gacha game right now. Because you can see here, maxed out on versatility, micro, and aggression, and doing very well for himself in all the other stats as well. Has always been known to be a very aggressive jungler, and he plays heroes like what you see below, the Cho, the Jawhead, the Kufra, and he has even taken some time to play in the jungle before this as well.
An exceptional shot caller here, but most importantly, his versatility knows no bounds. If you think there's a role or a hero he can't play, you're absolutely wrong. He knows it all from the beginning.
Indeed, Mom has proven to us that he is a very scary player, and although he has been shifting teams multiple times over the last few seasons, he has finally returned to his original home in Red Esports. We'll see whether or not home is where the heart truly is. On the other side, we have Momo from TODAK.
Absolute beast Momo has become. Ever since he first joined TODAK, a lot of people were questioning, expecting to see Formaze fulfill his position time and again, but Momo has really made a name for himself. Very chill dude. As you can see, aggression, it's not through the roof. He doesn't need to be aggressive, but he's heavily versatile in what he plays in the EXP lane. Hyper consistent, but the most important thing is that his micro mechanics are so good on top of how he allows it to play it for the team macro-wise.
Momo is just such an impressive player overall. From the first time he debuted on the MPL stage until now, he has proven that he is truly a player that has grown along with his team and is now truly a threat on the land of Dawn. Formerly known for heroes like Beleric, he's now tearing it up on marksman heroes as well, like Brody. So you can never count this guy out.
Oh boy, this is going to be an exciting matchup here. But let's say TODAK was playing at their 100%, right? What do you think the draft is going to start looking like between the two teams?
Oh, that is pretty rough. But before we get to that, we should think about which of the teams we're expecting to win in the first place. And it does look to be more favored towards TODAK, except for those on the Malay caster's desk.
I think Adine is just peer pressured into this. I don't know if that's his actual opinion, but when you're talking to the manager of Red as your co-caster, I don't think you want to piss him off. So, oh man, Uncle as well as Adine going to be leading the Red. Rest of us going to be with TODAK this time round. Let's see the audience predictions here. Do they have faith? Yes, they still remain faith even after yesterday's performance, especially up against Red here. Keep in mind that they are playing from home. They are not here at the offline venue, but Red is. With a minute left on towards the clock, let's answer the big question here, right? What are we going to see Mom play this time?
Ooh, that's an interesting question. I get the feeling he's probably gonna be the roamer. But before we continue that train of thought, look at the bottom of the screen. You see what that is, ladies and gentlemen? That's the Samsung Galaxy A52s 5G, your one-stop shop for an awesome gaming experience with this brand new Samsung device.
A sleek new design, something that keeps you sharp all day. Experience a lagless, free phone, especially as their flagship phone of today. Check it out and cop one for yourselves while you still have the time. With 19 seconds on the clock, it's very close for the draft to begin, and I'm really excited to see how this is going to play out.
Yep, you and me both, and I'm sure everyone watching at home is feeling exactly the same thing. Just like every other team that has graced this stage today, both these teams have something to prove, and now is the time to do it. The draft begins with Red Esports on the blue side, TODAK drafting on the red side.
Yep, immediately Sicilian is going to get banned out as the very first ban here for Red Esports. TODAK follows it up with a Lancelot ban of their own.
Now, something that's very interesting to note for Red Esports, it's not unusual for Lancelot and other assassin-type junglers to be banned out, but we have to note that is usually when Maul is playing in the jungle position, a role that he has been known for playing ever since the beginning of Maul's introduction to the MPL. He's now in the gold lane instead. So, will Zayed be another Maul in training, or will he have his own style to bring to Red?
It would be so ironic if Zayed picks Roger this game. Imagine though. Imagine though. Or Maul still plays Roger but in the gold lane.
That would be pretty weird, but you know, anything can happen here on the MPL stage. We've already seen some pretty interesting picks only 2 days in, so who knows what kind of new metas we can expect to see as the days go by.
I mean, let's find out. The next ban is going to be Ruby here to make sure that, you know, somebody who isn't able to sandbag the lane very, very well, and more importantly, seemingly trying to open up more assassin-style junglers, which is pretty annoying to deal with. Especially when you don't have some way to kind of lock them down. But TODAK, they get rid of Valentina as well. Traditionally permaban. The question is whether Fanny is going to get let through.
Ooh, Fanny, that is true. We have seen the hero 100% banned so far in Season 9, but neither team has decided to remove it from the pool just yet. If Red Esports wants to stick with the train of thought they had when banning out the Ruby, we might expect to see them ban out heroes like the Kufra or the Phoveus if they really want to make it easier for assassins to play. And that could mean that they themselves are looking for the Fanny pickup here. But still, anything can happen.
Your team That's going to be Paquito, going to be the next follow-up ban here for the side of Red. It looks like they have been doing their homework and research onto TODAK, and a lot of for two picks getting rid of 4Maze's hero pool so far. Is TODAK going to let Fanny through?
That is the question, isn't it? As someone who really despises playing against Fanny in pubs, I will admit I would be very interested to actually see a Fanny being played in the Land of Dawn today. But it is going to be the choice of TODAK and Red later on whether or not the hero will indeed grace us with her presence. The final few seconds ticking down for TODAK. What kind of choices will they go for? Will they ban another assassin jungler? Looks like the choice is indeed going to be the Fanny, so we're not going to be seeing that today.
It happens, but that does open up a lot of different options here for Red Esports. Are they going to, you know, open things up with a classic flex pick here, a quick Choerinos, or are they going to start deciding whether or not they want to pick up something like Selena? You know, it's not often that Selena gets to go through the draft, and if so, you know, why not?
That is very, very true. I feel like Selena is probably the choice here unless they want to decide to grab the Matilda away from TODAK. Instead, though, they are going to be locking in the Glue first. So that's an interesting choice by Red Esports.
Glue is pretty good. It's just a really safe pick. He doesn't have any really bad matchups other than Farmis. And even then, he only starts losing lane to Farmis at level 4 onwards. So at this point in time, I think it's generally a safe pick. Not a lot of people play Farmis as the counter matchup, and I think TODAK don't really mind as they have ways to play around it. Benedetta, for an example, clear waves fast, have extra mobility, so on and so forth. But let's see what they want this time round to actually reply to it.
Yeah, Red Esports so far has definitely put a lot of emphasis on winning out the EXP lane, banning out Paquito and Ruby, and then locking Glue straight in. I do think that something like Esmeralda would be the right way to go about it, but Red seems to have directed the draft in that direction. So instead, TODAK, they're going to be locking in the Selena and grabbing the Hayabusa for themselves.
Interesting. Hayabusa has been having a really fluctuant win rate at this point of time. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it just doesn't work out at all. And honestly, it does feel a little bit of a coin toss every time you see it. But with the help of something like Moon Selena, I think it should be able to ease the process a little bit more. The question is whether we're going to see Lolita from the side of Red Esports just to be able to block these Abyssal Arrows for free with the Guardian's Bulwark.
Another option would be the Cho, because with Shunho, he would be able to just eat the Abyssal Arrow without too much of an issue. Instead, the Matilda will indeed be locked down by Red Esports, and we are going to see a Maul signature pick. However, not going to be going into his hands today, the Ling.
Yeah, this will be very interesting. Ling is a very mechanical hero, so it'll be good to see, you know, the extent of how Zayed is going to actually play this hero. Very mechanical indeed, and hopefully we get a good showing. TODAK with their final pick for the first phase. What is it going to be to round things off? They've already technically got their support in hand, or mage at this point in time. They still do need a support if they wanted to. They could lean in that direction, but instead, oh, you call yourself out. They're going to go with Esmeralda to actually handle the glue.
I think that's one of the few remaining viable heroes to be able to play against the glue in lane. So it looks like TODAK are going to go for that. And they do have several members that would be able to play it. Especially, I remember, it was quite a signature pick for Momo not too long ago. But if he is going into the gold lane, then this is going to go to Formaze instead.
Yep, I think so too. I'm really excited to see what's going to be the gold laner here, because if we're looking at both sides, they've kind of matched with, they've sort of matched with each other. So, you know, jungle for jungle, potential support mage for potential support mage, and as well as EXP laner for EXP laner. Are they going to start clamping down on the gold lane? And here we go. That's what we want to see. Brody going to kick things off here. Does Red, knowing that they're not on the red side of the map, they don't get that first pick in the second phase.
This is an interesting choice from TODAK, because Brody is a hero that Momo is very comfortable with, and since they're on the red side, you would expect that they would save it for themselves in the second phase and force Red Esports to be the ones banning it out. The fact that they've removed it from the pool themselves seems to imply that they have different plans. We could be seeing Momo leaning more towards a Popol and Koopa pick instead.
Possibly. I think was there any other picks that they played beforehand. I'm not entirely sure, but Red has banned out Kufra this time around to make sure that they get rid of a direct counter pick towards Ling's side, making his job a lot easier to do. Now, TODAK, on the other hand, I don't think they really mind these counter picks actually getting through, and I feel for Red especially, it potentially could hurt them as well.
Yeah, that is very true here, but I'm sure that both teams have some plans in their pockets. After all, these are both veteran teams. They've been around for a very, very long time. You can expect that they have some secret strategies up their sleeves, especially now that they've entered a brand new season. It's time to bring some new things, new heroes, new strategies for themselves. Interesting choice by TODAK here, finishing off the bans by getting rid of Kagura.
Yeah, they don't mind dealing with Yve because they already have the Abyssal Arrows coming in from Selena to actually cancel it much early on. So I think these are pretty decent options so far. The question is, does Red want to double down on getting rid of supports? I'm not 100% sure here. If they want to target Moy, I definitely understand, but they can also use some of these picks, these tank picks for themselves to protect themselves against what TODAK has right now. Kufra, for an example, the bouncing ball would have been able to get rid of like 3 of the abilities coming out from TODAK's side, and if they get rid of Lolita as well, well, they don't have the Guardian's Bulwark to block free projectiles.
Instead, they are going to be banning out the Popol and Koopa, so it looks like they as well are suspecting that is what TODAK wants to lock in. A very solid gold lane hero, and having access to a stun in their kit means that they would not be a bad choice going up against the Ling. So Red just wants to eliminate more possibilities here. From what I can see of their bans, they want to make this game as comfortable as possible for their new jungler.
Yep. Let's see what TODAK is going to go for here. This is a very big decision on their part, as the first pick of the second phase will go over to them. With 15 more seconds on the clock, a couple of options that they do have. If they do decide to go for a red traditional tank, they are not going to have a lot of wave clear in the mid lane, unless if they go for something like Edith, for an example. At least then there's a little bit of help in terms of wave clear. And no, instead it's going to be Rafaela. She is going to continue to help harass the red side, Red for now. Rather interesting, but let's see how Red is going to respond.
Okay, it's an interesting choice by TODAK here. Rafaela means that they're gonna be looking for early game aggression, which certainly does combine well with having a Selena on your team. So I think we're gonna be expecting TODAK to make more aggressive plays and try to invade into the enemy jungle, knowing that Red Esports are setting up for Zayed here, their new jungler. Perhaps TODAK are thinking they want to test him out. They want to see whether or not this could be a weak link they could take advantage of. But towards the end of the draft, Cho finally gonna come out from Red Esports.
But why? Lilia is not that bad right now.
Your team
They go Cho Claude instead. Super interesting. Nobody wanted to actually go for Clint because it is a very scary pick when you're getting attacked. And now TODAK themselves are going to be picking up the classic Mia coming in. Shout out to his boy Chiku here. Wait a minute. Moon. Wait, hold on. They're going to shift it over again. There we go. Momo's the one who's going to be playing it. All right. Woo! Woo!
Thought we were going to see a moon tank situation like we've seen in previous.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought as well.
But this is going to be a Momo Mia. Now, it's not unusual to see Mia being picked up by TODAK, but not when Chiku isn't around. So we'll see whether or not Momo, we've sung his praises quite a lot for being able to play many different heroes. Will he pull this off?
Well, let's find out as we start making our way towards the battlefield here, looking and starting things off with their composition. Red Esports generally wants to look for those big team fights, and if they want to skirmish, they have 3 heroes who are perfect to enable them to do so. If we look on over to their opponents, TODAK here, looking to be the favorites from the audience predictions, they themselves have a little bit of a more difficult win con to achieve. It's through mid, and hopefully Mia will be able to survive. Welcome to the Land of Dawn.
All right. Make sure to get yourselves excited, ladies and gentlemen. TODAK versus Red Esports. Will Red be able to prove themselves that, hey, our performance in the past seasons weren't too good, but we are now back and refreshed? Or will TODAK show that even in sickness, they will be able to come out on top?
Well, let's find out here as a quick clear of the mid lane coming in from Red Esports. TODAK going to be speeding up GEEK real quick here, and hopefully that's going to be enough because Lethal Wanderer is going to be spawning on the bottom side, but it looks like it's going to be a tough call. They're getting harassed a lot. Zayed is going to easily take that away, but he loses 50% of his HP. His Moon already ready to attack him as they push him out back into his jungle.
A very heavy aggression over the first Little Wanderer of the game. Not uncommon, but taking this much damage on both sides is certainly a rare thing. Down here in the bottom lane, we're gonna be seeing Mal on Claude. Certainly not an unusual pick for him against Momo on the Mia. And interestingly enough, he has elected to take Inspire instead of something more utility focused like Flicker. So the Mia is going to hurt quite a lot, but if he gets jumped on, he literally has no options of escape.
Yep, double down on the damage, man. And here comes Zayed as he attacks Moy straight away. And they're trying to punish him as much as they can, even though he can top up the health. But Moy's job is to babysit Momo at this point of time because Mia isn't really good until she gets her items. Speaking of which, we need to talk about the fact that Mom is playing Glue as a support. And they opted to go for Cho to actually deal with the Esmeralda to try to maintain that, priority over the lane and match the rotations.
I feel like it's a bit of a weird choice. Sure, Esmeralda has a pretty okay time against Glue, but I feel like she has an even better time against Cho since she makes the shield from his Shunpo basically useless. So we'll see whether or not that does pan out for Red Esports. So far, though, both teams are matching each other in rotation and farm.
Yep, and they are just not having it right now. They are giving a lot of respect, and Red Esports making sure that he tries to hold on as the first Abyssal Arrow lands into Red QT. Oh, he finds the first initial hit onto Moon into the way of the dragon to get a quick first blood there. Nicely played by Red QT, but now the Falling Star Moon coming in for Formies to get on top of Mom. Oh, he should be going down here, even with the RNG. Ajay quickly makes short work of him, as we can see Zayed coming in from the back, hoping to get that initial kill onto Moy. Maybe they have enough enough to work together with 4 Maze. And there we go, the Tempest of Blades with the Frost Moon Shield protects him just in time. Mal will have to go against GEEK here, but he quickly takes a Battle Mirror image out. He's in a lot of trouble. He can't do much. Forced to use the Aegis early on. Nicely done coming in from TODAK.
Wow, that was super chaotic coming out from both sides, but overall, I'd say the results were pretty even, with TODAK coming out slightly on top because they were able to secure the turtle. That is indeed first blood bounty, so make sure you guys check out the MPL rewards checkout code to get yourself some free chicken McNuggets.
Yep, and unfortunately for Mom, they trade support for support, but they also lost Moon in the process. But at the end of the day, what's important is that Momo survives. He needs to keep on farming. Everybody else is expendable except Momo. So as long as he lives and he farms, they should be able to hyper carry him to victory. As you can see, a large majority of their members are just hovering around this bottom side to give him that pressure. They know for a fact that Cho can't really get through 4 Maze on that Esmeralda, so they really just want to sit towards the bottom side of the map.
Currently, based on how the game has been going, I'm actually very impressed at how aggressive Red Esports has been playing. They have traditionally been quite a passive team from the past seasons. They just want to play defensively and get farm on Maul in the jungle. Now that they have Mom and Zayed in their lineup, you can see that they're making movements across the map a lot more actively, and Zayed on the Ling is often invading into the enemy jungle to try and do some damage.
Yeah, I mean, he's been doing a really good job here. Now, the initial battle has begun as Mom quickly goes into the split form to get on top of GEEK to slow him down, pulls him over in towards the pit. Ash should be able to pick him up as Mom finishes him off. Moy is low, but he's running. Mal tries to get on out of here, but the Tempest of Blades as they go for the full-on dive. Mom needs to tag the turn, but instead Zayed ends up dying to the Abyssal Trap. Mom, unfortunately, he does find the last round on towards Moon, but he doesn't have enough damage, ends up dying under the turret. And now 4 Maze says hello as they take out the rest of the members of Red Esports.
Seems like Red Esports may have overextended themselves a little bit there. While it was looking very, very good, I think they got overconfident and dived under the tower a bit too far and ended up paying for it quite heavily. RenQT gonna be able to get the Jikundo, but a nice Holy Baptism prevents the second hit, and that allows GEEK to secure the turtle in favor of TODAK.
And Ren, oh, Ren, can he make it out? Yes, he does get saved by the Guiding Winds from Ash after hopping over the wall. Good movement there with the Shunpo, but it's not over yet as GEEK is going straight into the middle of the fight as Mom managing to get his stacks. Huge blazing duet. They've already taken out Moon. 4 Maze should be the next to fall, and yes, they give it on over to Mal as well, maximizing the damage that they put on towards TODAK.
MPL certainly brings different things to the stage, and now I never would have expected this much action happening between Red Esports and TODAK, two teams that are traditionally known for scaling towards the late game and not being that aggressive during the first few minutes. Looks like both teams have started to adapt and change up the way they want to approach the game.
Yeah, they're ready to brawl here, but once again, they're colliding back in towards the mid lane once more, and Momo just farming up on that top side. Red Esports are looking to punish. They're sending Matilda up there, and as well as Mom. Hopefully they can capitalize on this, but it's hard to tell.
An important matchup to keep an eye on as well is going to be this Claude versus Mia. Mal has been roaming around to help out his team a lot, but that has put him 1k gold behind Momo, who has just been sitting in lane and getting farm. He's 2 levels up as well, but looks like they want to stop him. Ultimate has been popped by Momo, not gonna save him from the Tempest of Blades as Mal jumps in with the blazing duet. Moy will be able to escape. GEEK coming in. He sees all this low HP. He wants to go in on it. Moon and 4 Maze is going to be joining him. Mom has to get out. Should be able to do so. No problem.
Oh, backup just came in a little too late for TODAK's side. Unfortunately for Momo, he had to pay the price. But how many resources were spent with 3 members just diving in on him under the turret? Both Ash and RenQT continue to try and hold on. But RenQT once again get attacked in the mid lane. Mom says hello to zone the rest of them off. But he has done his job and holds the mid lane nice and healthy.
All things considered though, TODAK are still the ones ahead in terms of net worth. I do think most of that comes from the fact that Momo has been getting a lot of free farm. And as someone who has been playing a lot of pubs, a farm Mia is very scary, but so is Maul, jumping in with the blazing duet moon. Unfortunately not able to escape from the clutches of Mom. The ultimate allows him to jump on top and finish off the Selena, as now the circling eagle jumps into the back line. That's a lot of damage coming out from the Matilda. Formase going to be able to retreat to the safety of his tower, and Mom makes a very smart choice to escape before the falling star moon is able to land.
I think he's still in trouble here, as now Mom is trying to get out, but yes, as TODAK realizing that it's just not worth their time. However, a turret is destroyed on the bottom side as RankQT looking to try 1v1 against him, but he ends up failing here, and unfortunately for Zion, he doesn't want to go back in. That Inspire made all the difference in that 2v1.
I think it was mostly a 1v1. Zai just came a little bit late, but yeah, when the Cho has used all his cooldowns against a farm Mia, that is going to be a win for consistent DPS compared to CD-based abilities. As of now, Momo, he's going to start being quite a threat if Red Esports aren't able to find a way to jump on top of this late game hero.
Yep, Mom's just clearing up the mid wave 4 now, buying as much time as possible, being really obnoxious here. So the rest of the team is going to look to clear out that jungle in the meantime.
In the meantime though, TODAK, they're starting to make their presence known on the enemy side of the map. They know that they are ahead in terms of net worth, and as long as they can continue to create space for their Mia, this is going to be a shoo-in for their victory, because Maul, due to the fact that he did join his team multiple times, does not match up in terms of farm.
Yep, but he did get the golden staff. Holy Retribution already getting on top of one of their targets, but here comes the blazing duet once again, and all 4 members of TODAK's side. They managed to find that first initial pick, but they can't get any more than this. His Mom, he doesn't mind going deep in towards enemy lines as long as he has his ultimate. He basically has a get out of jail card for free, as bot side is getting split pushed all by Zayed's side alone. He should single-handedly destroy that tier 1.
Yeah, but I don't think TODAK have any problem with this. Their win condition is Momo. No matter how many fights Red Esports takes, as long as they don't end up losing too many members to it, they are the ones that come out ahead. Looking at their farm so far, Momo is already on 7.5k, even ahead of that of Zayed on Red Esports.
Now, we can see Mom getting attacked down onto the bottom side as Moon doing the exact same thing. Mom should be able to get out of there, but unfortunately, no. Momo's got more than enough damage to cut right through him like butter, despite the armor. And now a full dive has been initiated from GEEK to get on top of Mal. He wants it, but Mal able to get the blazing duet for an extra bit of shield to ensure that he isn't within lethal range. And now Zayed goes in, gets a bit of a tickle onto Formase, but it's not really going to be enough. They cannot give they can't give this position up, especially towards the mid lane. It's going to be a Holy Baptism landing onto RankQT so far as they finally break open the mid lane here. Zayed quickly uses Blade of Tempest to try and clear that wave and also dodge some missile arrows. Well done to TODAK.
Yep, TODAK are just snowballing now and grouping up and pushing objectives. Red Esports, they're not quite farmed yet to be able to take these. Mom, though, wants to go in. Going to be able to catch out Formase, already using the ultimate, seeing if he can grab anyone here. But the members of TODAK are looking much healthier. He does manage to jump onto Formase, but I don't think that's the target you want to look for. Meanwhile, a GEEK jumping in. He sees Maul, but Maul is able to escape right into the Abyssal Arrow. Instantly caught out. Momo gets the kill. RankQT gonna be the next stop. The kill going over to a GEEK. Ash in a lot of trouble, but Mom is able to keep him alive. Zayed now wants to pick off Formase, but the healing proves to be too much, allowing him to escape. A 2-for-0 deal.
Oh, that's sad. That is sad. So sad for Mal. Walked right into the Abyssal Arrow, and the arrow came out of nowhere here, but now Mom is trying to get on out of there once again with the split. It is not going to work this time, especially since Momo is there. He just pops the Inspire and absolutely melts him down like butter. Really nothing much that Red Esports can do about this situation. Look at how much damage Momo is pushing out.
Yeah, and speaking of being melted by butter, that's exactly what happened to the Lord. Instantly, TODAK rotate over and take the objective before we could even notice. That is how much damage Momo has on this Mia right now. But this is not quite the end for Red Esports just yet. Again, Mia is a glass cannon. He outputs a lot of DPS, but if you're able to jump on top of him, all that DPS isn't going to matter when he's dead. That is the most important thing for Red Esports to identify right now in team fights.
Yeah, and oh boy, it's tough. It's really, really tough here because now with the Winds of Nature as well, it's just another way for Momo to protect himself from these bigger team fight win conditions for the side of Red Esports. Like, I mean, Mal is just hoping he's going to be able to blow him up in one shot with the Blazing Duet, but I don't think it's just going to work out anymore, especially if Momo is sharp. Now, here we go. Mom looks for the initial engagement on towards Moi's side, and here we go. Blazing Duet on top of him. He finds one as the rest of the team is looking for more to get on top of Mom. He gets shredded, but he's still has good sustain with the split. Are they going to look for a second re-engagement? They're going to make the attempt though as GEEK dives in towards the backline. Mom taking a majority of that damage, but at the end of the day, it's all about the objectives. They break mid-tier 2 and they're running over to break a second one up on top side.
Clean decision-making from TODAK here. This is definitely a very different performance compared to yesterday's games. Ren Cutie taking half his health in damage just from Moon and Momo. They are in a bit of trouble here, but looks like they will be able to find Moon. Wind of Nature has already been popped. Look at the damage coming out from the Mia. Mega kill going over to Momo. Mom now the only one surviving. A GEEK jumps on top of him. Oki Shadow Kill going to be used. Ren Cutie is there as well, so he should be able to share the damage, but instantly Maul and Ash just fall to the damage coming out from the Mia.
Holy, that was a lot of damage, and you know, congrats to Moon for being able to land the Abyssal Arrow as well as the Abyssal Trap just before he dies to shred them just enough to allow Momo to completely blow them up after. Nicely played by TODAK.
Yep, and now they're starting to invade, taking buffs away. TODAK have a 6k net worth lead against Red Esports. And when you have a hero like Mia on your side, that's never a position you want to find yourselves in. We've mentioned that if Red Esports wants to win these fights, they need to be able to pick off Momo. But as we've highlighted, he has the Wind of Nature, and almost all of the damage coming from Red Esports is physical. So there's no magic burst to be able to just finish off the Mia in one shot.
Yep, even Mom purchasing an anti-Cuirass to try and protect himself, and hopefully that's going to be enough, but I'm not entirely sure, especially with that Inspire absolutely just shredding through everybody. And now it's going to be solo Mia on top of that Luminous Lord. There's nothing much that Red Esports can do unless they're going to force that fight on top of him.
Yeah, a fed Mia is fully capable of soloing a Luminous Lord. I will tell you guys right now, I'm pretty sure a lot of you are already aware of this. Meanwhile, the rest of his team is just buying time. They get the turret. Formaze is just standing right in front of Red Esports. Mom gets hit by the Abyssal Arrow, but he has popped his ultimate, so he's fine. But the Lord already falls to the hands of Momo.
At this point of time, what can they really do? I mean, the full builds are coming out from both junglers at this point of time, and yeah, that's going to be the full build coming in from Zayed, who has a little bit more gold. Actually, no, it is going to be GEEK who has a little bit more gold, but Zayed has the cheaper item. But now they look for the initial kick on towards Momo's side, who purifies right immediately after it. There we go. Mal is instantly dead there. They don't stand a chance as Momo is sustaining through literally all the damage, absolutely demolishing each member of Red Esports. That's going to be the game going over for TODAK against Red Esports. Wow, that is a hyper carry.
Yup, they finally got the shutdown on him, but what does it matter? Momo ends the game with a Maniac, just stands there and pelts down the members of Red Esports with the Moonlight Arrows. There is absolutely nothing they can do in response. TODAK have proven that they are fully capable, and wow, really clean gameplay from them there.
Yeah, he literally was a living sentry turret. He stood still and just gunned everybody down, or both them down in this case. A little unfortunate here, but well played to TODAK. Even when they are sick, they are still capable of playing towards their win conditions.
we highlighted before the game how much Momo has grown as a player with the ranks of TODAK, and now we may be seeing the second coming of a Chiku-style player in their ranks. Imagine that. Imagine having to face 2 Chikus.
I wouldn't know how to deal with that. That's just too much for me to handle here. Most importantly, I think it's good, especially since they're able to take this first game. Hopefully this is enough momentum for them to push forward to get a 2-0 against Red Esports, and that would be something to watch.
Yep, unfortunately in this game, it seems like Red Esports, their game plan didn't quite work out for them. I do like that they were more aggressive. They seem more coordinated than you'd usually expect from Red Esports. But having to pull their members all throughout the map all the time meant that Momo could get the lane for free and just farm up. And once he got those items, there was not much they could do.
Yeah, I do think that Zayed as a jungler, he's good at what he's doing when it comes down to farming, and he does have the mechanics. I do think he needs to work a little bit more in tandem with the team to make sure they can continue to punish people, especially when you are that far ahead into the game. Why wasn't there more support, especially for someone like Mal, who is so in need of items? Towards the end of this game, Mal is joining these fights with the Blazing Duet after he gets the Golden Staff as well as DS, but he needed a little bit more.
Yep. Well, let's have a look at the item builds from that last game to see what exactly occurred between both these teams. TODAK were the ones that came out on top, but it was actually pretty close throughout most of the mid game, with Red almost matching up to their kill count.
Yep. I mean, Red did have a strong early to mid game, and I think that's the most important part here, right? The early to mid game was really, really good, but towards the second half of the mid game, TODAK started pushing back really hard, especially when Momo was getting very close to his third item, and most importantly, just the amount of control that 4Maze had over Ren QT's lane.
Another thing as well is that Red Esports, their draft is a little bit greedy, all things considered. They have the Cho building as a tank, which in addition to the glue means that their late game damage is going to be 100% reliant on Mal. Even Zayed, once he gets enough farm on the link, isn't really going to be able to match up to people like Hayabusa and Mia. So a lot of their pressure was on Mal to ensure that he got enough farm to come out on top. And usually Mal is able to do so, but I do think that he's still getting a little bit more used to playing in the gold lane and roaming around with his team, because Claude isn't a hero that wants to leave the lane as often as he did.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, you know, even in these moments, Ashe playing on this Matilda, unfortunately, Matilda is greater as a support than she is as a natural mage, and she was not able to control that mid lane as well as they wanted, even though Mom was helping him with that wave control. But let's check out the MVP of this game. It's going to obviously go over to Momo. No questions asked. Once again, Mia, very unique to Malaysia, and being shown by TODAK as on brand.
I don't even think it's unique to Malaysia specifically. It's unique to TODAK now. I would have said before this it's unique to Chiku. I wasn't expecting to see Mia anymore, since we know that Chiku is taking a break for this season. But guess what? We've got an inheritor here of the heritage from Chiku. Momo is proving that he has what it takes to play these kinds of heroes as well. And I think we're just gonna have to buff up his versatility score just a little bit more now.
Absolutely. When you think you can't go any higher, he breaks the next limit with 88% match KP. Think about that. 88%. That's how much TODAK was playing around him, because he basically went into 1 or 2 lanes. Goes down to the bot side, farms on bot side, goes to top side, farms on top side. When the game's about to end, let's go mid. And somehow he has 88% KP.
Yep, just really well played. I do feel like Red Esports could have dealt with this if they paid a bit more attention towards target prioritization. I feel like they spent too much time dealing with everyone else other than Momo, but we can relive those moments with these highlights brought to us by the Samsung Galaxy A series.
Oh my goodness, I mean, just look at the way that they're playing. In these early stages of the game, they just don't expect how strong Mom is as naturally as a glue support. And obviously he didn't have the items to make him tankier than he usually is when he is playing the EXP lane. But at the very least, you can see the impact, pulling people out of position, continuously going in and absorbing the damage. And when you think it's over, no, it really isn't, as he goes into split form.
Yep, and then once Momo started to get those items up and running, he could win 1v1s and then start really dishing out the consistent DPS against the members of Red Esports. And by that time, it's too late to really be able to do too much about it because you still have the rest of TODAK to deal with. ForMaze was doing a very good job of frontlining for his team and just making it so that Red Esports couldn't dive into the backline to deal with Momo.
Oh, I mean, look at that. Just Momo just standing, literally standing still, taking like losing half of his health and then healing back up to full as the fight goes on. That's how absolutely bonkers he was this game. Oh my goodness. Literally a living sentry gun.
It's just, there's a sense of pride, you know, because we were here when Momo first debuted on the MPL stage. His performance was solid, but definitely a bit shaky here and there. Looking at him now just goes to show player growth is real. You can actually see how these players improve and change their game style, and I'm really interested to see what else TODAK and Momo might be hiding in their back pockets.
And not to mention that they're sick as well, so I mean, sick literally and also sick figuratively in this sense, and I can't wait to see how Game 2 is going to come about here. Red, naturally, unfortunately, they did drop this game, but it doesn't mean that they can't come back in an easy reverse sweep, possibly. I think it really depends on how they view the draft. And to be fair, in their defense, TODAK did come up with a really weird draft initially.
That is true, but this is TODAK we're talking about. If you're gonna play against TODAK, you have to kind of anticipate the draft isn't going to go what you expect it to just because, you know, it is TODAK after all. But some of the things that I feel like could be changed by Red Esports going into game number 2. Firstly, I would have actually preferred Mom on the Cho rather than the Glue. While it's very good at catching people out, Cho is better. And it just made it very difficult for Mom to actually secure those kills for the rest of his team.
Well, I mean, it's tough to secure those kills, but you guys can secure some Nescafe today and celebrate with them and with us by scanning that QR code down below and get yourself a sweet discount. So guys, do it while you still can. They got plenty of flavors, enough to choose from. Coming back towards this game, right? I want to see whether or not they're going to start changing out players or maybe even swapping roles here for the side of Red Esports.
I wonder. I feel like swapping roles at this point of the MPL as a whole wouldn't be a very good idea because you want to try and give your players a bit more experience, especially those who might be newer to the team or to their positions overall. Because if the moment you've realized that this isn't quite working, you change something out, you can never really get that experience necessary to start learning from your mistakes. And I think, personally, I would suggest Red Esports keep to what positions they were already in. I get the feeling that's what they're going to do in the end, but sort of fix a bit more on their game plan, how exactly they want to do things, and who they plan to protect for scaling.
Protect for scaling. Okay. So just keep on with the Mog train here and see whether or not that's going to be working out. And hopefully it does. But I do hope that they have a little bit more lane priority when it comes down to their draft and really take into consideration of these things. Because based on what we saw just now, even when it came down to the drafting, it was just matching TODAK 1-to-1. You could argue that TODAK was following them in that sense, but they easily could have diverted for a different pick for the side of Red Esports.
Well, actually, in that case, I feel like Red Esports did have a plan with this draft. We could already see how much more aggressive they were in the early game. They were planning to roam around with Mom and have Zayed participate early on, despite being the jungler, to create space for Maul. I just don't think it quite worked out as much as they'd like to. Maul participated in a lot of these fights to try and get kills to snowball, but again, I think if Mom was on a more aggressive type of tank, they could have secured more of those kills for their carries.
All right, let's recap to see how this game played out in terms of the previous damage dealt. Remember, if you're just tuning in, it's 0-1 in favor of TODAK's side, but just look at that damage coming out from Momo. He's absolutely just blowing them up.
Momo has the same amount of damage as Maul and Mom added on top of each other. Though I do have to note, Mom actually did a lot of damage as a glue there as well. It just didn't match up because when you compare, ForMaze and GEEK both did 50k themselves.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but hey, you know, Mom was able to kind of continuously harass, and he was getting into the middle of literally everybody on the side of TODAK here. I do want to see a little bit more from Ash at this point in time. He needs to be able to save his buddies, and most importantly, he needs to be able to get something that can control the lane. Unfortunately for Ash, Matilda just isn't that style of hero.
I would have to say the same thing, but for Ren Cutie as well. There's not too much you can do as a Cho in lane versus the Esmeralda, especially if you're going for more of a tank build as well. You're not as sturdy as you usually would like to be up against this type of hero. Plus, we know from the past, Aaron likes to play more of these playmaker style fighters. He played a lot of Yu Zong, he played those heroes that could hold the lane on their own, has a fair bit of AoE, able to like dive into the backline, set up for his team, and I don't think this is the way to go for it.
Then how would they want to go with it? I'm thinking of like picks in terms of picks, because if we look at the bans as well, Paquito is already banned out, Ruby is already banned out as well, and even once we start getting lower in towards at least in the list, Kufra and as well as Popo and Koopa. Looking over at Todak's side, at the very least they did get rid of the Lancelot, which is naturally able to dive in towards that backline, but eventually do they get something like Farsa instead? Something that doesn't necessarily can get to the backline, but at least can kind of draw the line in the sand.
I would agree with that. I think that would work out pretty well. Farsa or Eve, at least make it difficult for DPS on the side of Todak to be able to engage, because Momo is not going to be able to just stand there and pelt you if she also has to deal with something like a feathered airstrike. Obviously, it's still conditional because Farsa is just as squishy, so if Momo gets on top of him first, then well, it doesn't really matter. In that case, it comes down to gameplay and execution.
All right, with 14 more seconds to go, the draft is about to begin, and I'm excited to see who's going to get that first pick. I'm guessing it's going to be Todak this time, but here we go. It's time to draft.
All right, game number 2, Red Esports going to be on the blue side still. Interesting. Todak going to be on the red side once again. The first ban comes out to Sicilian, still going to be banned out by Red Esports. They just don't want to give scaling options over to Todak.
Yep, it looks like I don't think they're going to change their bans up too much, and I don't know whether or not Todak is going to stick with the same game plan as we do know. They are very versatile players in their own right, but they are going to follow the same trend and get rid of things that we don't want to play against. Lancelot going to get axed.
Evidently, the ball is going to be in the court for Red Esports going into this game. Todak, they already won the last game. They don't really need to change anything in the draft other than to respond to any differences inside Red Esports' lineup. So this is now their game to play. They need to decide how they want to change things up, what kind of game plan they want to go for now, since their previous one wasn't as effective as they would have liked it to be.
Your team is banning.
Selena, there is an adaptation here coming in from Red Esports, making sure that Moon will not get his comfort picks for himself. I don't know if they're going to continue targeting just mages here at this point, right? What else could they be? What else in terms of mages? They could get rid of Chang'e just to make sure that Moon really has nothing, or arguably even Lilia. Kagura, also a pretty good shout as well. And since they have first pick, they might as well get rid of the Kagura.
I'm pretty sure this Selena is not meant to be as a ban for Moon specifically, but more for how much of an early game presence it would provide to Todak. Red Esports, they don't want to be overpowered in the early game. They want to be able to set up the map more safely for their cores to farm. In which case, rather than banning out more mages, I think Red Esports will ban out heroes that would set up for the rest of the team. We might see something like a Matilda ban maybe, because we know that Moy plays it very comfortably. Things like Rafaela, maybe even the Cho if they believe that Todak might go for it, but I think that's something that Red Esports likes themselves.
That's fair, that's fair. Todak decide to pick up, Todak decide to ban out the Fanny once more. Now, the big question, Valentina, is it going to get through? Ooh. Is it not going to get through? I highly doubt it, but I hope that Red Esports doesn't get baited into banning it for them.
Definitely should not be banned by Red.
Your team is banning.
Well,
blue side privilege. This is a blue side privilege. If Valentina is up, you just don't ban it. You let the red side do all the banning when it comes to the OP heroes, man.
Okay, so the fact that Red Esports are banning the Valentina despite being on the blue side indicates one of two things. They have another hero that they're prioritizing more heavily, or they can't play Valentina. Ideally, it's not the second one, but there is every chance that that is the case. Sometimes hero pools just don't quite work out in that way.
Yeah.
And so Red Esports elect to just remove it from the pool altogether.
Well, now let's see what TODAK decides to ban out here. Are they going to ban out something really annoying like how Mom was playing Glue just now? I wouldn't think it would be too bad of a ban, but instead they're going to be banning out the Paquito this time. Red Esports, first pick Glue? First pick Glue?
I still don't like the first pick Glue. I'd prefer something like... I still think if they give Mom Cho, he could make some things happen, but even if it's not the Cho, Glue takes too long to set up kills for the rest of his team. I want to see Mom on something more aggressive. If Jawhead was still meta, I would suggest that, but it looks like Red Esports do like the Glue, so they're gonna be sticking with it.
It's a safe pick. Apparently you can't go wrong with it, but now it's TODAK's time to decide what they want in response. Now that Selena is out of this particular game, what are they going to do in response? Are they going to find Lilia instead to actually have that strong wave clear in the mid lane?
I don't think they need to decide on their mages too early on because we know Moon has a very large mage hero pool. They can wait for that until later. What I'm curious is whether or not they might go for like a Ruby pickup since Red Esports banned it out last time because they know that Ruby is a pretty good pick into the Glue. Instead, they will grab the Hayabusa again, and this time Moy gonna be able to play on his signature Matilda.
Right, all right, that's fair, that's fair. Red Esports, on the other hand, they're going to be finishing off their first phase picks, and ooh, I'm excited. I'm interested to see what Zayed is going to pick here. He could go for something along the lines of Roger. Esmeralda doesn't sound too bad, but they've already got the Glue, so they could put Mom back onto the Glue and pick up Esmeralda for Ren QT, who has been known to play Esmeralda quite a lot in the past couple of seasons.
That is true. I don't think I would mind that at all. It was quite a threat in the hands of Orme, so picking up a hero that Ren QT is comfortable with while denying it from the enemy, as well as the fact that it does counter the Matilda, wouldn't be too bad. But Red Esports, they seem quite comfortable with the draft they had in the previous game, so they're locking in the Ling and the Cho.
Ling and Cho. Okay, I feel... is it going to be the same thing? Is Ren QT going to be playing? Is going to be playing the Cho again? I'm not entirely sure, but I think at this point of time, TODAK picking up the Esmeralda should be safe. There's no reason not to at this point.
Yeah, but there are other options, of course. I still do like the Ruby. I think it's a pretty solid choice here, especially since the CC would work well against Ling, and the amount of regen you get from Blue is massive. But we'll see what TODAK does decide to go for. They're gonna be locking in the Kagura for Moon.
Oh, interesting. Okay, they opted to go a different direction this time. Now, with the first phase out of the way, we move on to the second ban phase here. To kick things off, TODAK will start. And I guess they're waiting until the very end for the gold laners once more?
I guess so. Both teams do value their late game scaling. While they did play more aggressively in the early game last game, these two teams at their core are very much late game teams who relied very heavily on players like Maul as well as Chiku previously to just get that scaling and then go out of control towards the later stages. This time, they are still prioritizing the gold lane. So it looks like TODAK are gonna start banning out mages since they realize Ash's hero has not come out yet.
Okay, Lilia gets banned out here. There's still loads of mages to actually go around the field. It depends on what Ash is most comfortable with at the end of the day. 30 more seconds on towards the clock. Red Esports, should they be banning out Mia? I don't think it's worth. Okay, they're just gonna get rid of it anyway. Get rid of the extra X factor.
I don't know if banning Mia is the right choice here because there's still so many marksmen that are dangerous in the hands of Momo. You have Clint, you have Brody, you have Popol and Koopa. He could play Beatrix even. I don't think it's worth banning Mia here. It's just better to change up your draft to respond to the possibility.
honestly, I think Red Esports just bans out Brody next, and then, you know, call it a day at that point. Like, you're willing to pick up Popo and Koopa. If they know how to play Popo and Koopa, that's absolutely fine. If they decide to ban out Popo and Koopa, that would be the second best option for Red. But now TODAK, with the final ban here, what is it going to be? They're getting rid of Mages so far, but they could change it up and get rid of Gold later. No, they get rid of Farsa. Yeve wide out in the open for Ashe.
Yeah, and we know that Ashe is a player that does like playing that Eve, but it has been a while since we've seen him play it, so we'll see whether or not Red Esports decides to go for that, because admittedly, there are a lot of options on the side of TODAK for being able to avoid the Eve and just kind of dish out damage to her without too much risk to themselves. Final ban for Red Esports, is it indeed going to be the Brody like you anticipated?
Here we go. Oh no, it's going to be 1-1 instead. Red is just panning out marksmen as if Momo was Chiku playing in the gold lane. Very respectable, but also, hey, it happens. But this does mean that there is plenty of gold laners, traditional gold laners that we usually see in the professional scene, up for grabs. First of all, TODAK, for the second phase, will get that first pick. And it's going to be Brody.
Okay, now that I think about it, I can see why Red Esports would go for the ban on the 1-1. They don't want to give TODAK marksmen that have inbuilt ways to cleanse debuffs. Both Mia and 1-1 have the ability to do so, so they just don't want to allow them to escape from the clutches of something like the Glue's ultimate or Cho's Way of the Dragon. I do feel like it's a bit of a greedy ban, but we'll see whether or not it does work out for them. Now that they have to deal with a hero that Momo is known very well for playing.
Now, that being said, 15 more seconds on the clock here. Red Esports looking to finish off their composition one more time. Might as well get, I mean, you might as well go for Yeve at this point, right? That's just, it doesn't make sense not to go for it. But it's going to be Clint pick up straight away. But instead, they're going to go for Kadita to try and utilize the rough waves to look for those big one-shots, especially when you have Matilda on the enemy hand. If they land the CC, it's going to be more than enough.
Yeah, I was thinking that at this point, Maul was probably going to play the Clint here. A good hero to play into the Brody and can scale up to be quite a monster towards the late game in his own right. I like the choice of the Kadita. There's a lot of squishy heroes on TODAK that can be one-shot by the rough waves, but they do have to be a bit careful on Red Esports because they don't have consistent magic damage now, because the Kadita is all about using all of your CDs at once.
Yep, and there you have it. You finally get what you're calling for. Ruby going over for 4 mace to finish off the draft. What do you think about the lineups? Which are you leaning more towards, Mustafa?
I think this is a more balanced lineup here, but TODAK can definitely be very scary if their heroes are able to start getting their items. So again, Red Esports, they gotta play a bit more aggressive towards the early game, make sure that they win their lane, see if they can stop GEEK from getting as comfortable of a jungle time as he can, and I think they do have a pretty comfortable chance of evening this up.
Well, let's see how they're going to even this up. The score is currently 0-1 in favor of TODAK as we move in towards Game 2. Looking at Red's composition, it's very similar to the previous one with a couple of minor tweaks. Hopefully that's going to be more than enough to turn the tides with Kadita. As we look over at TODAK's side, Mia is no more, but they play a more traditional lineup than they have ever before. It's time to jump in towards the Land of Dawn to duke it out.
For those of you who might just be joining us, we have to remember TODAK is currently 1 game up. And if they are able to win this, they will win the series here. And Red Esports will have to go home with their first match as a loss. That's obviously something they want to avoid at all costs. So it's time to play with their lives on the line.
Well, let's see. The harassing has already begun as Moon as well as Moy will be doing their very best to harass both Ashe as well as Mom, both of which have some very good range when it comes down to poking back and forth at each other. So let's keep an eye out here who gains the majority of control as Moy manages to cancel out the regenerate as well, as they now will battle it out for the Lethal Wanderer.
Oh, and it looks like it has indeed begun. GEEK gonna be able to escape with the quad shadow, but gets knocked up. However, first blood instead going to go over to Ash as he gets taken out. They do finally take away a GEEK, but they end up losing 2 members to the side of TODAK, and it looks like they're not quite done. They want to continue harassing here.
Yeah, and wow, that's first blood bounty already obtained from TODAK's side. Rather interesting how that actually developed and played out here. No battle spells actually being used for the side of TODAK here, as we saw that both Mom and as well as Ash blew their own battle spells, Petrify as well as the Flicker.
Something I do want to highlight here is the fact that Movo has gone for the Purify battle spell here. He noticed that Red Esports banned out the Mia and the 1-1, so they're going to be looking to focus down on disabling the enemy marksman. So this is just a good way to ensure that even if it does happen, he has a free ticket out.
Yep. Ash is currently getting harassed by both sides. His Mom is making his way back into the lane to actually back him up. Zaid is already level 4, and the same goes for a GEEK, who unfortunately had to take an initial death. But now the battle in the mid lane has already begun as a GEEK forcing his way backwards with the quad shadow. Moon cannot move anywhere forward, but Formaze already making the first initial move on his part to make sure he creates space for his team, sacrificing a little bit of his own lane pressure.
Yeah, but I don't think it would matter too much. What does matter is the fact that he is still here when the wave is pushing into his tower. So that's going to be very important EXP that he's actually missing out on.
Yeah, and even Moon, he's like below 50% HP, which is a little concerning since Ash, it can very much destroy him with a single rough waves as soon as he gets knocked up with the Breath of the Ocean.
The turtle has officially come up. The junglers are not quite here yet, but I expect to see them rotate over very, very soon. Zayed already getting dropped down to half HP, so it's gonna be... Oh, hold on! Ren Cutie fighting off more than he could chew, not realizing 4 members of TODAK were there, and the same can be said of Moy, who gets taken out by the rough waves.
Yep. Oh boy, it's not looking good here as they continue to start pressing up for their advantage. They want to keep control over Turtle, but it's not going to be so easy, and Zaid immediately recognizes nothing is happening here. I don't want to waste any more time. Runs up towards that top side to get that pressure as Mal has to force his way back down bottom side to not allow Momo to get gold off that turret.
It's interesting to see that both teams are actually very wary of contesting the turtle. They know that their enemies have every possibility of stealing it from them, and so they don't want to full invest. Mom buying a lot of time, dropping a GEEK's health quite low here to buy time for Zaid to get the turtle. Looks like he will successfully do so, and now Formaze is gonna get caught out. Way of the Dragon secures the kill onto the Ruby.
Yep, quick turtle slain there, and now Red Esports, can they start developing their lead from here on out? On towards the top side, you can see that they're doing a good job after they defeated Formaze with the help of Mom as well. GEEK able to defend the turret so far, which is really, really good, because now they managed to actually hold that side of the map, meaning that Turtle coming up in 90 seconds is something that they can contest for.
Yep, it is still quite a while away off though. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, we can see that Momo as well as Mal have just been farming in their lane 1v1 the entire time. Oh, hold on. A nice knock-up onto Moy, but Ash is the one that gets stunned. The corrosive strike. Momo joins his first fight and gets his first kill.
Yep. Mid lane now being contested 3v2 situation as they pull back Ren QT and as well as Mom. Not going to go any further than this. Unfortunately, Ash now only respawning and Mal actually getting his endless battle now. He will start to dish out his damage as he continues to push on forward. Zaid looking for the right target, tries to get on top of Momo here. Bladed Tempest is already out. Mom unfortunately does not get enough stacks, but they do trade against Moon. Circling Eagle gets on top of Mal so far, but he should be able to take out Moy in the process. And yes, he does. GEEK, he doesn't have his quad shadows and no more. It should be coming off the cooldown. He also doesn't have his Breath of the Ocean. A triple kill for Mal. They will break this bottom tier 1.
That is the power of Clint here. His early game DPS is nothing to shout out at, and that is indeed going to be a triple kill claimed by Mal. Make sure you guys use the MPL rewards checkout code to get yourself some free chicken McNuggets and of course in-game skins as well.
Yep, and now as they rotate back to the next neutral objective. 3 more seconds till the turtle is back up, but as you can see, Moi is going to gladly jump over the wall with the circle, with the guiding winds, as Ruby on the top side hasn't been able to really participate in these bigger fights. Only when the neutral objectives is up, that's when ForMaze is being visible in this game.
Mom jumps in. He wants to jump on top of one member of TODAK. Looks like he's going to decide on ForMaze here. Does successfully jump on top of him, pulls him back, but the rest of the team is a little bit wary of trying to engage, so Mom will decide to jump out. In the meantime, Zayed manages to get the top tower in favor of his team. As the fight now begins, Rough Waves onto 2 members, instantly melting down ForMaze.
Oh, good catch from Ash, but he sacrifices his life. 1-for-1 trade so far as Zayed finally gets into the middle of the fight to get the initial kick with the way of the dragon. However, GEEK manages to get the turtle just in time. He will be going down as well. So far, 2 for 2, 2 for 3. Can they get a full point? Yes, they do. A double kill and clean them up. Side, the last one standing as Mom manages to get back to base just in time. Oh my goodness. A full clean sweep for the side of Red Esports.
This is chaos right here in its essence, but looks like they will be able to get a little bit of advantage in comparison. TODAK in a bit of a rough spot. You never want to give this many kills over to a Clint as well as a Ling, and now Mal and Zayed in a pretty comfortable spot as Rough Waves being popped once again. Luckily though, not quite able to land on top of ForMaze. He walks out alive.
Oh, I mean, ForMaze is doing a okay job here, just sustaining through the split. He can absorb the damage, but he's also got the quick fingers to get out of the Rough Waves just in time. I think at this point, how they're going to have to handle this is by split pushing for the side of TODAK. Looking at the item list so far, even when it comes down to Moi, he hasn't really completed an entire item, just has components. Looking at GEEK, War Axe is the only thing available. Mao, extremely comfortable with the Malefic Roar on top of having the Endless Battle.
Oh, a second item, Malefic Roar, but the Tempest of Blaze has been used, lands on quite a few of them, immediately takes out Moon from the equation, and now Mom coming in from the side. ForMaze instantly slain from long range thanks to the passive. Double kill going over to Mom. Will he get the triple? Looks like that kill's going over to Ren Cutie, but it does not matter because Red Esports secures another 4 kills onto TODAK.
They've cracked open another tier 2 on top side. Zayed is feeling very, very comfortable as mid lane is starting to fall as well. TODAK is losing composure. A 4K goal lead in favor of Red Esports.
Now this is not ideal for TODAK. Their scaling is a little bit weaker compared to that of Red Esports. So if they're the ones ahead, it's gonna be quite tough for them. Moi already dropping quite low in HP, and despite their efforts to protect the tier 2 down bottom, Red Esports will be able to secure that in their favor.
Okay, mid lane, at this point, TODAK needs to wait until they hit at least 28k. Arguably, oh, a killing spree. Mal finds a kill onto GEEK, and he even has his ultimate right now, so that may have been a bit of a misplay. Unfortunately, nothing much that he can do about it. Red Esports continue to start punishing the jungle and taking away TODAK's economy from it. And, oh, Ash in trouble, unable to get the Rough Waves off in time, ends up dying in the process as the rest of TODAK now have even the odds. Can they actually contest this as ForMaze walks up and Mal and Zayed walk away? Do they have the space to actually walk forward? No. TODAK decides to call it off.
Okay, I feel like TODAK could have definitely challenged that, but they are trying to avoid taking too many risks. However, playing too safely can also result in losing out on things that you could have potentially secured. So hopefully that is the right choice for TODAK, as they are now 6k net worth behind their opponents. It's still not an insurmountable deficit, but it's going to be very difficult, especially since Mal is sitting on a comfortable 8-1 KDA.
Now Momo is in trouble, as we can see. Oh, wait, Mom, can he get back on him? Yes, he does, but pulls him all the way back in, followed him up by the way of the dragon, securing that kill for Mal, who is happily going to take the freebies. ForMaze will not be able to participate in this upcoming fight, or will he? With the wave actually crashing at the rate at it is, he should be able to make it back just in time. The tier 2s will fall, though.
I feel like Maul playing on the Clint, it matches up with the style that Red Esports wants to play very, very well. A hero that can start joining fights early on and doesn't really require that many items to start being annoying and dishing out the DPS. This is now proving to be a problem for TODAK as Mom jumps on top of Moon in the backline. Does get taken out. That is not ideal, but they do lose the inhibitor. Mega kill going over to Zayed as the Rough Way secures yet another kill onto the Ruby. Lord is now pushing down onto the Crystal, but there are no minions to support it. Looks like TODAK will be able to survive this assault.
Yep, and they didn't even break the mid inhibitor as well, even though they had a very clear opportunity to do so. Fortunately, majority of the members of TODAK were able to kind of reconcile and consolidate together to push them back. And this is quite an interesting game.
It really, really is. And now as we approach 11 minutes, Red Esports are sitting very comfortably, an 8,000 net worth lead over their opponents. And TODAK, they're just trying their best to salvage whatever they can. They have to send their entire team just to protect a GEEK when he is taking his jungle camps.
Yep. So far, it's difficult to say. But TODAK, they might be able to come back in towards this game, even though they are 8k down. But Mom, fortunately, is making that really difficult. As soon as he goes into the split play, he's looking for Moon, and Moon should be the next to fall. Kagura unable to stop play the Tempest here, as both Moy and as well as Momo will try his best. But they do find the initial kill on towards Glue. Formase just sustaining through as much damage as he possibly can, but they don't find any refrags in the process. Red Esports is going to continue their onslaught, and more importantly, apply the pressure when necessary. 16 more seconds until Lord spawns.
Yeah, TODAK are playing at quite the disadvantage now. 10 seconds left. Lord is coming up and TODAK have no foothold over the map at all. I don't think Red Esports will have any issue taking this Lord, and this could very well spell the end for TODAK and see a Game 3 in our final series of the day.
Yup. They should be able to seal the deal with this one here, and especially with an 8k goal lead, more than enough resources. They find another kill on towards Moy's side. The Rough Way is almost one-shotting him, but Moy is able to survive thanks to the favor of his blessings. Gets out of here.
But that's just one threat that Red Esports is exerting onto TODAK right now. Having a look at the items overall, there is such an immense net worth difference between the members of Red Esports compared to TODAK, and they're making it known. Moon almost dying straight away to a single attack. Ren Cutie gonna be the target of Ogi's shadow kill, but that's not gonna give anything to a GEEK, as all 5 members of Red Esports still very healthy and looking to see if they can push down this tower before Lord even gets here.
Yep. As we can see, Mom is going right into the middle of the fight every single time, engaging time and time again with the Luminous Lord coming in for that Crystal, but they've already lost that mid lane at this point of time, and even losing out on that bottom wave. This Lord push has been absolutely thwarted here, and they don't have anything else. TODAK should be able to have a successful defense if they can survive this next upcoming wave. They're going to clear the mid wave first. Mom is going to try his best, but Formase is doing a good job at keeping him at bay. They lose the mid inhibitor. Can they clear this bottom one and save themselves? Yes, they do. A yin-yang overturn from Moon, making all the difference.
TODAK managed to survive to fight another day, but things are looking pretty bleak for them now. Only a single inhibitor standing, and the health on that turret is not looking very good. They need to make sure that if the next Lord does come up, they are able to somehow contest it, but when they're so behind in terms of farm, it's very difficult for them to find any opportunity to do so.
Do they even have an opportunity? I feel like the only way they have an opportunity is if Red Esports unfortunately just falls into the hands of TODAK here, right? And Mom, he's been engaging time and time again, but like if Ash continuously looks for these big follow-ups, and especially on towards Moon here, if Moon can survive and Formase can create the space that they need, it could be different. But they already found the initial kick on towards Formase. They've already lost that frontliner, but can they shred Mom just enough to buy that time here? As, GEEK so close to dying here. Zayed having no ultimate anymore. Even Flame Shot coming out. Mal able to block it just in time. They trade 1 for nothing.
A very good catch onto Formaze there, managing to use the Way of the Dragon. I do like that Red Esports are playing a little bit more greedy now because they used the Way of the Dragon to secure the Ruby, and then Mom just walked up ahead to see if he could grab someone with his ultimate as well. If he had succeeded, I get the feeling Red Esports would have had the space needed to just end the game right there and then. So it is lucky for TODAK that they were able to defend against that assault.
Speaking of which, this Luminous Lord here coming in for the side of Red Esports is going to be very easy to take away, so I want to see how TODAK wants to actually approach this. They know that Mom and using Moy to kind of open up the map a little bit, but Ash just waiting on that top side brush, looking for the potential to one-shot somebody. Oh, there we go, the monster kill coming out from Clint, making sure that Moy gets punished for face checking, and there's nothing much they can really do at this point.
Moy is trying to open up the map, but he cannot afford to play as dangerously as he just did. He is not on a tank hero. He's playing a Matilda, and he is going to die very, very quickly to the scaled up damage of Red Esports. And now the Lord presents an open opportunity for them. I don't think TODAK can contest this, and this is going to be perhaps the hardest defense they've had to deal with.
Oh boy, here it comes. This should be the final push here. But TODAK, if they could buy like an extra 2 minutes, if they could survive this, I think this would be a done deal for Red Esports, right? They should be, TODAK should be able to like outscale them at this point of time. Ash would be falling off at this point. Mom shouldn't be that much of a threat. He's just essentially a tank, and more importantly so, the core members for the side of TODAK just need to live. They're gonna sacrifice this last inhibitor, there's nothing more, but Mom in the middle of all four Formaze just needs to hold on. He dodges the breath of the ocean. Can they get rid of Lord in time? No. Red, they're looking straight for the crystal here, and they're looking to crack it wide open. That's game 2 going over to Red Esports.
Well, looks like we have another even game between these two teams. Red Esports proving they have what it takes to adapt and change up their style after a loss to TODAK in game number 1. So we are going to be seeing yet another game 3 today, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys don't go anywhere if you want to witness the conclusion of this series and find out who comes out on top.
What a game that was here. It really was a slow roll between all the members here, making sure that they can actually find the space and find the little cracks. And overall, I think Ash was feeling a lot better playing on the Kadita rather than the Matilda.
Basically, they just have to play heroes that feel a bit more active and are able to start contributing to fights much earlier on than what they had drafted in game 1. You saw how much of a world of difference it made when Mal was playing on the Clint instead of the Claude.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure how Game 3 is going to be looking like, but if it does come down to it, I really hope that they do decide to play a little bit non-meta than it was before. Because I think the only thing that really caught them off in Game 1 was the fact that the weird picks, the fallback plan was just that good with Amiya, with Inspire. Could it be better? I don't know what else they have in store. To be fair, they are TODAK, so I'm in for surprises.
I mean, in this case, we just simply encountered a situation where TODAK did not have a fallback plan because we had Momo playing on Brody. He's supposed to be the strongest during the early to mid game, and they didn't really have a lot of options for late game scaling. So once that period came around, it was going to be very firmly in Red Esports' court.
Well, I do hope that they do decide to ban glue at some point of time. Mom just seems to be creating way too much space with this hero, and it's getting rather frustrating, especially if you were a TODAK member. It's just, there's nothing that you can really do to stop him from moving forward and surviving so much damage unless you go for the kind of pick and fire miss at this point in time. But yep, looking at the item build, we have Ren QT and as well as Mom just going straight up full tank at this point of time, making sure they can absorb the damage so that people like Ash and like Maul can scale up into the right position. But you have to give it to Zayed though. He was playing a strong game, getting one head against GEEK and really starting to push his lead.
We know Maul to be a very, very efficient farmer, and his net worth is usually very, very high. And in this game, it was. But Zayed had a higher net worth in comparison. And as you mentioned, he was performing really, really well on this link. Finishing off this game with a 6-0-12 KDA is nothing to scoff at, and goes to show a lot of these newer junglers coming into the MPL certainly have the mechanical skill to back it up.
They definitely have the talent, and I'm excited to see how much more we can expect out of them. Now, so far we've only seen Zai play on Ling so far. can he play marksman-style heroes? That's what I'm interested in. How diverse can he really get with his hero pool?
Well, I think that as long as Red Esports can help it, they're going to be hiding that pool for as long as possible, because that's one of those things. It's a secret weapon for any team to be able to hide exactly what their members are capable of. All we know is that Zayed, this is a jungler that we have to keep an eye on.
Yep. Hopefully we can continue to see him grow throughout this season here. TODAK, do you think they could have actually won this game through this draft alone? I'm not entirely sure, but first, let us go to the MVP of our game, our most valuable player, going over to Mao once more to no one's surprise with his 11-1 and 6 KDA. He just farmed the entire game once he gets his full build. He is basically just tapping people to death once they come into range.
Again, I'm really surprised that more teams don't prioritize the Clint pickup. The hero is just so strong in lane and is fully capable of scaling up to dish out late game DPS as well. This is just one example of what the hero is capable of, and I'm hoping that more teams do draft him up a bit more often, because I really don't know why heroes like Claude and so on are being picked up more than Clint.
Well, I think, you know, it comes down to whether or not you can survive the overall overwhelming power of just, you know, people diving you in the back line, having multiple targets and multiple assassins jumping you. It's a little tough, and I do think that there is a time and place for Claude, but I do think Clint should be picked up way, way more. Let's check out some of these highlights, though. Just in case anybody is looking at the game and just tuned in, this is what you missed out on. So far, Red Esports continuing on and changing their lineup. Well, not really their lineup, but more importantly, the composition a little bit. Mom is just doing a phenomenal job at just opening up the map.
Yep, in addition to that, the team is following up very well. I'm impressed at the growth of Red Esports. Again, this is a team that we know to be fairly passive during the first few minutes of the game. Having Mom and Zayed added in allows them to have a lot more early game aggression, and this was being demonstrated in its full force. Ash as well seemed to be very comfortable here, just constantly one-shotting people with the rough waves and catching people off guard.
Yeah, I mean, even if they were on guard at this point in time, it's just, what can you really do against it? The build is just, it's a little too good. Honestly, I do think TODAK needs to really start banning out this glue, and more importantly, so can they actually get Moon in a position where he can actually play the game? Because as you can see, time and time again, he's getting caught out, getting zoned out by Mom first, and then eventually jumped by either Zayed or Ash, putting him down to 0 HP. It's a little frustrating to see, but hey, you know, Moon knows what he's getting into, and hopefully when he does get better, you can see him play at his absolute best. But once we got to the end here, third Luminous Lord, that's when the crystal fell.
Yeah, it's definitely frustrating to see, but I imagine it's even more frustrating to play, because when you're playing on a hero like Kagura, you expect to not really be that easy to lock down. You have an inbuilt cleanse and multiple dashes and teleports. You don't expect to get caught out as often as he did, but the amount of jump and catch on the side of Red Esports, as you mentioned, just constantly caught him unaware.
Yeah, and I mean, what more can he... I don't know. What more could he really have done there? I mean, he's hoping that Moy would be able to save him in these situations on top of it all, but it's just Mom
but
literally
Moy is dying too.
Yeah, he's dying at the exact same time, and then Mom is just like, nope, split, gonna go. It's frustrating, but let's have a look at the winner's POV on their mic check with Red Esports. Check it out.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey, I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Mission completed. Valkyrie power reinforced with modernized gear. Not a bad idea, is it? Wherever they run, Saber will hunt them down. Forge a lock-on! Nice job, girl.
So, diorang dapat pelbagaikan lagi gameplay diorang dan Angka yakin dua-dua tim ni boleh pergi sangat jauh dekat MK.
He actually pushed everyone to harder, could be more stressful.
Pushes the limit of Mobile Legends in terms of meta, in terms of players' mentality, in terms of stamina. This is how you be a professional player.
Esme OT, skill satu dia dah mati, Mak. Terus ini for apa?
Malaysian meta is very taste the dopamine sort of meta.
You perlu telan rasa pahit tu supaya you boleh rasa kemanisan yang akan datang.
Our meta is more focusing on helping or contributing dekat marksman supaya dia boleh, orang kata istilah fat, untuk win the game. Pergi mana-mana region, any part of the world, kita orang boleh perform.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita.
The rivalry between veteran MPL teams continues to thrive even at the beginning of a brand new MPL season. 1-1 Red Esports versus TODAK. Who will be our final winners for week 1, day number 2? My name is Staffa. This is Gideon. Once again, here to tell you that this would not be possible without our sponsors, our official gaming chair Secret Lab, partners in Esports, TikTok Live, Esports Chart, and EGG Network, and our co-organizers ESI.
Now,
This is going to be the final bout here. One more to go. Is it going to be TODAK? Is it going to be Red? I'm not entirely sure, but that glue needs to go. The more I thought about it, the more I was like, man, what a pain. Even Matilda wasn't able to chunk out glue as much as I would like it to, and Mom's impact was just so significant in both Game 1 and Game 2.
Yep, I mentioned after Game 1 that I didn't really like Mom playing on the glue. I still kind of stand by that because I think there are better picks. It just worked out here in Game number 2 because TODAK didn't really have any solid picks to be able to counteract the effects of this very annoying tank hero.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Like, especially for Game 1, it would have been nicer to see Red QT to actually go for it instead. But let's have a look at the recap here just in case you didn't catch that Game number 2 and only came into 2 now. If we're looking at the overall damage here, Formay's having the lowest amongst everybody else. He was having a really tough time. Not only was his laning like generally okay, but especially when it came down to those team fights, Ash made it so difficult for him to make that impact he was looking for.
I feel like his itemization could have been a little bit better, but you can't blame him. I'm pretty sure Formays did indeed try his best. What I am surprised about here is the fact that the highest personal DPS was actually from Momo on the side of TODAK. Even though it didn't look like he was able to apply that much impact on his Brody, he still was just pelting out the DPS from the backline. It's just unfortunate that the rest of the team wasn't able to provide enough protection to get more of that DPS out.
More like, I wish there was a stat to see how much damage taken it was, just to see Mom's one, because he was probably receiving a large majority of Momo's damage throughout Games 1 and 2 here. But adaptations, right? Based on what we can see here in terms of the draft patterns, I don't think that's really going to change too much. I really hope that they do change out, instead of Red Esports banning out the Valentina when they are on the blue side, to just let it through and pick it up for themselves.
Who knows? I feel like Red just prioritized the glue so much that Valentina is not even worth picking up as a first pick. That is what I'm kind of scrying based on their drafts in the first 2 games, so I wouldn't be surprised if they were to do the same thing again. Though I would assume that they're going to be on the opposite side of the draft this time.
Well, let's find out. Draft time is once again Red Esports is going to be on the blue side and TODAK on the red side, and we're seeing the exact same things. We're seeing literally the exact. This is a sticker book. This is a preschool sticker book where the triangle goes into the triangle shape. This is exactly what that is.
I'm not sure if sticker book is the word you're looking for.
Sorry, that is true. It's not a sticker book. Darn it! I messed up.
It's one of those wooden block things with the holes in it.
No. There is a sticker book that actually does that. No, it's not called a sticker book. It's for markers, isn't it? Ah, never mind. I'll get back to you.
You mean like a color by numbers?
Yeah. Color by numbers. That's the one. That's the one. I don't even remember my old childhood now. What has this world come to? Now,
your team is
so far we're seeing the exact same band so far. All right. Yep. This is expected. Let's come on, guys. You know the script. You've already listed it down. Can they get away with this? Don't ban out Valentina. Thank God they did.
Oh, okay.
Thank God they didn't ban out Valentina this time.
Does this mean that we're going to be seeing a Valentina picked by Red Esports after all this time?
Nope, I think TODAK's going to ban it here, to be fair. I really do, unless they really don't want the first pick glue.
No, the thing is, okay, this is an interesting situation here, because if they do ban the Valentina, it means that Red Esports are gonna get glue for sure. If they ban out the glue, they set themselves in a situation where Red might have the Valentina. I feel like the choice here is just to leave it open. Don't ban either of them.
Yeah, don't ban either of them. I think that would be a pretty good option, because at the end of the day, it's like, it's not bad. And even if they do get Valentina, Valentina just steals glue's ult. It's not that big of a deal, honestly.
Imagine the idea of Valentina stealing glue's ult. Very strange physics-wise, but who knows? Instead, yep, they are gonna leave it open, banning out the Ling, so we're gonna finally see Zayed playing on something else.
I bet Red's still gonna go for glue.
Will it be?
I feel like he is. I'm so confident. I'm so confident that they're like, Mom is like, no guys, trust me. Glue, insane. I'm nuts on it. Believe.
Is it worth risking a Moon Valentina?
That's the thing. Personally, I would take Valentina. Don't get me wrong, I'll take Valentina any other day. But it'd be so funny if Red took Glue right here, right now. Or they completely ignore either or.
Okay, it is indeed going to be the Valentina, so we're finally going to see the hero on the Land of Dawn. This is 100% ban rate on this hero, so we'll see whether or not Ash will be able to show us what she can do. That means Glue is open for TODAK if they want to snatch it up.
Absolutely, and I think TODAK now has to change their drafting idea, knowing that Valentina is going to slip through the cracks. Now you have to minimize good ultimates. Don't let them get the good ults. Paquito, Glue, that's absolutely fine. Split, wait, is Split a morph? If it's a morph, she can transform and get the other abilities as well. I need to double check that, but until then, Paquito, the knock-up strike, isn't that bad. It's not like you get the passive or any of the other abilities. So I don't think that's, so far, so good for TODAK.
I feel like while it's true that seeing a Valentina on the opposite side means you do have to draft to avoid giving your enemy overpowered ultimates, I do also think that putting too much attention into making sure your draft doesn't have overpowered ultimates is very intrusive and can really affect the way that the team wants to play. I personally think TODAK should just draft whatever they want and deal with it when it comes around, because otherwise you're just limiting your options way too much.
Really, I feel like certain ults are like a no-go. Like, don't let them take certain ults, man. You're pretty dependent on them. Like, take for an example. If you were able to get a Yuzong on your team, Valentina becomes Yuzong. That is nasty. That is nasty in every word of the regard. It is, what can you really do? You get all of his abilities, and then after that, when you're done, you turn back to Valentina, and you still have abilities to use.
Yeah, but at least it looks like a really cool Chinese martial arts movie, right?
That's a good point. That is a good point.
Either way, though, Yuzong isn't going to be open on the table anymore because TODAK are indeed going for the Paquito instead. There is still a chance they could put the Paquito in the jungle, but I don't think that's to a GEEK style. He's tried the Paquito in the jungle before. I don't think it worked out very well for him. But finally, TODAK, they're going to be denying the Clint away from Red Esports, realizing the amount of damage it can do in the hands of Maul, so we're going to be seeing Momo pick up this hero this time.
So I have confirmed that Split is in fact categorized as a morph. So if Valentina's in trouble, she just steals Glue's ult and then heals back up. That's going to be so much fun to see. Either way, looking at how this is going to be playing out here, we're waiting for TODAK to actually get in towards the second part of the ban phase. 9 more seconds to decide what they need to get rid of, and Cho is a very good option.
Yeah, I like Cho. I think that would be a good choice to get rid of, especially since now you don't know what Mom is going to play. Since Glue has already been locked in by TODAK, you don't want to give him things that he's comfortable with, Cho being one of those options. On the opposite side, Red Esports going to be electing to ban out the Kagura. It didn't really work out for Moon in the previous game, but he's still quite a threat with the hero that looks like Red just don't want to deal with.
Personally, I think it's good that TODAK is actually getting rid of that TODAK actually is able to get Red is able to get rid of Kagura. Man, I am fumbling over my words because in a sense, Moon will be able to utilize the Yin Yang overturn much better, and Valentina doesn't want to take her ult. It doesn't work exactly the way you want it to, and most importantly, Moon can stay out of range from Valentina and harass her as soon as the supports start leaving.
Your team is banning.
So basically what Red Esports is doing right now is window shopping and banning out skills that they don't want to buy from the opposite team.
Basically, if you put it like that, you're not wrong. There we go. TODAK, they end up banning Yuzong this time around, which does tell me that they want to make sure that Momo is going to be safe on this Clint. So it's about creating that space.
I do still wonder what Mom is going to end up playing. He is still known for other tank heroes such as the Jawhead, but that is no longer really in meta. I'm curious. I want to see what else Mom has in his pocket, because we know that this is a player that has a really, really high versatility stat. and I want to bring more and more heroes into the MPL meta.
Well, that's fair. And Red Esports this time going to be banning at the Farsa once again. Honestly, I don't think it'll be too bad for Red to actually pick up Jawhead, because if we're looking at the lineup, the fact that TODAK is specifically banning out Yuzong means that they want to be able to dedicate all their resources to Momo here. And Jawhead can almost guarantee get on top of Momo if he's in the right position. So, I don't know, it could be the way to go here, but it's really up to personal preference.
Another option, if Red Esports really wants to try and counteract the effects that a glue would have on their team, would be to pick up a hero like the Hylos, because he has a good amount of AoE to deal with the split, and the Glorious Pathway would allow his team to run away without too much issue.
That would be pretty good as well. I kind of like that idea, but here we go. It's going to be Rafaela, going to be the support pick from TODAK's side. That's actually a decently worth ult for Valentina. Not the biggest ult in the world. I mean, if we're looking at what other things they have, I think that's the only thing they really want to steal. Edith!
Oh, okay, that's a solid idea. I feel like it's not very good at dealing with a glue, but would be able to set up kills on all the other members of TODAK, so I think that's pretty alright. Though the fact that TODAK have drafted the Rafaela means that this is indeed going to be an EXP lane glue.
Okay, I'm kind of this is very, very interesting. Very interesting indeed. But finishing off the draft here, let's see it. Where is it going? Who's it going to be?
Your team
is Matilda going into the sports section, and I think that's definitely something that Mom is going to play. All right, so Edith is going into EXP for sure, right?
And Edith versus Glue EXP lane. Certainly haven't seen that yet in MPL.
Yeah, definitely. I don't even know how to judge the matchup.
Oh!
Gushin coming in from TODAK. They are just bringing out the fan favorites.
All right, TODAK bringing out the classics, showing why they are indeed Malaysia's favorites for a reason. So after the Mia, we're gonna be seeing the Gushin here, but will they be able to pull it off? This is wait. Is this a mid lane Gushin?
Yeah, it's mid lane Gushin.
Mid lane Gushin, jungle Bakito. Okay, TODAK swapping things up.
All right, this is going to be an interesting matchup once again. Dude, who do you think, based on the lineups? I don't even know how to judge some of it.
I would have favored TODAK's lineup if we just considered the first 3 picks, but now that we've seen the rest of it, this is turning out to be a very interesting matchup. We're gonna finally see Valentina grace the Land of Dawn in the hands of Red Esports, but just as matching up, TODAK gonna bring yet another hero you don't commonly see, the Gushin, to see if they're gonna be able to match up in terms of the mid lane.
Well, it's time. Here we are in the Land of Dawn on our very final game of today, Week 1, day number 2. The score is 1-1. Red Esports versus TODAK.
This is gonna be very interesting. First of all, I do like that TODAK drafted the Gushin, because this is an ultimate that yet again Valentina can't really make good use of. But I wonder if they're limiting themselves a bit too far, because, well, Gushin, there's a reason he's not picked up that often.
Well, yeah, I mean, a lot of it comes down to whether he can snowball out of control, and it's going to be difficult. I would like to hear the reasoning behind this. Is it one of those moments where Moon is just like, I'm tired, man, and like Gushin looks like fun to play, so let's play Gushin, or whether they put the thought process of like, hey, Valentina can't really utilize the ult, so therefore, why not?
Imagine there's just a dart wheel at the TODAK house, and they're just like, you know, I don't really know what to play. All right, we're throwing the dart. That's probably what happened with Mia too.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's just the analyst spinning the dartboard.
It just has all of the classic heroes. You got Mia, you got Layla, Gushin here, and it's just like, all right, we're going with that today.
I'm just imagining once in a while it's just the analyst and Ikuto sitting side by side, just throwing darts at the dartboard and seeing what they get. Oh, that's beautiful. That'd be really beautiful to watch. But oh well, as technically pause is gonna keep on going. Do you think, you know, if you had to give it to them, do you think Red's gonna take this away? Like legitimately.
There is a chance. I don't really play sides here, not because well I'm not supposed to, but because I'm not confident in how good I am at predicting these teams' victories anymore.
I feel you, because I feel the exact same way. There's a lot of plus sides for TODAK's lineup, but it just feels overall that Red Esports' heroes naturally should be stronger, especially when it comes down to the meta, as it seems right now. But hey, Moon in the mid lane will have to try his very best to kind of control it as best he can, because Valentina is pretty much just going to dominate him until level 4.
I will definitely say that Momo will have a much easier time in the gold lane as compared to Malta. This is a comfort hero for Mal, but when you're up against a Clint who can just output that much DPS at level 1, there's not a lot you can do about it.
Call in your support. It's Matilda Express. Get her on board. Get online with the airlines here. Because Mal is really losing a lot of HP, so hopefully they're... No way, Moi's gonna... Oh my goodness.
Oh.
Got solo killed by Ash in a 2v1. Oh my goodness. What went wrong? What went wrong there? I'm... Oh boy.
Well, I guess we see why Valentina is 100%
I don't know if it's even like his fault. That's the worst part. But now that's going to be first blood bounty here, as now Ajik is going to be the next. Oh! The save coming in from Moy. He may have given up one life, but now Mom, what in the world? Oh, he was so greedy. He's so greedy. He deserves to die here. Absolutely gets punished for it from the side of TODAK, and even Ash is just looking in dismay like, what do I do here?
Moy immediately redeems himself with a very nice save. That holy healing came in just in time to ensure Ajik would survive and to secure the kill onto the enemy team support as well. I also find it very funny that Ash can use Moy's ult when he himself even can't.
Yeah, it's one of the few beautiful interactions with Valentina. She can steal her ult even though you can... Oh! What a combo from Ash and Ren QT! One after the other, but Moon looks to try and get a retribution kill onto my Magic Worship is going to be more than... Oh wait, he doesn't even have Magic Worship! Oh, he just gets burnt to a crisp there, and Ajik is the next to fall, and there you have it! That is going to be trades all across the board. Red Esports finally going to be sitting on top of the turtle.
Actually, Moon almost died there. The holy healing did keep the cushion alive. Unfortunately, not gonna be enough to save Ajik from 1v3 against Red Esports, which means that Zayed gonna be able to get that turtle for his team here.
Yeah, man. Oh, man. But still, that was a sick... That just looks sick. Edith's animation plus a flicker into Earth Shatter just looks cool.
It really does. The two-man knockup just gives you that sort of catharsis, and the rest of your team being able to follow up on it. It's unfortunate that they weren't able to pick off Moon, but that's going to put Red Esports comfortably ahead, even if just by a little bit.
Well, let's see how this is going to play out, as Moy is going to be coming down towards Momo's side to babysit him a little bit more, realizing that he needs a little bit more help. And here it comes. Benny QT gets on top of 4 Maze right now. Oh no, there's really nothing much you can say about this one. I do feel it's a little bit of an overkill, but hey, even Moy ends up dying down on the bottom side.
Well, if the top line was an overkill, they're going to be responding with an overkill in the bottom lane as well. 3 members rotated for 1 kill on each side. So both teams are still playing pretty even to one another. Even the gold lead is only about 200.
I can't wait for Ash to use the glue ult. It's going to be so cool. Oh boy. Momo does get the Berserker's Fury for himself down on bot side. He's going to continue to dominate there as he currently at the same level for now. However, Mal needs to keep in mind that as... Wait, hold on. The rest of the team is actually coming in for this fight. Wait, hold on. Momo dead. There's no way. Zayed is already fighting one with the Hayabusa, and even more so, Ash hasn't used the ult just yet. There we go! There we go! Let's go! Ash is going to get on top of Ajik right now and uses the full kit of glue, but unable to land on the right target. Ash is still glue right now and transforms back into Valentina to secure the kill. This is why Valentina is so much fun to watch.
Yep, and Moon is is going to be a victim to Red Esports as well. Yet another kill going into the hands of Zayed. And I will personally say that if both glues are together, I will have no idea who is who.
Yeah, they don't separate the color. They look exactly the same. That's a good point. Oh boy. Bottom tier 1 already destroyed with the top side. Now getting shoved in. As you can see, Edith making her way down towards Turtle just to back up the rest of their members.
Yep, and that means that Zayed will be able to secure this turtle without too much problem. Red Esports starting to really snowball their lead here, and they're now going to be close to a 2k net worth lead over their opponents. Not quite done for Maze jumping in. He pops the split. Gusion already picks off Ash. The Valentina no longer a factor. For Maze gonna try to drag Mom back, but he's the one that gets pulled into his tower. Luckily should be able to escape from their clutches. Oh, but the double kill! Unstoppable streak going in their favor, and looks like Maul, he's not done either. Double kill for the 1-1. But unfortunately, the passive from Rafaela, you normally don't notice this because it doesn't do much, but it was enough to finish off Maul.
Was nobody gonna block that? Was nobody? Everyone kind of like watched it pass by. It was, oh man, that was definitely an unnecessary drive-by. But okay, that's just how the game goes. 12-6 right now, as Red Esports with a 2.4k gold lead. Doesn't look like much is happening for now in the next 63 seconds until the turtle spawns. But until then, at least we have a good idea how TODAK is actually approaching the situation with Valentina. Just one-shot her. Just say goodbye to her. The moment Moon is able to get a full combination on Ash, it is over because Valentina doesn't naturally have a lot of HP.
Yep, you do have to note that picking off this Valentina early is very important for TODAK, because even if you don't count the fact that she can steal other people's ultimates, just her basic abilities have a lot of damage inbuilt. So if you leave her in the fight for too long, she can really start chunking people down.
Yep. As the rest of the team members are looking for an opportunity to get on top of Ash, Ash quickly goes into the split format, being an absolute nuisance here. I am you as Moon falls down to Zayed's full hit of the OK Shadow Kill. Momo is now in the middle of the fight, but Ash can only do so much. He needs to transform back into Valentina at some point in time to push that damage out, but Mal manages to get into the back line and completely wipes out the rest of the TODAK members.
Oh, Formaze went for a bit of a greedy choice there. Instead of trying to escape, instead popped his ult, but that ended up with him dragged back under the tower. And now Red Esports are firmly in the driver's seat of this game, pushing down the mid lane. They might be able to get this tier 2.
Honestly, they could have gotten that tier 2 if they wanted to, especially if Moon decided to pull himself back. They might have been able to net a kill, but for now, they've got bigger goals in mind. They're going to take Turtle, they're going to hit the TODAK economy through the jungle, and maybe get a little bit more down on bottom side, realizing that that Gusion is all by himself.
It really is funny that they try to go on Ash and then he just turns into little blobs of glue and then just runs away and then runs back at them. I feel like there's a joke to be made here. Like, you know how if you see a bunch of enemies come at you at once, you would of course be scared, right? And in real life, when you're scared, you turn into jelly.
Moi, it's the next fall. I can't do this right now. Oh, there we go! It's Shatter into a flicker, a double kill coming out from Zayed here, but man, that animation is so cool.
And Ren Cutie just standing there flexing on his opponents. He knows he just did something really fancy. Ash not even allowing enemy glue to retreat. Formaze, he just wants to go home.
Wait, just use your ult. Ash, use your ult on him. Oh, they've already found another one, and it's another pick, and this should be it. I think TODAK has just ran out of gas at this point of time. Zayed is just so far ahead of Aji, 3 levels ahead, and Endless Battle already purchased. These tier 2s are as good as gone.
I do have to log in my mind the fact that Renkyuti is actually pretty effective on this Edith here, landing those Earth Shatters really well and making full use of Flicker in order to reach places that you wouldn't expect him to come from and just set up these kills for the rest of his team.
How far can they actually go here? Because Red Esports now with the 6.8k gold lead under their belts, the first Lord is going to be coming back out. If they can hit that 10k before, if they can hit 10k just under 11 minutes, that would be pretty nuts, but it would heavily depend on whether TODAK makes that mistake.
Yeah, but now, even without making mistakes, it's gonna be really tough for TODAK to come back from this situation. They are at a 6K net worth deficit, only 10 minutes into the game. Red Esports, they're very comfortable right now, and you can see it. Mom just standing right in front of them, spamming the recall. They're gonna start challenging Lord, and now TODAK wants to take the fight.
Yep, and now here we go. Circling Eagle on top with Mom has already gone through. GEEK trying to get out of the situation. He's already used the knock-up strike, but he can't heal too much, especially with the dominance. Ice's Mom manages to get through, but Ash finally, but he gets in. They trade round. They trade. No way. How did he get that off in time? Oh my goodness, they trade holy baptisms against each other. I thought he was already stunned.
Yep, and that's going to be all that matters. Only 2 members of TODAK surviving. They do manage to pick off Mom, but Red Esports wants to just end this. Luckily for TODAK, there are no minions around, so they're going to survive for now. But the ability for Valentina to steal these ultimates is something that people really don't expect. The Holy Baptism coming out. It's really so fun to watch, but it must be so frustrating to play against.
Oh, Moon! Whoa! Absolutely blows up Ash in an instant. Can they steal it? They managed to steal it! Malefic Roars! TODAK turned this around as they got disrespected by Red. They said no more, none of that. Taking 2 kills for themselves, sacrificing Moon in the process, but oh boy, that is just gonna buy some extra time for TODAK.
That was really well played by Moon, instantly taking out Ash in 1 shot, and I don't know how, but Moy of all people got the last hit on the Lord, securing it for TODAK, which means that they still have a lifeline in this game. They are 5K net worth behind, but at this stage of the game, it's still anyone's possibility.
I mean, to be fair, Zayed didn't have his retribution at that point in time, but he finds the kill onto Momo, which is already a very good start. If they force the fight here, it's going to look very, very different, as Mal is going to naturally be taking this Lord all by himself. The first tier 1s should be starting to collapse, but Moon, he's going to get on top of Wanwan right now as the fight's happening on that top side here. He doesn't get the initial kill, but Edith is going to run him down. Come back to the top side. Moy is terrified. He's running for his life, but Ash manages to find 1 as Mom is getting attacked by 4Mace, who's trying to slow everybody down. They trade 2 for nothing and don't even get the tier 1 turrets.
That's unfortunate for TODAK. They do still just need to try and hold on to this game for as long as possible. But talking about Zayed again, he's playing on this Hayabusa. His score is 11-0. We were wondering how he would perform on a hero other than Ling. Well, it goes to show he is definitely a new jungler in the MPL that we have to watch.
Yep, he's an assassin-style player, baby. Now, 74 more seconds till Lord is back up, and TODAK is still trying to scrape up as much gold as possible as Red Esports very clearly in the lead. Defensive builds, we're seeing Brute Force Breastplate on the Paquito, as well as the Antique Cuirass onto 4Maze. It's important that they do so because Mal is he's really something. He hurts.
Indeed, he does. We talked about how Wanwan should logically lose to Clint in lane, and that's what was happening. But Momo, uncharacteristically, is actually not performing very well on this hero. This might explain why TODAK didn't prioritize it very heavily in the draft. Perhaps Momo is not very familiar with how to play Clint.
Well, I actually beg to differ. If we look at the gold, they are only 200 gold apart, and the only big difference is in EXP. So it's not that Momo is playing bad, it's just that he did dominate his lane against Mal. It's just things have changed so much so, and Mal's able to come back in towards this game, especially since the other lanes, especially mid lane, were really struggling.
I guess it's less to Momo's discredit and more to Zayed's credit as he gets another kill with the Ogi Shadow kill. Moon drops to the Hayabusa, and Renkyuti, he found a jig, gonna throw him behind his back as the fear keeps him in place. Legendary streak going over to Zayed is not quite done. They're chasing down 4Maze, gonna drop over to Mal, Momo, and Moy. The only one left, flicker into the air, Judger secures the double kill for both the Hayabusa and the 1-1. A wipeout for Red Esports. this spells the end for TODAK.
That is going to be GG. Well played in favor of Red Esports. Moon cannot do much about this situation, but he will hell try to clear up that wave. Circling Eagle to push him out, and that is it. GG, well played. Red Esports beats TODAK 2-1.
Wow, this is probably the best Red Esports gameplay I have seen in a long time. They were having fun, they were comfortable, they were flexing on TODAK there, and just really well played all around.
This has been quite the game, and obviously Valentina has definitely been the joy of my life at this point in time, because my goodness, all the interactions are absolutely great. Now, I trolled you guys the last time, but this time it's actually going to be Red Esports. This mic check.
Tu ayam kata tu.
Tak apa, batai. Okey.
Dapat. Ni.
Boleh gitu. Boleh bantai tu.
Bantai man.
Boleh bantai man.
Boleh. Nice. Kami aku flank. Mantap. Aku ada. Go. Aku ada. Ha. Berapa tu? Mantap. Brody. Ami. Nice. Ni. Tahu. Tahu. Ika aku mal terbang. Tu. Kamera. Dah. Nice. Dah. Tahu bottom. Ika aku.
Itu dia perlawanan yang cukup menarik daripada kedua-dua pasukan, dan tahniah untuk pasukan Red Esports kerana telah memenangi game yang ketiga pada hari ini. Dan sekarang Abija bersama dengan Sora Payung. Sora, macam mana sekarang perasaan? Nervous tak tadi?
Saya sangat gembira dengan player sebab diorang tak berputus asa walaupun kalah first game. Diorang tetap tak give up dan membuat comeback.
Okey, kalau Abija bagi grade daripada 1 sampai 100 katakan. Okey, kat mana tahap puas hatian Sora untuk prestasi Red Esports pada hari ini? Nampak tersasut.
Teramat sangat puas hati, saya bagi 10/10 sebab diorang percaya dekat saya. Diorang berlapang dada untuk belajar dan diorang buktikan pada hari ini, dan saya sangat bangga. Walaupun baru minggu pertama, saya tetap bangga dengan diorang. Saya harap diorang tetap konsisten.
Baik, kalau kita tengok game yang terakhir tadi untuk draft pick, apabila nampaknya Valentina tak di-ban, tak teragak-agak terus pick Valentina. Kenapa? Cuba cerita sikit.
TODAK sangka kami akan pick Glue, tapi kami lebih yakin dan kami lebih prepare untuk counter Glue.
Okey, mungkin Sora ada nak cakap apa-apa dekat fans ataupun dekat orang yang mungkin ada doubt dekat pasukan Red Esports, silakan.
Untuk fans Red Esports, tolong support kami. Kami akan buat satu kejutan pada MPL season ni. Harap korang nantikan.
Baik, tahniah sekali lagi untuk pasukan Red Esports. Tapi untuk ulasan lebih lanjut sekali ini, jom kita bersama-sama dengan Level dan juga Arta di post show. Level dan juga Arta, take it away.
Nampak tadi Abeja macam terima kasih banyak kepada Abeja, dan yes, selamat datang kepada bahagian post show. Juga kita nak cakap terima kasih kepada sponsor, di mana show kita dikuasai oleh Moon Town, dipersembahkan oleh McDelivery dan juga Samsung selaku kita punya telefon pintar rasmi, dan raikan bersama Nescafe. Tetapi yang bersama dengan saya adalah, saya Level, Arta Analyst dan juga English Caster Gideon. I tahu hari ni ada banyak game, Arta hari ni ada banyak game, tapi saya kena cakap lah, kesian dekat Adin. Banyak yang dia kena lakukan hari ni, banyak kas dia kena kas.
He works so hard every day, like, oh man, have you seen the way he adjusts his seat? That looks exhausting.
Kesian Adin kan. Tapi macam mana pun kita kena cerita balik pasal game tadi. Adin sendiri cakap yang dia ramalkan untuk season kali ni, kita memang tak akan nampak Valentina, akan sentiasa kena ban. Bukan minggu kedua, hari kedua dia dah salah.
I love
bila Adin salah.
Yes and no. In this particular situation, yes, because I personally really love Valentina as a hero, and we saw a lot of insane interactions, like double holy baptisms just going in a line. That looks super cool.
Tapi saya sukalah apa yang Gideon cakap. Lepas ni kalau saya berbual dengan orang pun, saya akan cakap, I love you but as a hero.
Just only a hero.
Just only as a hero. Okay, kita sekarang ni kita akan tengok itemization untuk game kali ni. And apa kata Arta ambil alih? I pun tak faham macam mana Valentina boleh kasi lepas ni, Arta.
Valentina terlepas ni mungkin satu kesilapan untuk pasukan TODAK sendiri. Memang kesilapan yang dilakukan oleh pasukan TODAK. Apabila kita boleh lihat bagaimana percaturan daripada Red Esports, Valentina dikekalkan dekat mid tu memang susah Moon untuk mendapatkan level 4 dengan cepat. Dengan zoning yang dihasilkan oleh Ash dengan menggunakan Valentina ini, mereka memberi satu impact yang sangat sukar untuk pasukan TODAK menghasilkan satu match burst pada minit-minit early dan juga mid game. Bila kita lihat pada itemization, Glowing One antara item yang bagus untuk pushkan balik burn effect yang ada untuk Valentina ini, dan disertakan dengan Enchanted Talisman iaitu cooldown reduction yang ada untuk Ash untuk spam segala skill yang ada. Cukuplah Holy Baptism tadi dihasilkan, kita dah nampak impact betapa annoyingnya Valentina ini di dalam pertempuran kali ini.
Well, personally, to be fair, I think when it comes down to the draft, TODAK definitely had an idea to try and play around it, right? Gushin, the only thing good about Gushin is the fact that he can absolutely destroy Valentina because she doesn't have a lot of a HP pool. But more importantly, notice the number of ultimates that are actually viable for Valentina. 3 of them are pretty much useless to her. The Holy Baptism is like decently good, but not as much impact as you want it to have. And more importantly, Glue's ultimate is very situational, but it's more to save yourself rather than actually make a huge play for the team.
Nah, dengan sini pun saya nak highlightkan yang game ni 32 kill berbalas dengan 10, tapi kita cerita pasal Valentina. Tetapi Ren QT yang menggunakan EDF dekat dalam game ni sebenarnya sangat-sangat bagus, betul?
Saya setuju, dan tak lupa juga kepada Hayabusa, 14 kill guys tu, 0 kematian dan 11 assist yang ada di sini memberi impact yang sangat besar. Dan kita akan masuk pada post game stat kita di mana kita boleh nampak damage Ash angkat tangan dekat sini.
Okay, so first of all kita nak cakap di mana Rich Guy dan juga the carry diberikan kepada Zaid, di mana dia berjaya untuk dapatkan 552 gold per minute dengan 68,000 damage yang dikeluarkan. Formace menerima 89,000 damage selaku Sandbag, dan Forgotten One Mom 26 assist kita dalam satu game.
Dang, that's what? I mean, this game was pretty brutal for TODAK, to be fair. And once Mal got into a position where he can very easily carry the game, even if the rest of his team members were dead, it just became too much of a gold difference when it came down to EXP and as well as gold. You can tell by the damage that Zaid, he was very comfortable knowing that he was out farming a GEEK so many times. He was 3 levels ahead of him for at least 4 minutes into the game. That's basically GG.
Dekat dalam game ni, kita dah tengok ketiga-tiga game dalam satu series. Atas, saya rasa fair lah untuk kita cakap. Zaid mungkin game pertama dia just nervous je. Game kedua, game ketiga terus main okey.
Ya, dan untuk game yang ketiga kali ni bukan Mal, saya rasa MVP. Sebab kita sendiri lihat bagaimana Hayabusa punya game style, 14 kill tadi.
Ya, jadi kita akan tengok MVP of the game untuk Red Esports adalah Zaid dengan 14-0-11 match KDA, 78% kill participation. Macam mana?
Kill participation.
Terima kasih banyak Arta. Yes. Dan itemization kat sini standard di mana dia fokus untuk siapa yang tak tahu tengok TikTok untuk M3. But anyways, ada banyak damage yang dikeluarkan oleh Hayabusa, tapi again, macam mana dia punya aim, dia punya quad shadow, saya rasa itu yang betul-betul impact akan besar. Sebab pada last team fight pun, well, kita akan tengok dekat pada bahagian highlight, tapi the last team fight di mana dia berjaya kenakan quad shadow ke atas Moon, and then Moon cuba untuk melarikan diri, tapi bila Moon melarikan diri, dia kesorangan. Bila dia kesorangan, damage Hayabusa jadi tinggi sangat.
Ya, kita boleh lihat bagaimana Zaid mungkin akan menjadi highlight utama di dalam Red Esports ini, di mana dia dah boleh menggantikan gameplay daripada Mal sebenarnya.
I feel like we're getting too ahead of ourselves. So far, yes, I do agree that Zaid played a very crucial role as an assassin, but does he have that diverseness? Does he have the marksman gameplay that we saw Mal play when he was in the jungle? I do want to see that, but just look at this. Look at how relaxed Red Esports, and after plays like this, time and time again, I just generally feel that TODAK just ran out of gas here.
Ya, sebab kita pun dah berapa banyak kali dah cakap di mana Todak punya stamina. Kalau game series yang panjang, diorang slowly akan hilang diorang punya fokus. But bila tengok dekat dalam game ni, paling suka the combination bila paling suka bila
keserasian
kerjasama antara Red Esports dekat sini. Lagi Ash dan juga Rank kita di mana dia punya persembahan menggunakan ide sangat bagus sebab kita nampak beberapa kali bukan seorang yang dia knock up tapi minimum 2 orang yang dia akan knock up. So team fight untuk Zaid nampak macam senang dekat dalam game ni sebab ada banyak cara yang Red Esports boleh memulakan sesuatu tu dia. Tengok kat situ. Memang hebat rank kita dalam game ni.
Ya, sisi yang begitu banyak. Kita boleh lihat bagaimana pertempuran kali ini. Ini antara sebab-sebab walau macam mana pun pasukan Red dan juga Todak sedang hadapi war tersebut. Tetapi Red lepaskan lot. Dalam masa sama, diorang try fix balik kerana pasukan Todak tak cukup, betulkan balik percaturan apabila dah mengambil lot tersebut dan pasukan Todak cuba untuk push tetapi itemization tidak cukup sebenarnya.
Ya, dan sekarang kita akan tengok standings untuk kedua grup kat sini tapi kita akan fokus kepada Red Esports di mana mereka berada di tangga kedua tetapi game win rate mereka hanyalah 67% kerana mereka ada terima satu kekalahan. Jadi buat masa sekarang ni dekat dalam grup B quite standard 3-2 dengan 1 di mana Todak walaupun mereka kalah mereka berjaya untuk dapatkan 1 point jadi mereka di tempat ketiga. GEEK dan juga tim CARACAL masih belum main jadi mereka berada dekat pada bahagian bawah tapi rasanya pada hari esok mungkin akan berubah ataupun more the same ataupun lebih sama. Lebih sama.
We'll see how it's going to be playing out here. Personally, I think as the standings look, it's very clean. It's very straightforward. Nothing that we have to question too much. But we do have to see the performances of both GEEK and even Team CARACAL that really will shake things up.
Yeah, and buat masa sekarang ni kita berbual semalam Gideon di mana kita cakap cuba bayangkan kalau Todak tak pergi ke playoff. Buat masa sekarang ni tengok orang punya performance, saya rasa orang boleh recover balik. So rasanya tak ada masalah. Tetapi Arta boleh bayangkan ke kalau Todak tak masuk playoff?
Todak dikenali sebagai salah satu tim gegasi di pasukan Malaysia. Kalau tak masuk agak kalau tak masuk macam pelik pun ada tahu sebenarnya sebab kita sendiri tahu kan. Tapi jangan risau, mungkin akan ada window transfer nanti kemasukan player-player yang baru. Mungkin akan menukar serba sedikit strategi pasukan Todak.
Jadi saya tak payah risau lah. Sebab saya rasa macam saya nak gelabah ni.
Sikit je.
Risau sikit
tapi lutut okey
Rasa gelabah tu masih ada. Rasa gelabah tu masih ada Gideon.
I can't deal with this right now. I really can't. It's been a long day, man.
Betul. Okay, faham.
It's a long day.
Okay, faham. Tapi macam mana sekalipun kita boleh cakap yang Red Esports dia punya performance okay sebab kita orang pun mempertikaikan Zaid boleh ke tak dia nak replace Mal. Buat masa sekarang macam mana Gideon cakap mungkin terlalu awal nak cakap tapi sekurang-kurangnya daripada segi mekanik menggunakan link, menggunakan Hayabusa, I rasa kita dah ada satu starting point yang bagus, So, yeah.
I do think it's a good starting point, but I'm also very curious to see if Zaid is this good, what about the other players that we did see from the red lineup, right? When are we going to actually see them really shine? And, specifically previous ex-Todak member Stu now going back to his old IG and his Dragon. I want to see how much he has changed and improved. Like, he's with Todak for such a long time before coming out and joining Red, so therefore, where's his power level now?
Pada pendapat saya, kalau Dragon, dia bermain tapi dia tak pakai sama ada Cho ataupun Yuzong, saya akan kecewa.
Sebab?
Way of the Dragon, Red Dragon form, come on lah. Apa benda lah Arta ni?
Okay, itu persoalannya kita kena tunggu Sora yang akan drafting ataupun player yang dia nak masukkan. Mungkin kita akan lihat tak lama lagi.
Tapi macam mana pun itulah perlawanan kita pada hari ini. Tapi kita akan tengok jadual untuk hari esok, tengok siapa yang akan bertanding dan kita akan kita akan mulakan perlawanan dengan MLBB melawan dengan pasukan HOMEBOIS. Saya rasa ramai orang tak sabar untuk tengok perlawanan ini pada pukul 1 petang. Kemudian kita ada pasukan GEEK melawan dengan Red Esports di mana GEEK kita masih belum tengok performance mereka. Red quite good. RSG menentang dengan CARACAL. RSG performance okay tapi saya pun ada berbual dengan manager dorang and dorang cakap
RSG versus RSG to a certain degree. It'll be fun to watch, but also I'm interested to see how GEEK is actually going to be playing out because technically it'll be their debut game.
Kita boleh lihat sendiri pada game keesokan hari, game yang menarik. Yang pertama tu pun dah excited.
Yes.
Apatah lagi yang terakhir tu di antara RSG dengan CARACAL, sebab CARACAL X.
Ya, tapi game yang pertengahan pun menarik juga sebab I nak tengok GEEK fam tanpa Zon dah berapa lama dah kita tak nampak GEEK lawan Zon, betul?
Yeah, it's true. Zon is a very staple player.
Yang terbaik di mana kita tahu Zon memang antara player yang bagus, dan kita dekat sini lah Fel ada 1000 share lucky winner di sini.
Ya, dekat sini inilah kita punya lucky winners. You guys menang lucky draw, dan dekat sini Gideon, saya rasa Arta yang akan baca nama mereka semua.
Ya, di mana kita ada saya
okey lah, yelah. Melanie, John, Roland, James Benedict, Muhammad Zaid, Hannah Lockhart, Alif Muhammad, Syafirul Fahmi, Heidi, Sunan Muiz Azmi dan juga Perry Gibson. Tanya kepada semua yang menang, dan untuk nama yang saya sebut salah, saya salahkan Arta. Kalau mata dia okey sedikit, kita tak ada masalah ni.
Ya, itulah yang berlaku apabila kita dah masuk pada game yang terakhir 2-1, 2-0, 2-1 kan pada game hari ini.
2-1, 2-0, 2-1.
Okey, terbalik.
Itulah dia tak kas tadi.
Dah last.
Dia penat Gideon. Dia penat
That's
Gideon.
true.
Okay?
He's been sitting on that chair for a very long time.
Tapi either ways, kepada semua orang yang tengok kita punya show again, pada hari esok saya rasa ramai orang tak sabar untuk tengok perlawanan di antara pasukan Homeboys menentang dengan MLBB. Nak tengok sama ada GEEK fam tanpa Zorn, adakah mereka akan kekal mereka punya kekuatan, dan RSG lawan XRSG, siapa yang akan menang. Macam mana pun sampai situ saja untuk hari ini. Kita akan berjumpa anda lagi pada hari esok. Jadi mari kita tengok game esok. Bye bye.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang.